they're you know, too big.
Wait, we went live?
Some things are out of our control. Whatever you want to call it, it's an urge, a desire, an impulse. A call you can't resist that pushes you to learn, making every gesture a discovery, every movement a lesson. To finally attain freedom. Mastery is at your fingertips, taking you to new horizons. Uncharted territory that can be dangerous. Do you have the skills? Can you make the right decision? In the vastness of the universe, life hangs by a thread. But you'll never be alone. No one will let you down. You still have so much to discover and accomplish. You're not born a pilot, you become one. Try, learn, master. Space is yours.
All right, everybody, welcome back to, well, not welcome back, but welcome to the SOL-R Showdown presented by Thrustmaster. My name is Crucian, and we're here with some analysts and casters here today that I'm excited to have, and some for the first time, so I'm very excited for that. But let's kick it over off here to Avenger One. Welcome back as an analyst, man. How you feeling and how you doing today?
Thank you, and I'm excited. This is going to be a lot of fun. This tournament's been cooking for a bit, and we got some cool new sticks. I'm excited to, kind of be part of this process, and I'm just ready to see some fights.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you for jumping on, man. We really appreciate it. I think your analysis is going to do extremely well today to make sure that we know exactly what's going on in these matches. And maybe some people in the audience may miss a couple things here and there that you can point out to them and make sure they understand exactly how the dogfights are broken down. So, but we have back one of our from the immobiles. We got Detox. Detox, how you feeling today, brother?
How's it going, man? Very good, dude. Looking forward to seeing some sweet fights today. Some good names, some good creators, and some good community members supporting them today in the tournament. So some good talent amongst the pool. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what comes out of the matches. Sometimes you can see some like weird new metas and strategies emerge. So when there's good prizes on the line, people try hard. So we'll see.
Hey, there's a little bit of cash on the line. Not a lot, but there is something to fight for, which is also awesome. Well, for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, we have used to be Captain Burks, now just Burks, but Burks, how you feeling, man? And welcome to the broadcast, brother.
How's it going? Yeah, glad to be here. I'm just an extra here today, guys. They were like, I guess maybe if you can make it. No, I'm super glad to be here. The first time commentating. Should be a good show.
Yep. So for those that are watching, we're going to have Detox and Burks are going to be breaking down the play-by-play for you as the matches are happening. And then once the matches are over, pretty much the first 3 rounds, if it goes to 3 games, it will come back to the desk here for Avenger One to be able to analyze, break down those matches for you with a replay of what happened prior. So it's going to be a great show today. We're very excited to be doing this for Thrustmaster, celebrating their new Space Sim line of products called SOL-R. But before we get into all of the tournament details, before we get into all of the nitty-gritty about what ships are the competitors are allowed to fly, which creators and their teammates, before we get into all that, we have an incredible pre-recorded interview with Tim, who is the marketing director for Thrustmaster, who kind of helps down and breaks down everything for us. So before we go into the tournament details, we're going to go into the interview. So check that out, and we'll be right back right after that. All right, we're here with Tim from Thrustmaster. Thank you for joining us in the SOL-R Showdown, Tim. Thank you. We truly appreciate it. But can you tell us a little bit more about yourself and your role at Thrustmaster?
Sure. Hey, Christian. Team, everyone everyone who's watching. Tim at Thrustmaster here. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching. We are super happy to be sponsoring, sort of promoting the SOL-R range. Finally, being able to sort of reach deeper into the space sim community with the SOL-R range. I'm the marketing director of North America for Thrustmaster and our other brand, which actually I might talk about in a little bit. Yeah, I've been with the company for almost a decade now, 7.5, 8 years or so. And yeah, my job's basically just make our cool stuff look cool to Americans, Canadians, Mexicans, everyone in the North American continent.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, hey, being a marketing director, that is definitely a big role. So, thank you for taking some time out of your day to, to join us and then talk about a little bit more of the SOL-R,
For sure.
line of products that Thrustmaster is finally bring out. So, I mean, for so long, Thrustmaster has, one of the best budget flight controls for space sim with the T16000M.
Yeah.
What led the company to invest more now into space sim?
So yeah, like you said, the T16000 is even older than I am in the company. It's about 10 years, more than 10 years. The T16000 range has really been essentially the go-to entry level and maybe more casual range of joysticks, not just in space sim, but also in civilian flight sim and combat sim, basically anything that needs a joystick. And it's a great price point. It's a great feature set. It works really well, but it is entry level. It is a casual stick. It is a casual range of sticks, and affordability isn't everything, right? A lot of people who play games in a community as passionate and as deep as the space sim community, as the StarCitizen, Elite Dangerous, other sort of massive space sim titles, they need more functionality. They need more durability, and all of that kind of stuff. So SOL-R is really our first full branded or specialized, more like foray into sticks for space sim, or a full ecosystem of products designed from the ground up for space sim. So basically everything that has been implemented into these sticks from a design point of view, from a features point of view, from a functionality point of view, is made for space simmers. And that's super, super exciting for us, super exciting for me, as well as somebody who space sims, unlike some of the other categories that I represent. I can really truly speak from the heart in the space sim community, or from a space sim point of view. And it's really exciting for us to be able to really sort of truly have an upgrade now from the T16000.
Yes.
Space sim as a community has been growing year over year over year. There's thousands of new players every year who are in space sim, and those players who are in the community are playing more and more than they ever have before. So they're becoming more and more passionate. So thousands of new players, those players who are sticking around in the community, are playing hundreds more hours than in years past. And so we sort of saw that people were leaving the T16000 range behind and honestly jumping to our competitors. It's not a secret, but if somebody wanted a really hardcore space sim flight stick, they were jumping to competitive sticks. And I think with the SOL-R range, we've really found a way to keep people Thrustmaster loyal, keep people loyal to the sticks that they started with and the technology that in some ways started it all in joysticks. And yeah, has really, like I said, been built from the ground up to be a perfect price point, a perfect feature set for essentially every space simmer who's out there looking to upgrade, looking to really invest in a long-term space sim commitment. That was a very long answer. Sorry about that.
No, that's no problem at all. I really appreciate
you
the insight.
You get a marketing guy talking about his products, and he's not going to stop.
That's so true, Tim. But I just want to say, and I speak for maybe like I would say 90% of everybody that's watching, or 90% of chat right now. I use a T16000M for like 3-4 years, and it for that price, it's definitely 100% worth it. So I'm so happy that there is another product that once people get that feeling for what flight sim can be, now they can move up if they want something a little bit more, with more buttons or more oomph. They can move up to the SOL-R range, which is absolutely incredible. So So thank you so much. Shout out to Thrustmaster for that T16000M for surviving that many years.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh
And
man,
we're happy to leave it behind. It's still out there, obviously, for people who have a lower budget, lower price
of
point, want to
course.
be able to jump games,
That's good to
in
know.
between different game genres. But the Solar is made for space sim. Is where it's at.
Awesome. Well, I mean, we are here because we're promoting the SOL-R Space Sim, line of products that that everybody has been excited about. You guys have definitely created some buzz on social media. But so can you give me a quick rundown of like, either the single setup or the HOSA setup for for this new addition to the Thrustmaster Space Sim lineup?
Sure. So, I mean, as you know, as all the community knows, that's watching today, really the best setup is that dual stick setup
Yes.
for Space Sim. So there are two SKUs like you mentioned, or two products like you mentioned. One you can get the single stick, one you can get the double stick. The double stick, of course, is flying off the shelves for people who are looking to upgrade, because dual stick is really where it's at for
Yep.
full control and full immersion in Space Sim. Across the two sticks with the bases, you get 44 action buttons, you get 4 triggers, you get multiple hat switches, you get three axes of movement on each stick. They're ambidextrous, just like the T16000 line. So if you start with one,
Nice.
you can always get a second one in the future and use it as your left stick.
Oh, wow.
And honestly, and one of the coolest things or neatest things that we're proud of is that we think that the SOL-R range stands out, not just against the competition because of the all white look and sort of the futuristic sort of look that we've gone for, but against your battle station, against the cockpit that you're installing these sticks in. That white looks really flashy, really futuristic, and is really representative of at least a portion of the sort of spacecraft that the community is flying around in with these.
I mean, the aesthetic of the SOL-R, the SOL-R 2s or the SOL-R 1, it's absolutely immaculate. I think you guys really did a great job, especially with the base of it and the buttons. And we'll get more of that, but you guys did a great job aesthetically of making that stick look another option of, like, if somebody's looking for not only a great stick but also aesthetically pleasing. I think you guys did a great job of nailing both.
Found the balance. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Well, I mean, knowing that SOL-R is an entire line of space, or I mean, I keep saying space, but it can be, used for other stuff. I know it can be used for DCS. I know it can be used for other games, but I mean, knowing that it's an entire, line of products, I mean, can you hint about what's coming in the future from Thrustmaster about SOL-R?
Sure. I mean, you're right that essentially the SOL-R range is designed for Space Sim. It's, to use a marketing term, branded for Space Sim. It looks like Space Sim. It works for Space Sim. It's plug and play with all the leading Space Sim games. But yeah, it does also work with DCS. It does also work with other flight sims, Ace Combat or Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane, all the other major sort of civilian and combat flight sim games. But it really is designed for Space Sim, and it's made for Space Sim, and everything that we're doing within the SOL-R range is focused on Space Sim. And this is, as you mentioned, just the start. We've already been out there. We haven't been shy about mentioning this is the beginning of the SOL-R range. We have SOL-R 1 and we have SOL-R 2 so far. There's a lot more numbers to go. The ecosystem is only going to expand for those who've already got their hands on the product or seen the product videos, product reviews, whatever it is. You'll see, of course, that the sticks are removable off of the base. And so it's already compatible with our existing high-end combat stick flight range. But we'll also see future sticks that are designed, again, just for space. We may see all sorts of different sticks and accessories, let's call it, as soon as the end of this year. The SOL-R range is roadmapped basically through the next 2 years, and we've got a lot of exciting things to come. And I can tell you that those who are investing in SOL-R now or waiting to invest in the future will have a lot to build on top of with SOL-R and with essentially Thrustmaster Space Sim products.
That's actually super exciting. And one thing you did mention was, it uses the ecosystem, because I know you guys released, I think, the Ava base last year, and man, that thing is hefty. It looks so good. So people that maybe not want a a more wider base. You know, they can use the Ava base, if I'm not mistaken, on the SOL-R sticks too, which is actually very, very exciting. That gives you that more of like that pilot feel, or if you want to use it on like maybe like a middle stick for like helicopter, you can, you know, put it
Yeah.
on the Ava base instead, which I think is super cool.
Absolutely. And the Ava base itself, I mean, we're not really here to talk about it. It's not super relevant necessarily to the space sim community, or as directly relevant as the SOL-R range. But with all of the Ava customizability that's possible, we'll have extenders, we have dampers, we have sort of offset adapters so that you can fly on a different angle. Of course,
Amazing.
the Ava base itself is completely customizable. But essentially, the Thrustmaster promise is everything works with everything. Once you're up in our ecosystem level, all of our combat stuff, all of our Ava level stuff, all of our high end, like the Warthog, that old classic, even the Cougar from back in the day. Essentially, all the sticks and all the bases are interchangeable with each other, with maybe a few exceptions in there, a few adapters needed. But essentially, that's the promise that we're going for. We know there's a lot of Thrustmaster owners out there, a lot of Thrustmaster users out there, and we want to make sure that we're not ignoring them. That basically everything that they have will work with everything that they can get into the future.
Awesome. Well, that's great to know. Well, one thing, going back here to the SOL-R, you know, to the SOL-R products, and by the way, great name. I need to say it rolls off
Right?
very, very
Yeah.
well. Yes, it does really well. But you know, there's something
And
new about it, right?
It translates as well into a couple of different languages, basically. It's
Does it? Oh, I did not
it
know
was a
that.
real good one. Marketing
That's
did their job on that one.
Yes, very well job done to them. So, but yeah, I mean, there's something new about the SOL-R product, you know, that these flight stick have, which are the heart sensors that are in the X, Y, and Z axis, right? And heart stands for those people that are watching, you know, Hall effect accurate technology. Can you kind of tell us a little bit more about what heart sensors are and how that works?
Sure. I mean, Hall effect is a technology that's really been coming to light a lot in the last, call it 5 years or so, probably a little bit longer. But Thrustmaster was truly one of the innovators of this technology within our joysticks range. We've been doing it for, I want to say decades, but at least over a decade. We've been integrating Hall effect technology into a lot of the joysticks that we make. We now do it in our game pads, and a lot of our competitors and other game pads and joysticks that are out in the market are using Hall effect technology. Essentially, Hall effect is, instead of cogging or gears, or essentially pieces that touch each other as they move, Hall effect technology uses two magnetic sensors opposite each other. So it offers better precision. It offers better durability because there's no point of contact. There's no friction between the parts, and and it's infinite. That's a tough word to say. A lot more precise than any pieces that are sort of touching and making contact could ever be. Yeah, so Thrustmaster sort of was a very early innovator of Hall effect technology. We branded our own Hall effect technology as Hall effect accurate technology. Sort of forced it a little bit on the naming structure there.
The name.
but yeah, that's it's basically making for more precise and more durable, longer lasting products. And that's basically exactly what's needed at this price point.
So, a quick question is the heart, is that one different than Target, or and does the SOL-R products use Target as well to calibrate still on your
Yes,
pieces?
absolutely. So heart is like a physical technology. It's a technology of basically the sensors of where the stick meets the base. Essentially, I'm simplifying. The Target technology is on the software side, where somebody can customize and sort of either increase or decrease dead zones and all sorts of sort of sensitivity settings and things like that within the stick. So they work together, but one's on the software side, one's on the hardware side, one's sort of a built-in thing, and the Target is more sort of a user customization type technology.
All right. Well, that's cool. I just wanted to throw the Target in there because maybe a lot of people don't really know what Target is, and believe it or not, a lot of people do use it for like other games, other items and peripherals that Thrustmaster uses. So Target has been great for some time. So I just wanted to throw that mention in there. So Tim, what is your favorite feature in the SOL-R product, though, in the flights, in the flight sticks?
Good question. So I'm a little bit biased as like I said, the marketing director of multiple brands or multiple categories of products that Thrustmaster and actually our sister company or sister brand, excuse me, Hercules, which is a line of DJ controllers, uses. I think something that has sort of already made it into a few of the reviews and sort of the early information that's out there is something that's really exciting for me as somebody who's been representing all these brands for so many years. The SOL-R range is the first range where we see some of our DJ controller elements actually being built into our Thrustmaster products.
That's
So
cool.
those super soft, there are 8 on each stick or on each base. Excuse me. There are 8 rubberized backlit buttons that are just, they're off of our DJ controller line, and they're so satisfying to press and click. They feel good. They look good. So I'm just sort of, like I said, heavily biased, but I'm super in love with the fact that all of our products are sort of working together, and that's very much what you get when a company's 30 years experience, which is we're using all of our expertise from all of our different product ranges and really just making the best product for the best price that we possibly can. So that's I guess that's my answer to that question.
No, I mean, I've seen so many reviews about, the SOL-R 2 host us and a lot of, the creators, both on YouTube and Twitch are like, yo, these are the best feeling buttons, that they've had an experience. And it makes sense that it's actually from a DJ company that you guys own, which is absolutely kind of mind blowing, because I didn't even know that Thrustmaster had, another company under their wing that has been implementing that together, which I think is very, very cool. So, well, anything else that we, Tim, anything else that we haven't really mentioned or talked about the SOL-R products that you wanted to mention, and where can people find the product? Where can people purchase them?
I mean, there's not, I'm a bit of a blabbermouth, I guess. So I've kind of already said everything I could possibly say on the products. I think that basically getting your hands on them is the best thing that people can do. They're available now in the US, at least exclusively on Amazon, or I guess it's not exclusively because you can buy them on our own website as well. You can get the single stick for $219.99 or the double stick, the HOSAS setup for $399.99. For space simmers, that's the way to go if you possibly can, but at least you have the flexibility of being able to upgrade a single into the future. And speaking of upgrading in the future, like I said, this is the beginning of the SOL-R range. This is the beginning of Thrustmaster's, hopefully, dominance and sort of re-emergence maybe into the space sim community. We're super excited with how well these products are being received by the community, those who have sort of reviewed them, but also those who have just used them or reviewed them on Amazon. We're really excited that this is the beginning of what we hope to be a very long sort of expertise dedicated to the space sim community that we all love so much.
Yeah, that's thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And what I tell people too is that if you're playing any space sim right now in mouse and keyboard, I promise you the level of immersion that you get from going up to a set of flight sticks or even a HODAS from Thrustmaster is, it gives you a whole new experience that just makes you fall in love with the game you're playing even more.
Absolutely.
So
you feel it's so satisfying to win a dogfight with a pair of sticks. It's just it's next level compared to a keyboard and mouse. So immersive, so exciting, and we're excited to be a part of it.
Awesome. Well, Tim, thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming on to the the Thrustmaster SOL-R Showdown. We still have the tournament to go. We got some incredible creators who are about to go head-to-head 2v2. But if you guys would like to win your own SOL-R 2 HOSAS or Space Sim duo, you guys can head on over to ! socials in the chat. You guys can head on over to Esports socials. We have our pinned comment on Instagram and on X. We have a giveaway going on. You can either join either one or both for extra entries. So make sure you guys get on that giveaway. And another big shout out to Thrustmaster, for bringing us all together and really bringing the creators and putting on and allowing Esports to put this tournament together. So Tim, thank you again so much. We really appreciate it, and we hope to see you again soon.
Thanks, brother. I could say exactly the same thing for you. Thanks for everything you do, your team does for the space sim community. We really appreciate it. Appreciate being featured here. See ya.
All right. Thank you. See you, Tim.
Bye.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that lengthy interview, but I think we had some very good insight on what the SOL-R products, lineup is. So very excited for that. But I'm gonna throw it around the room real quick. And Burks, I'm gonna start with you because this is more like of a, how do you map your sticks? Like how do you if you just got some brand new sticks, how long do you take to map these sticks out? As you receive them.
Oh man, I feel like when I first got my first pair of sticks ever, it took me a long time. I feel like after you get quite a few hours in the game, it gets a lot easier. Every once in a while you'll lose your control profile and you got to set them up from scratch. But I feel like flying sticks is the most fun thing I do. And kind of going a little off topic here, but it's really cool to see these sticks. I haven't tried them out yet, but I was sponsored by T16000s or Thrustmaster T16000s about 3-4 years ago. And funny enough, I literally messaged him afterwards and I said, these are really great, but if you made like a T17000 that had an upgraded twist and a couple of extra features, that's pretty much what they've done here. So really cool. I actually used the Thrustmaster TPR pedals. I love them. So it's cool to see, more options on the market.
No, that is so true. And, I know that a lot of us, like I have some sticks and I haven't even had the chance to, to put mapping on them yet. But I know Avenger 1 helped me so much with that. But with every patch, like the game just changes everything. But I'm going to throw it over to you, Detox. Detox, how do you map your sticks and do you feel like this image here is credible to how you would map your sticks within StarCitizen or for any game in that instance?
Dude, it takes, for me, it's just it's an ongoing project. You're always like from the beginning, it's really overwhelming. You start to map your sticks. It gets really hard at the beginning. You're trying to find your footing, find where everything feels comfortable. Then you kind of get things comfortable, and then you start flying more and getting into like different situations in the game. And you realize that you actually need, to move the mapping from point A to point B, and maybe change, point to Z with point C. And I don't know, it's just an ongoing thing. I'm always tweaking it. But no, like this setup that they've got on screen looks pretty solid. It's similar to how I had my T16s set up with just less buttons, Those T16s did some serious work. I took them for some serious mileage. 3 to 4 years. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these babies can do. They're really cool looking sticks, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a great job. Avenger 1, some quick comments here, but I know that you do definitely a lot of dogfighting almost every day on stream. What is your process like to kind of go through and mapping, the either new sticks or current sticks that you're currently using? Is that changing all the time, or do you find that comfortability and you just kind of stick with that throughout the kind of the entire time until StarCitizen changes the mapping?
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to mapping your sticks, it's like, I hate to say it this way, but it's like playing an instrument. Like it's a very personal thing. There are kind of checks and balances. Like a lot of times you're going to put pitch on the right stick and strafe on the left, but a lot of us, like when we teach new pilots, a lot of us give guys a lot of leadway because some people really like to have things set up their way. And we always tell them, as long as you have access to these controls and the stick provides access to those things, which clearly this stick has got plenty of access to all those kinds of buttons, all those different kinds of sequences, all the axes you need, the twists you need, then it comes down to just putting the hours in. And Burks is right. Detox is right. Tim was right. When you play StarCitizen with joysticks, it puts you into a totally different space. Like it's one thing to experience StarCitizen in the intensity and just like what the game has to offer. But when you put yourself in the game with a direct physical connection with sticks, it is a really incredible feeling. Like I wish everybody could experience what it's like to just sit down and play StarCitizen with 2 sticks and be like, okay, this is what I'm missing. Because I almost guarantee you that 95% of people that if they sat down and played with double joysticks, high quality sticks, good sticks like this, they wouldn't go back. They'd be like, I'm spending the money. We always say buy once, cry once,
Yep.
Spend a little money and it goes a long way, so that's how I would put it, Christian.
100% there. Well, let's jump right in. I think there is enough talking about sticks. I think Thrustmaster is doing a great job coming back into the same the space sim space. And honestly, knowing that there's more line of products coming out, I'm hoping that we see some throttles, hopefully some higher level control buttons. I'm hoping to see some of that stuff coming along. So very excited to see. And like I mentioned, they're very aesthetically pleasing. So. But let's jump right into it, guys. All right, we have a tournament happening, the SOL-R Showdown. Let's take a look at our competitors, of course. So we have quite a bit of we have 8 teams who brought on some of their community members, okay? And we'll talk about this a little bit, but we have, Water Patat, who is, look, man, I didn't choose the team names, Chad. Don't yell at me or anybody on the broadcast, please. But we got teams Blades Detected. Jesus. We got Water Patat and Iker Z. And once I go through all the creators, guys, I'm going to throw it over to you so you guys can tell me who you feel is going to be, that person you think is going to win, or who's that dark horse that's going to come and impress everybody. So I'm going to go through the teams real quick. We got Karolinger, who is Team Karolingers, who has Karolinger and Asmodan. Dunkelband, sorry if I messed that up. I apologize. We got Team Tarada, which is going to be – so there was some controversy here. He wanted Team 1439 pounds or euros for the win because that's how much the ship blades cost, but we just put 15 for the win. So that's Tarada on Block Drone. We got Herbediza from Spain, who's Cacahuete Caliente, who's Herbediza and Mohicano. We got the Bobs, who's Bognagas and Jadek. We got Skill Issue, which is Loken Plays and Blub Goes Fish. We have Team Salty Mike and Moistuno, which is Sometime in Summer. Great name. And then we got Team Lizzie B and Tum in Your Bum, which is Buzzin' Bum. So we'll kick it off to you, Avenger 1, and we'll start off with you this time around. Who you think is going to be coming out on top? Who's your dark horse here? Let's talk about that a little bit.
Okay, so I just want to say the team names that were chosen genuinely gave me a good laugh. There were some pretty good ones in there. If you put a gun to my head and said you got to choose, I'm gonna choose for winning team Buzzin' Bums. I think for sure. I think Lizzie. I fought Lizzie a couple days ago in the Persistent Universe, and she did exceptionally well. And okay. I fight a lot of people a lot, and I can tell. When someone's starting to get it, you know what I mean? They're starting to get the angles. They're starting to get the distance. They're starting to get the accuracy. And I've played with Lizzie. I played at CitizenCon with her. She's great. She's been training. She's dialed in. So I think people be sleeping on her for sure. In a sense, they're not really going to know what's coming. And I know for a fact Thumb is a monster. So you put two monsters together. To me, it's a no brainer. Okay. The dark horse, I think the one that could come from the bottom, I think would probably be Bog and Jadok if Bog's been training. So if that boy's been training, if he's been going to the gym, he's been hitting those sticks, then maybe we got a chance. But who knows? The Bobs can come from the basement. We'll see what happens.
All right. Detox, throwing it over to you, man. Same question.
Yeah, dude, I think I was going to go with Buzzin' Bums as well. Strong team. Very strong team. Thumb in your bum. I know is a very talented dogfighter. And Lizzie B, equally so. I've also encountered her a couple of times in the PU. She flies for Vanguard. They're a strong orc as well. So, and Thumb in Your Bum is Shadow Moses, I believe. So, yeah, two very good, strong players. The dark horse, for me, could be the Salty Mike Moist Noodle duo. These guys thrive under pressure. They thrive with little training. They thrive with last minute.
How much they paying you?
Last minute decisions. I know Moist came in earlier and said he hasn't played for a long time. But sometimes they pull off unconventional warfare that can do well for them. Yep. Could go the same with the Bobs as well. The unconventional warfare can sometimes take people by surprise. So those are my picks. We'll see where it goes today.
All right, Burks. Same question your way, man. How you feeling about this creator or this team list, as I should say?
Hey, listen. Something that I think that everyone is maybe missing here is in these creator tournaments, you never underestimate the French. Okay? They've done very well in the past. Tarada You know, I think in Water Potato probably have been, you know, like Avenger said, going to the gym. They've been practicing. I'm assuming they take these pretty seriously because they want to do well. It's, you know, fun to do well. But I think obviously Thumb in Your Bum and Lizzie B probably last place is my predict. No, I'm kidding. I think that they're probably going to do well as well. Bog, obviously a great PU pilot. But the question is like how much have people been training and how much effort do people really want to put into this tournament? Because most people are here to have fun, right? And you know, see some cool fights and maybe win some money. So we'll kind of see what everyone brings to the table. There could be, we've seen some crazy stuff in the past in terms of people going far. So you know, there might be something that people aren't expecting here. We'll have to see.
Got it. Oh, well,
Agreed.
I'm excited to see it. A quick twist and turn that we had, unfortunately, there have been some back-end issues. So teams were supposed to have random loadouts, which means that they won't know exactly what loadouts they were going to have or what ship they were going to fly until their match is up. But unfortunately, because of those back-end issues, we're going to allow the teams to work under the loadouts that were happily given us over by Avenger 1, and we'll talk a little bit about that later on. So they have to choose within those 9 ships that we're currently kind of putting out, which is going to be really quickly here. Is going to be the Arrow, is going to be the Avenger Warlock, the Buccaneer, the Gladius, the Banu Defender, the Anvil Hawk, the Cartual, the Saber, of course, Aegis Saber, and then the Talon. But the Talon is going to be used at your own risk because we know there's a bug with the SEM as you change. So if somebody wants to use it, they're not going to be able to go to SEM mode. They're going to have to either fight or flight, which is normally what we call our dogfighting tournament is. So it's either be killed or kill someone at that moment. But let's take a quick look at our bracket, and our first match is getting ready to go. So we're gonna have, of course, once again, Detox and Berks taking over the cast, the play-by-play breakdown for us. But here is gonna be our first match. Is gonna be Cacahuete Caliente versus Blaze Detected. So you're looking at Herbadiza versus Water Petit and her team. So this is going to be your first match of the day. Then you have your second match and third and fourth. So if you guys want to keep up with the bracket, !bracket in chat, you can actually keep up with our live bracket that is currently in challenge. So you guys can again keep up with the bracket live in challenge, !bracket. You can take a look at how that all is going to play out. So very excited for this. Very interesting to see all the teams. Last thing I would say here is that I hope these teams. I know a lot of people for their first tournament sometimes will get a little bit nervous, but I know that what we've seen in the past, when you see Salty Mike winning, get ready for some incredible hype. Get ready for some incredible stories. But I think it's going to be an interesting day. So let's get back to the desk now. I think the last thing I got to say, Detox, Berks, are you guys ready?
Ready.
Yeah, let's bring on the first match, baby.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining us on the desk, guys, and take it away for match number 1.
Okay. Herbazida Water Potat on SPK. It's the same map that you guys see in Arena Commander, 20-click diameter. They can't move outside of the arena. There is a countdown if they do. Similar rules to Arena Commander as we know it. Burks, what are you feeling about this fight? What are your predictions for this first opening fight of the day?
Oh, well, it's hard for me to not want to root for the Hawk because it's a special ship to me. I love the way it looks, but as far as I know, it's not going to perform as well as any of the other ships that are in the match. The 2 Sabers and the Gladius. Gladius kind of seems like the more strong pick to me. What are you thinking?
I think it's an interesting choice. I mean, sometimes you see these unconventional choices in tournament fights because, it's not like the PU. You're going into the PU and you're going to be encountering multiple different threats. They kind of know potentially what they could be facing, and they could be coming in with like a pre-game plan, something that they are, expecting to utilize the Hawk in some specific way. He's obviously thought about this.
He's charging the EMP right there. So they've got a plan.
Yeah. He's obviously thought about it. He's obviously planned some sort of strategy with the Hawk. So I don't know. This could be interesting. See what see what their plan is. Open up with an EMP, soften them up a little bit, then get that Saber, Tri Panther build on, Quad Panther build on or something. bring down the shields as quickly as possible. I don't know. We'll see.
And they're opting to get that scan in first.
Yeah, the fight is fully underway now. They're already crossing beams in the middle. Here we go. Opening fight. On Herbazita now, focusing Ica Z. Already got the shields down heavily on Ica Z. Very nice first pass. Hawk doing some serious work already.
Wow. Whole damage on the Saber on Iker. They're doing a lot better in that Hawk than I thought they would.
Yeah, already. This is crazy. Oh, unfortunately, Herbazita's Wingman is taking some serious damage, though, already. Mahikano,
Yeah, and he goes down.
there he goes. Ica Z just plucking him out of there. First death of the night. Beautiful kill. Not a good position to be in now for Herbazita in that Hawk. If he was a little bit behind already with that ship choice, he is not behind anymore. He's already just taken out Waterpatat. Ica Z's Waterpatat's Wingman Ica Z. Wow, that is surprising.
Yeah, 1v1 situation here. I mean, the
Shields
Hawk is taking the
down.
lead here. It's hard to say who's going to win. It's really going to come down to aim.
Shields down on that Gladius.
Oh, my word. Can the Hawk do it? Can the Hawk come back?
I think we might see a Hawk win here. Waterpatat really needs to try and shake off as much of that damage as possible. And is that the... No,
Is that the EMP? This looks like a disable to me. A partial disable, maybe.
It looked like it. I thought she was like a soft death or something, but she isn't. She's still in. Big damage again. Hawk getting its shields back. Nose red on Waterpatat. Not looking good for Waterpatat, and there she goes.
Wow. Something I did not think I was going to see today was a Hawk victory.
Amazing. I mean, Herbazita is a really strong pilot. I've come up against him in the PU. He's an unconventional kind of pilot as well. He likes to mix it up, and that was a really cool opening fight to see him make use of the Hawk that way. What did he get? Like one EMP off, I think, in that match?
I think two, maybe. I think two. I think that we saw a second one towards. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
maybe it was
the
it was the heavy. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. It was the use of the distortion cannons or repeaters.
Yeah, really nice. That was an excellent first opening. Big surprise there. Big shake up. Let's see if Team Herbazita can do it again in this next round. This is what happens, though. You get these sort of unconventional choices and unconventional strategies opening up in these matches, and then the other team kind of like downloads it and reacts, and then can sometimes like counter it. And we might see Waterpatat and Ica Z shake it up in this next round.
Exactly. It's going to be how they respond. And
exactly,
for the viewers who don't remember, it's the best of 3 here, correct?
Correct. Yes, best of 3. So
they're going to have a chance to respond to this strategy.
Exactly. Yeah, and it gets really strategic once you start getting into the finals matches, and it's best of 5. People can throw in some stuff from left field, shake it up a little bit more. Yeah, I think we're just still resetting here. All right, self-destruct, the ramming of the station, classic Atmo Esports procedure to get things going again. But yes, that was the first win, first match round win goes to, this is hard for me to say, Cacahuete Caliente. I think I'm saying that right. Herbazita and Mohicano, the Hawk and the Saber. Excellent opening fight. Waterpatat, Ica Z of Team Blades detected. Gonna have to bring the noise here and
they're gonna need to go back to the pledge store for those blades.
All right, I think we're still trying to reset here.
Yeah, I mean the Sabres, I would say a strong competitor in this. There's obviously a lot of choices. Gladius would probably be my pick if I was at the tournament myself. Even with the Mantis, I feel really confident in its abilities to be a good 1v1 or 2v1 dogfighter. And so it's interesting to see people pick things that are unconventional. I hope we see more stuff. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to be picking the Banu Defender for obvious reasons.
Why?
But,
What is so bad about the Bandy Defender burst?
well, it's the fact that you have to use the. I'd say it's the fact that you have to use the cinches on it for the tournament. If you could use repeaters,
okay.
Yeah, I would say if you could use repeaters, there might be some viability there, maybe. But most of these ships, I think, in my personal opinion, outperform it because of its size. It's an easier target than a lot of the other ones, and I think that at least in space settings, there's going to be better picks.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know who would pick it if they were here today. The Bandy Defender, that is.
Oh, I know. Or, maybe they'd be in a Hawk. Who knows?
Quite possibly. Obviously, Zero State is who I'm talking about. Guy loves that Bandy Defender. But yeah, this is so the Hawk is the loadout on the Hawk. It's 2 Snowblind coolers, stealth grade A. It's the Yacht competition grade B shields and slipstream power plant. So it's got a pretty low EM sig. Weapons wise, it's rocking the distortion repeaters, 2 distortion size 1s, 4 Badger size 2s. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good build still on the ship, and honestly, beyond that, yeah, it's just it's a ship I really don't know or see fielded very often. So I'm not too familiar or with its capabilities in a PvP situation, but we're definitely going to see more of that throughout this tournament. Maybe, and we might see Herbizida inspiring some other contestants to pick the Hawk as well.
It's not too late to shake things up, I guess.
Yeah. Also, Water Patat, Ikazi, it's a very conventional duo, Saber and Gladius, right? That's a pretty competent staple duo
Definitely.
when it comes to dogfighting. So they've gone for a more safer pick, for sure.
Definitely. I think that they were probably feeling pretty confident going into that first match, knowing the other team had a Hawk. So they're probably surprised they lost that one, I'd say. And I mean, getting killed by an off-meta ship is kind of something that catches you off guard, I'd say. Especially in a tournament setting, you expect people to pick when you have the choice, you expect people to pick the things that are going to be the very best. I was imagining seeing, the Talon, the Saber, Gladius, maybe a Buccaneer, if someone's flying it right. And, we could see some more interesting picks along the way. We're just going to have to see what everyone's bringing to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Talon is one of my orgmates used the Talon a lot, and he's really shown me how powerful that ship can be. Unfortunately, at the moment, it does have a bit of a bug with switching between nav and SCM mode. It causes the cockpit to black out. I think you have to reset power to get it back. It's very irritating.
There is a workaround for this that works 100% of the time.
Correct.
So
yeah, do you want to?
We'll just have to see if people know what that workaround is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if they're really desperate to use the Talon, then it probably wouldn't be a big issue. The Talon it can be a really scary dual ship, especially with its base signature reduction. In a situation like this, you're going to be able to nip in and out of fights and actually stay somewhat stealth. I know we have a 20 click diameter around the arena here, but its sig can get so low, especially with the build that we have in the tournament. It would still be able to sort of evade radar, I think, when it needed to.
And those 2 size 4s aren't bad. I mean, it puts out the same DPS as the Gladius with 3 Panthers on it. So it's within a couple of points range. And so seeing someone pick it probably wouldn't be surprising, but we'll have to see because there's a lot of disadvantages. The radar's also bugged on it. So picking it, especially in a team fight, can be a huge disadvantage if you're someone like me who spends a lot of time looking at your radar.
Absolutely. Check your radar, yeah. Yeah, it's speaking that, there's something about just using 2 rhinos that makes me feel like I'm not dealing enough damage, but you are on paper, Something just feels, if you've been flying like an F-7A Mark II, you just have all those guns on target at once, and then you try and fly something like a Talon with 2 size 4s, you just feel like it feels like you're not doing anything, but you are.
Absolutely.
As long as you're landing those shots.
I mean, if you think about it, the Hornet's got about 2.5 times the DPS of a Gladius, and it's kind of really fun to be firing that much firepower, especially
Really is
if
fun.
you're in the PU and you have NDBs, you're putting an amount of DPS. And
Yes.
ships that were, outside of your range with the CF repeaters are now inside your range. And so you have so many options with the Hornet, how you want to fly, who you want to fly it against. And there's a reason it's not in this tournament, right? Is because it's so strong, and almost too strong for a tournament setting.
Yeah, I am guilty. The Hornet happens to be my favorite ship, so I can say that I'm flying it because it's my favorite ship, but it's also, freaking meta lord as well. Very powerful ship, so, I can I fly it a lot. I can get away with it because it's my favorite looking ship, but it's a very, it's a very powerful ship. It looks like the match is finally underway here, Burks. Second round of the first match.
And he's got that EMP charged again.
Yep. They're closing distance now. First pass. Focusing on Ika Z. Both people from Cacahuente focusing
Good hits
Ika
on
Z
him,
here.
too.
Yeah. Shields down. Mohicano needs to stay really precise with that aim. He'll be fine. It looks like Ika Z's focusing.
He's doing great.
On Herbazitas. He's got all the time in the world just to put that damage on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ika Z getting ripped apart already. Already a red central hull. Only a matter of seconds before he goes down. Water Patat really needs to peel some of these guys off. Apply some pressure if you can.
The Hawk is shields down, but they're just not applying as much damage is the problem here.
Yeah, a little bit of shaky maneuvering there from Water Patat. Rolling a little bit too much. Missing some of those angles.
There it is.
And there she goes. Another win for Team Cacahuete Caliente. Hebazira and Mohicano.
Caliente.
I think I'm saying... yeah, I'm sorry. I'm butchering that.
No. Hey, listen, I wasn't even going to try.
You were in Texas. I mean, it's a little bit easier for you, I think. You were more exposed to that kind of, to that language. I'm not.
Oh, no.
Round two.
I don't want to embarrass myself.
Round two, going to those awesome guys, Herbazita and Mohicano. Brilliant fight. Well done. Good fights. GG's. I guess we're going to go over to our analyst desk in a moment. See what they thought of that fight.
All right, we are back already. Back to the desk here with our analyst, Avenger One. I mean, man, that started pretty good action there, Avenger One. Give us your thoughts about this this matchup, especially, talk a little bit about the Hawk as well coming out to play.
Just want to say it for all my Hawk boys out there. She did it. I'm proud of it. Just saying. All right. I mean, I felt like Burks at the beginning until I was a bit worried. And, it just goes to show. I mean, ultimately, I think this match came down to, Herb's team was a little tighter together. Like I got some stuff written down for some things that I saw on some different sides. I think there was some aiming issues. Water was struggling to roll into the proper orientation to get the shots on target. And again, like the Gladius was fitted with ballistic nose cannon and two side Aminskis. And the velocity of those projectiles is a little slower. So it's much more difficult to apply damage from a longer range. So your job in the Gladius pod there is to get as close as possible. And so a lot of times we see what happens, especially with newer pilots as they're learning, is you close distance or you start shooting from too far away and you kind of telegraph to the person, oh, I'm getting shot at. And it gives them time to start gaining more distance and making it more difficult to get shots on target. And so we saw this happen time and time again. And then we saw the Hawk move in, drop its EMP. It's sad that we never got a full disable. I would have liked to see a full disable. Those two side and, distortion repeaters on the Hawk are there to kind of keep the pressure of the distortion on the enemy ship, but we just didn't have enough target time for that to get a full disable. But it was nice to see. It was nice to see the EMP pop off. That does affect the ship in some small ways, but not enough to shut it down entirely. But I'm just happy to see the Hawk finally take a win. It's just a lot of times I see Hawks in the PU and they struggle a lot, but in this kind of setting, in a 2v2 format, where two teams can stay relatively close together and get a resolution to a fight. The Hawk, I think, was the real changer on that one. The Sabers I find are very easy to kill, even though they have good DPS output. They're strong, they're relatively fast. We call it the pancake in dogfighting terms, where the guy gets the top shot on top of the ship. And so the Saber goes down pretty quickly because it's just so easy to hit it. It's just a huge, giant Dorito disc that just gets shot up into pieces. So Sabers were struggling in that fight. And I think the Hawk and the Gladius is really what took that one by force, but the Hawk mostly.
Yeah, so going real quick back, let's take a look some replays, and we'll continue talking about this. But here's some replays from that match number 1. Avenger, I mean, you said it. You mentioned that they need to be a lot closer. Would have Water Patat within that that initial first round, would she won that match against Herb if she was a lot closer, because she was pretty far away?
Yeah, I mean, this is the skill set we talk about, right? This is what really defines a dogfight. So a lot of times you can be in very vastly different ships, but if one team is communicating and staying relatively close, essentially one ship becomes two, and you're going to double DPS a single fighter down. You're going to create those separations. We see fights happening at closer distances now with master modes. And so the margin for error is a little harder, I guess you could say, with master modes. There's not as much energy buildup, which means momentum in fights. So separation doesn't happen as naturally. It's more deliberate this time. But, I mean, of course, if she was closer, there would be a lot higher of a chance to really solidify that win. But again, this is the whole point of competition, right? Is the team that can stay the tightest and communicate the quickest and adapt to different changing situations are going to be the ones to get the win, and that's what we saw from this, right? So,
well, let's take a quick look at our ships that were used in this match number 1. Let's start off with the Gladius. That we mentioned that you kind of made that loadout to where people do have to be a lot closer. So we're talking about having those the Mantis, of course, in the front, and then you have those Omni Skies on the sides. So outside of being close range, how do you feel? What is another great situation and where the Gladius could be used within the tournament?
Mm-hmm. So the reason why this loadout is different from some of the other repeater builds is the Gladius is too strong if it has all Panthers. And the reason for that is because the Gladius is super strong on lateral thrust, so it's able to move around the combat environment with ease. Obviously, being a light fighter, being super strong on strafe, but you add super strong strafe and control with high damage application and range, you get a totally dominant dogfighter. And so when you're engaging, Hawks, which are not as strong as the Gladius, you want to kind of, in a certain sense, nerf the ability of the Gladius to perform at the highest possible level. Otherwise, the tournament would probably have only Gladiuses. And we want to see some interesting trade-offs here, So the idea is to force the Gladius pilot to close distance to get that kind of damage. So theoretically, you can apply more damage with the Gladius set up the way it is now, but you need to close to within less than 500 meters to apply that damage. And that is the skill set. So if you are a highly skilled pilot, the Gladius is still going to give you those great results, but it's also going to put you closer to the target. So potentially you could set yourself up to get hit by other, wingmen coming in from the opposite team. But this way, it doesn't allow the Gladius to completely run away with the tournament, because we want stuff like this to happen. We want Hawks to have a chance, and look at this, we saw a Hawk. So it probably wouldn't happen. The Gladius would probably just shoot the Hawk down if it had its meta weapons, right? So the weapon.
Let's take a quick look at the Hawk real quick. Let's take a look at the Hawk real quick. But keep on going, Avenger One.
Yeah, the loadouts were, and the Hawk was a special one too. So we could throw an entire repeater build on the Hawk, and you're essentially having a miniature version of the Hornet. And what I wanted to do was, the idea with the Hawk in this specific loadout is to disable and distort the primary target. Now with the EMP fully charged and small distortion size 1 guns, you have enough EM pressure if you apply all your damage to disable a target before it is killed. If we do see a disable in today's event, I will be very happy. Although, again, it requires a very careful, a very deliberate approach to a target. If you're creating too many extensions and popping your EMP at too far of a range, the EMP will not take effect. So you want to get as close as you can, apply that damage with the EMP while the shields are down, and then apply a bit of distortion pressure with the guns, and you'll get the disable.
Awesome. And by the way, to just give everybody a something to know is that all ships are going to have that competitive Bree grade shields, and then you're going to have those stealth A, I believe, components for your coolers and your, what do you call it, your power plants. Sorry. I don't know why every time I'm talking about like the components, I just always forget what they're called. So
Yep.
so everybody has the same components across the board. So and you know, knowing that military grade is a lot better, why did we end up choosing their grade Bs for the shields and stealth As for the you know, the power plants and the coolers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so unfortunately right now the way the stats are functioning for the components aren't what people think. And the common consensus is that military is better, and it's not. In a PvP setting, you want lower signature wins because in reality you're getting missiled and from all different angles. Stealth power plants still provide you plenty of power pips to punch into other systems. It's not like the Gladius and other fighters are starved for power. So you get all the power you need without the expense of an amazingly high signature. Now, obviously in this tournament, we're not doing missiles, but you know, out there in the persistent universe and in StarCitizen in general at the moment, lower signature is what you want. You want to be as quiet as possible so that you can reduce the amount of missile pressure that will be fired on you during combat engagements. Whereas if you have military, not only will you be seen from like significantly higher distances, but you'll also be able to be targeted and missiled from higher distances. So you'll receive pressure from 10, 15 kilometers away. Whereas if you have a full stealth build, you'll have to close to within almost visual range to get missiles to lock. So this is why at the current time, stealth is king. And military is actually, to PvP folks in the current build of the game, the worst components you can put on.
I mean, it also comes with, you know, with some trade-offs, because I believe military grade A has more power consumption than some of the other components, if I'm not mistaken, right? So yeah, that makes total sense. So all right, well, let's take a look at our bracket and see what match is coming up next. And you know, Avenger 1, let's go ahead and see, you know, which of these teams we feel are going to be coming up. But let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. Already we got Cacahuete Caliente. Do you want to try saying that, or are you good?
I'm good. I want to not get canceled on my first time around.
So up next, we got 15 for the win, which is Team Tarada. And of course, he has Blocktron. You know, with him, we got Team Carol Lingers going up against Team Tarada, which is going to be Carolinger and Asmodeon Dunkelband. And look what we got here. We got a Saber Arrow combo for Team 15 for the win. And then we have a Saber Talon combo here, Avenger 1, for Team Carol Lingers or Lingers. I don't know how to say it. My bad, guys. I'm trying to, you know, bear with them all. But what are your thoughts on these ship picks coming up here, Avenger 1? And who do you think is going to be coming out on top?
Well, I like the arrows being picked, and I'll tell you why. Because we have a special loadout for the arrows, you know, full NDB attrition. So, or not attritions, a full NDB loadout. So very high DPS, very small platform. But again, you got to get close. You know, a lot of these really high DPS loadouts are, you know, minimum range engagements. If I had to choose between which one I think is like, which team is going to have the edge here, I'd say 15 for the win. I think that, you know, don't underestimate the French, man. Like, that's a very real thing. They've won tournaments before. I know they're great. They're great pilots, you know, so, you know, especially if that arrow, I know Tarada's been ripping around his arrow for a long time. So he's competent, he's confident, and he's comfortable with the arrow, which I think will really show the difference here. Because if you are comfortable with your platform, you can make it do all kinds of incredible things.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Tarada is in the Saber. His partner is going to be in that. His partner Blocktron is actually going to be in the Arrow, going up against this next team. So this is going to be interesting. Let's take a look at the Arrow ship, so we can, you know, let everybody know we can let everybody know right now what the loadout is. But you're looking at pretty much, I'll let you talk about the loadout here, Avenger One.
So the Arrow's been my favorite fighter for a long time, not just visually, but for the best part of 4 years, I've been flying the Arrow nonstop, and things have changed a bit since Master Modes came around. The Arrow's kind of fallen a bit out of favor, but it's still a strong choice. It's not maybe the best ship right now, but in this tournament with all the other competitors that it's up against, I'd say it's a very strong choice. But the trick here with any Arrow is not to get hit. Like, you only have one shield, so you have very limited space to tank damage. And because you're using an NDB loadout here, you have significantly higher DPS, but only applicable DPS at around the 500 to 600 meter mark, or probably closer. So if we start seeing Arrow pilots, so watch during this fight if the Arrow is engaging past 500 meters, because it'll kind of tell you, I guess you could say, the comfortable level of how well that pilot knows the platform. Because if you're engaging from past 500, it's probably because you're not too used to those weapon systems. Because if you want to get the best bang for your buck, close distance and get that damage on target as quick as you can. But I'll be interested to see what happens here. I mean, I love the Arrow, so we'll see if they can pull it off.
Awesome. Yeah, we have our next match. They are about ready to go. We should have a lot of these matches kind of groove a little bit quicker. There's just a couple things that we have to, play out most of the time. But, we should have our next matchup ready to go, which is going to be Team For the Win versus Team Carolingers. And after that, we got Team Sometime in Summer versus Team Skill Issue. I know there's a lot of different support for so many streamers out there. So we really appreciate everybody, coming on board for this tournament. And once again, guys, we're here celebrating the Thrustmaster SOL-R, Space Sim line of products that they finally have released earlier this year. And if you saw our interview earlier today, make sure you guys, watch that back if you can later on. But that interview kind of tells that there are some more stuff from the SOL-R line of family coming along in the next couple of years. So that's going to be super interesting. And the last thing I'll say is that we do have a giveaway happening right now in our social media channels for Atmo Esports. It's on our Instagram and X. You guys can either join either one, whichever platform you prefer, or you can join both for extra entries, and we'll pick our winner most likely tomorrow, and we'll announce that on our Discord and other social media channels. So, but for right now, I think our match is ready to go, Avenger One. So excited to see some more action. Thank you so much for your intelligence in this dogfighting world, so we can let everybody at home know, the thoughts going behind why some of these components are chosen, why some of these weapons are taken, etc. So, with that being said, let's send it back over to Detox and Burks to break down the next match for you guys.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to match 2, round 1. 15 for the win. Torada and Block Drone against the Carolingers. Carolinga and Asmodean. Torada opting to fly the Saber. His partner Block Drone taking the Arrow. Carolinga taking the Saber for Carolinga's team, and Asmodean taking the Talon. So I hope Asmodean is well versed in the workarounds to keep this Talon operating fully and properly. We might actually see some of this bug in play, but I don't know. As long as he doesn't switch master modes, it'll be okay. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Burks, any predictions for this one coming up?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's really going to come down to how each pilot utilizes it. I mean, the 4 NDBs, it can be scary. It definitely can be. The Arrow is not meta, but if they fly it right and they position right, what I would probably do is you make sure that Saber engages first, and then especially with those NDBs, if you can land a third party, you're going to do really well. Now, just the question is can they get the positioning, and can they get the right strategy so that they can utilize it, right? The Talons also, I think, really good. I don't think that as long as they, cycled their viewport before they started the fight, they should not have any issues with the nav SCM switch. If they're aware of that, hopefully they are. But yeah, we're just going to have to see. I don't know Carolinger or Asmodean personally. I know Torada. I don't know Block Drone. So I'm excited to see how these pilots perform.
Yeah. Yeah, and like you said, I think the Sabres are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting for both teams here. They're going to have to take the brunt of the attack from both teams, right? Because they are the slightly tougher versions of slightly tougher ships for both teams in this situation. You know, the Arrow and Talon, quite fragile. As soon as you lay some firepower down on them, the Arrow, like you said, only one shield, and it's a very, very fragile, light fighter, and not very meta. And that is one of the reasons it's just very easy to kill, but it can still be a strong ship in the hands of a good pilot. Yeah, with those NDBs, it's going to have to get in close as well. So they're going to have to stick to Carolinga's team nice and close. I would lead open with the Saber in front here, buy as much time as possible, try and goad them to kind of focus the Saber so that the other ships can deal a little bit more damage, or go the other way around. Use the lighter Arrow and the Talon to kind of speed tank almost, while the Saber just applies damage from a little bit more range.
Definitely.
Obviously, they're using those animal repeaters, and they got a little bit more range, a little bit more velocity to them. So a little bit more applied damage going for the Sabres. But yeah, this should be an interesting fight.
Yeah, I would love to see the Talon and the Saber focus the Arrow first, maybe get its shields down, get them scared. It's going to be quick if they do. And then maybe while it's disengaging, they focus the Saber. That could be a good strategy. Or vice versa, right? You go for the Talon and or the Saber, and you try to DPS one down first. I don't know what these people's strategies are. I don't know what plans everyone has. People hopefully have been practicing, and we're gonna see what they do.
Yeah, the Talon coming in with a very low SIG. I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to take advantage of that in an arena situation like this. You know, there isn't a huge amount of room to extend like the PU. You know, you can't switch to nav and then cloak away essentially. You'll just have to. I mean, you can, but you can only go so far. If people maintain a visual on you the whole time, they'll run you down no matter what, right? So. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool to see this Talon dancing in and out of SIG range, a radar lock if it can, but I don't know. I think that'll be ways to be seen. It'd be really cool to see it make use of its low SIG though. But yeah, all right. We've still got a few little things to sort out here, I think, before the next match gets underway. Some of these, these contenders, they obviously there are creators that are sort of leading the teams. And then they have members from their community come and fight with them, their friends or org mates. And, these guys aren't streamers. They don't have the tech, essentially, the knowledge that streamers generally do when it comes to kind of setting up like streaming feeds and things. We obviously provide all the help we can, but sometimes unforeseen tech issues can arise. So that's why we're a little bit slow to start on this next round, but things should hopefully get quicker as we go.
It's StarCitizen. It wouldn't be StarCitizen if something didn't go wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you throw that into the mix as well. It's just things can get out of hand sometimes. But no, it's generally the first couple of matches. Some of these things arise, and then we'll smoothen out through the rest of the tournament. Yeah,
so who do you think's got the edge here? Like in terms of, like if you were on one of these teams, which team would you want to be on here?
Personally, I'd want to be on in terms of just the setup, the composition.
The setup, yes.
The Saber Talon would give me a little bit more confidence.
I think so as well.
But yeah, and also Terada not flying the Arrow. He lives in an Arrow normally, if I'm not mistaken. Whenever he's doing his low-flying videos and things, he's always in an Arrow. So he clearly has a lot of confidence in Block Drone taking the Arrow in this fight, and Terada opting for the less maneuverable Saber. So I don't know. Maybe Block Drone can throw that Arrow around a little bit better, and Terada's is going to have a little bit better aim and apply a little bit more damage with that Saber. But we'll see. Yeah, personally, I think for me, in terms of composition, the Saber Talon is the generally stronger composition, but it all comes down to the pilot's skill set, right? What they can do with them.
Yeah. I love flying the Arrow. It's one of my favorite ships to fly, just for fun. I don't think if my life depended on it, I wouldn't be in it. I would never want to fight a Hornet in it, for example. But, I think there are definitely situations where it's really fun to fly. And they say don't underestimate or it's not the person you should fear that practices 1,000 kicks. It's the person who practices one kick 1,000 times, right?
Wasn't that a
And
Bruce
so
Lee?
and I think it might be. And if you fly the arrow a lot, if you know it in and out, and especially if you practice with these NDBs and they're really used to it, maybe they can do something we're not expecting here. I mean, they are outputting probably more damage than, I'd have to look at the numbers, but I think they're outputting more damage than anyone else. Maybe the Saber is outputting a little more damage. I'm not sure. But
let me
it's gonna be
check that
close.
for you. Yeah, I think the Saber would
Yeah,
be
I would love to know.
very slightly ahead. So the Arrow is 1,254 DPS, and the Saber is actually 1,164. So you're right. The
wow.
NDBs really do pull ahead in DPS. So
That's why I thought.
honestly, that is scary. That is scary when you look at the numbers. 1,254 DPS for the Arrow and 1,164 for the Saber. That's surprising. I actually thought the Saber would have had more. So. Yeah, that's 2 size 3 NDBs, two size 1 NDBs. So yeah, it's crazy damage. Surprising. So yeah, they can definitely make it work. Definitely make that arrow work. If like
I'm
like
kind
you
of
said,
excited
like
to see
A1
the
said,
first fight. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, as long as they stay close, sort of within that 500 meter range, to get that guaranteed applied damage with the NDBs. As long as they're close. They can do some serious work with that arrow.
Exactly. And like we were both saying earlier, if they can make that Saber take at least the first bit of the engagement so that they can get a nice pancake on either the Saber or the Talon, then they're not going to do bad. I think they're not going to do bad. I'm actually really excited to see the first matchup of everyone today to kind of gauge where people's skill level is and kind of see like how they're aiming and how effective they are at applying damage and how close they can get with their merges and stuff. Because that's the most important part of these fights is how well you can merge, how well you can disengage, and how well you can apply damage.
And sometimes these fights can be literally decided in the first merge, right? The first opening engagement can decide the outcome of a match. It's going to decide whether you're on the back foot or you're in the lead. And you never want to be on the back foot in an opening merge. Like when you do that first pass, you're on the back foot. It's such a horrible feeling. You're instantly playing like catch up and going into evasive mode, trying to shake and claw back your shields and HP, right, as much as you can to get yourself back into the fight. So the opening can really decide the outcome of a fight quite quickly. If it's quite even, that's when it gets exciting. When it's sort of like an even opening on both sides, no one clearly ahead, it can be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're still looking for a few troubleshooting issues.
Yeah, hopefully we're getting close here.
Hopefully. You have to start asking how your holiday was, Bucks.
I went to Alaska. It was great.
Yeah.
Great weather. Yeah, unbelievable for Alaska. It was great. 70 and sunny almost the whole time. I didn't. I wish I would have.
That guy's always out there, I think. I don't know if you watch him. He's that survival YouTuber. Dude is always
such a cool guy. Yeah.
Always doing stuff in Alaska. Yeah. Now, what did you do there, though? Seriously, Alaska, like, that's a really cool, really unique.
A little bit of kayaking, a little bit of whale watching, little bit of, the gold panning experience, and just a little bit of everything Alaska had to offer. My first time there. It's a beautiful place.
Awesome. You didn't need to go to Alaska to do whale watching. You can do that on Spectrum.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. No, you definitely can. Honestly, better views, too.
Better views, man. Very entertaining. Oh, yeah. No, this is, there we go. Discord. I think we should probably get that one off. There we go. Always nice to check in on people's DMs. Yeah, Block Drone. I think Block Drone having some problems at the moment getting his feed set up. Sorry, guys. We're getting there.
It's just giving Tarada plenty of time here to get his sticks warmed up. And I'm pretty sure Tarada is dual sticks. I don't know how many people. It's not as common. I personally fly dual sticks and pedals. I really love it. But I feel like it's more common to see dual sticks.
You flew mouse and joystick for so long. That was I thought
A
that
long
was
time.
weird. Like that is such a weird. To me, that's such a weird thing to do. But you saw some pretty good success with it, right?
Yeah, decently. I would say that, I've come a long way since then. The thing is that I think that there's no actual advantage to flying any certain setup, maybe except having like an analog roll. But I think that some of the best pilots is, one of the best pilots in the game that I know of flies just mouse and keyboard, no pedals at all. And so I think it comes down to preference. And personally, the most fun thing I do every day when I sit down and play StarCitizen is fly dual sticks and pedals. It comes down to a fun thing for me. If a patch came out and they said, guys, there is no way you can beat a mouse, it's impossible, I think I'd still fly dual sticks and pedals because it's just that much more fun to me.
100%. I'm there with you as well. It is. It's totally fun. When you first start getting into it, and I started with a Thrustmaster, T16000, and a keyboard. I mean, this is when I was a complete noob. So I had the joystick for pitch and yaw and the keyboard for everything else. You start with one thing and then you're like, yeah, I already know I'm going to get another stick because this is great. It just feels more fun, more immersive. And then you get the second stick and you're like, oh yeah, this is great. You start getting into like a sort of slightly better standard. You start realizing, okay, when you get to that certain point, you're like, I need to take like something off one of these axes because it's throwing off my aim, So for me, it was like taking roll off the twist axis. I had that on twist for so long. And then I put roll on pedals. And then that was like, that took me to the next level, essentially. Like the pedals really can improve your setup. You don't realize it until you get the pedals, but just taking one axis off one of your sticks can really make a big difference. I feel like it's one less thing you're doing, one less movement you're doing with your hands,
Absolutely.
I don't know if you felt that.
I've used a lot of different pedals before. My favorite so far have been by far the Thrustmaster TPRs. Actually, I tried different people from a bunch of different providers, and these are the best. I think that the only thing I don't love about them is the price tag. But I've had them for about 2.5 years now. They've never failed on me once. I've never broken the spring on the back. I've never had any mechanical issue with them, and I abuse these things. So they're built like a tank. So they've been worth the money to me. And I tell people all the time, if you have, and I tell people all the time, if you have money and you're starting out in StarCitizen, the best thing you can invest in is controllers, actually, not ships. Ships can be fun for sure, but I mean, flying an Aurora with dual sticks and pedals, in my opinion, so much more fun than flying any $500 ship.
Agreed. Yeah, and you just get a feel for ships better. I feel like with the joysticks, you become more one with the ship. It just feels more organic, I should say. I use that word a lot. I like organic. It's a good word. I know what you mean. And that's good to hear about the TPRs. I have VKBs. They were kindly donated to me by Red Lear, believe it or not, all the way from Canada to the UK quite a few years ago. VKB rudder pedals. They've never let me down. Very good pedals. But if anything ever went wrong with them, I don't know where else I'd look. It's good to hear that the TPR pedals are a good option as well.
I'll tell you what, the funny thing about that is I think that he uses the TPRs now, and he upgraded the TPRs and gave you his. Yeah, he used. I mean, last I talked to him, he's using the same ones as me. So
classic. Give me his hand-me-downs. I get it. I see how it is.
But I will say, for single axis pedals, the ones you have are the best. Like if there was a dual axis version, I consider it. But and there's other ones out there. Like I've heard decent things about the crosswinds and stuff. Never tried them myself, but love the pendular, and the feedback I get is very if you have kind of freakishly large legs like myself, the feedback I get from the heavy springs on the TPRs is incredible.
Okay, that's really cool. That's good to know. You've sold me on them. Yeah, I'll keep them in my sights.
Again, add them to the wish list. Save up some money. They're a little expensive, but I think worth the money personally.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think sorry guys, we are getting close. Apologies. We're not far off the match 2. Round 1. Very close. This is between 15 for the win and Caro Lingers. Mr. Caro Linger, German content creator, I believe, does a lot of StarCitizen, but he also does some other games, covers hardware as well. He's flying with Asmodean, and 15 for the win, Tirada and Block Drone. Still some slight issues, but hopefully in a couple of minutes we'll be ready to rock. Or 1 minute,
Hopefully,
60 seconds, I hope.
Soon TM.
Soon TM. Sometime this summer. We'll see. Which is also one of our teams. Fighting today. Salty Mike and Moist Noodle.
Yeah, we're currently waiting on each pilot to install their flight blade. And then we'll be ready to go, guys. One of their credit cards got declined, so we're solving that right now.
The start match flight, the start match flight blade. Waiting to install it into the servers. All right. Good. This is looking better. We have all 4 screens. Carolinga loading in. A little bit of comms coming through. All right. Deployed. Arrow Saber. This could be it. This should be the start of match 2. Any pre-flight checks that you do, Burks, before you take off or prep for PvP? Anything you do in your ship? MFD set up a certain way? Power management?
I'm a cast MFDs guy. Not everyone is. But first thing I do, scroll out and lock my radar, and then I set my MFD so I can see casted up top, power MFD, and then comms. That's how I like to roll.
So you have the power MFD on show all the time?
Yeah, there's I just think that it's kind of been habit since the power has been unreliable recently. In terms of like what you're setting when you're switching and stuff, it's been getting better. I would say it's a lot more stable recently, but it's sort of become habit. And I don't know if I think that there's something better to put there.
Yeah, I'm the same. I like to just be 100% sure I'm getting the pips into the right freaking system. Can't wait until we get just properly persistent, MFDs and everything across ships. I mean, how many we've had it like a couple of times. They said we're supposed to have that, but it comes and goes for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure, especially because it does stay most of the time when I get in and out of the ship, but between ships, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
I would love that. I don't even. It's hard to say because are they kind of standardizing for MFDs in most ships? Like, is that sort of what we're standardizing? Because before, for a long time, it was kind of mixed. Sometimes you only get 2. Like the Scorpius, for example, I think you only get 2. The Hornet used to have a lot more. I think it has less now.
Some of the
I don't know.
MFDs
It's
are like
interesting.
2 miles away, so you can't actually freaking see them.
Oh, I know.
It's like the Redeemer. I actually fly the Redeemer every now and then. It can be quite a good sort of like gunship. Now, the anti-fighter gunship. It's fun to fly. Like if you're doing anything from sort of MRTs, ERTs, a little bit of PvP. It can kind of like scratch a few itches, but man, it's one of those ships that needs some love. It's like one of those older ships that needs update. It's got 24 countermeasures. Like the size of it and the amount of people it carries, 24 countermeasures is like it's ridiculous. And the MFDs are like 2 miles away. It's got like loads of these horrible issues that make it hard to fly, but I like flying it. You don't see many people fly them, but I do like using the Redeemer. Even just with one gunner, it's you got a lot of DPS there.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Redeemer used to be in a really, really strong spot. Are we starting?
No.
Oh, they're doing the pre-scan. Okay. Oh, we're going in?
Oh,
Okay.
we are going in. Okay. We are about to go in. Okay, fantastic. Match is underway. Here we go. This is a weird start. That was a kind of like a... didn't feel like anyone was committing there, but... Torado block drone creeping in around the side of SPK here. No team taking the lead and initiating fight here. Torado did a very similar thing in previous tournaments, actually. This is... he likes to play this way, almost like a reactive fighter. But, yeah.
Yeah,
we'll
you're sort
see.
of assessing... Oh, yeah, and just seeing if anyone's going to make a mistake, slip up. It's a decent way to play it, I'd say. You can. A lot of people just play aggressive and they shoot the first second they can. And look at this. The Arrow's getting a great opportunity here.
Torado already unloading on the Saber here. It's Saber v Saber. That's interesting.
And there he goes down.
Karalinga picked off. Asmodean dealing a little bit of damage back to Torado, which is good to see. He's in that Talon now. He's going to start doing some work. Noise drop, so a little bit of cloaking there on Torado. But Asmodean doing his best here, applying much damage as he can to that Saber. Saber already pretty heavily damaged in its mid-hull, but that Talon's wing is about to blow off, and there it goes. He's lost it.
And I'll be honest here, the Talon did not do a bad job with the situation that he was in there. They really snuck up on that Saber at first and gave him a big disadvantage at the beginning of the fight. And that was a great way to play it. Talon did not do bad, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's nice to see Torado and Block Drone using that sort of careful opening. There's no need to rush into the fight. I know it's a tournament setting, it's Arena Commander. You don't have to rush in. You can play that way, play very carefully, and just look for that opening. It can, that can be the difference between winning or losing a match. So
yeah, we're getting a lot
nice
of insight into a lot of things.
They were. That's right. Yeah, good fight. good first opening round win for Team 15 for the win. Karalinga's taking the loss there, and we'll reset now for round 2 of match 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they adapt. Hopefully, they'll be a little bit more careful on the opening here, and maybe we can see a nail biter. That's what I'm excited to see, is some close matches today.
Yeah, Karalinga, unfortunately, sort of a bit out of position there, wasn't he? Got picked. That Saber went down very quick. I don't know what sort of skill set Karalinga has personally. And like you said earlier, or Asmodean, I'm not too familiar with these two guys, but let's see if they can pull back a win in round 2.
Yeah, team fights are tough. It's tough because the Talon obviously is sort of unless they're directly looking at both targets, they're sort of best guessing with the radar, and you can even kind of see it right there on the bottom right. As he's, targeting other people, that radar is just kind of all over the place with getting actual position. And so, yeah, I think that the aim that I saw from Asmodean was pretty good. We'll have to see if they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, agreed. He was applying some pretty good damage with that Talon there.
Yeah, in a 2v1 situation, he, I think, got the Saber red. So that's pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, in a 2v1 situation like that, it's really hard for a Talon to kind of claw back a win. There's not enough DPS and tank ability for the Talon to kind of take in a 2v1 situation. It's really one of those ships that needs to be dancing in and out of the fight and taking targets of opportunity as much as possible. So if he loses that Saber support, yeah, it's going to be really hard for the Talon to claw back in a 2v1 situation, unless the other team is heavily damaged already, in which case a Talon could definitely pull something out of the bag there. All right, getting set up now for round 2 of match 2. 15 for the win. Team Torado Block Drone versus Karalingas. Karalinga and Asmodean. Waiting for the go here. And all matches are going to be on SPK, guys. All matches on SPK here. We're not going to be changing up the arena. It's a good arena commander map. Nice bit of environment to kind of play with, you know, with the station. And it's a good backdrop. One of the more popular AC maps, I think.
Yeah,
Here we
definitely
go.
probably one of the best for performance.
All right, the ships are off, throwing out scans, slowly moving towards the arena now. And again, Team Tirada taking the edge, left side edge of SPK, creeping around, throwing out those scans. Obviously not picking them up on passive radar yet, trying to ascertain the position of the enemy team. And Tirada leading the way with the Saber, like we said earlier. Best to lead with the, you know, the tankier ship. Put that ahead, try and force them to kind of engage that first and give the lighter ship chance to do its thing. But both teams a little bit tentative here. They're not sort of committing yet. Who is going to take the first fight? Who is going to push? Who's going to react?
Definitely dropping a chaff there. It looks like maybe they're trying to see if they can sneak up, or maybe they're going to rush here.
It's a great idea. Yeah, drop the noise, gain a little bit of speed, a little bit
Yeah,
of
they're gonna
velocity,
commit here.
and open the engagement. Ooh,
Some
Modian
decent
getting a nice
shots on
pancake
Tirada.
there. Really good shots on Tirada there. Staying on that pancake, getting a nice slot on Tirada there as Modian doing
Oh, wow.
exactly what he needs
They're
to do
gonna
with the
take
Talon
advantage
in
of
a
this.
fight like this. And look at the damage he's already dealt. I know we're not using,
and
like, you know...
Carolinger did
Go
go
ahead.
down there, I think.
I think we may have missed that then. So Carolinger is down, but
Oh.
the Talon...
It's a 1v1
Pouring a
situation.
kill.
Can they recover?
Absolutely
Especially
can
against
recover.
the NDBs in a 1v1. Oh, this is going to be
This
tight.
This is what we were asking for. This is that tight fight he wanted. Burks, Talon on Arrow. Arrow with the NDBs. Talon with the two Rhinos. Talon needs to extend now. Create a bit of space between the Arrow and not get too close. Don't let him get too close with those NDBs.
And look how hard of a time 1v1 he's having staying on this Talon, and that's all because these NDBs are just not reliable. It's much more advantageous to have these CF repeaters. Like, look at that. Like, it's
Beautiful
there you
applied
go.
damage. Excellent kill from Asmodean. And there it is. That was an excellent fight, actually. Very well done from Asmodean.
Yeah,
Pulling that
you
win
wouldn't
with the
think
Talon.
that the 400 meters a second difference on that projectile speed would make that big of a difference, but it really can. It can feel like a struggle to stay on with those NDBs, and that's why, you know, I was saying earlier that arrow coming in from the third party is always going to be the best option.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Give them a little bit more freedom to get close without being punished for it, right? So they can apply that damage and not get punished back for it. And yeah, like you say with the NDBs, that 400 MS difference between that and animal repeaters, you know, like the Panthers, the Badgers, or the Rhinos, it doesn't sound like much, but like somebody pointed it out to me. And it's actually like, if you think about it, it's almost like 25% difference, you know? 400 MS, less velocity on the
nearly.
NDBs compared to like the, you know, what is it? It's 1200. 1200? 1400, sorry. 1400 MS velocity on the NDBs, 1800 on something like the Rhinos. You know, it's quite a big difference when you think about it. So, yeah, it really changes how you you know, the distance that you take the fight and how and where you can apply that damage with the NDBs. And
Definitely.
we saw that difference right there.
Definitely, very, very interesting. It's a comeback. The Saber on Carolinger went down first, right? And then we see the comeback from Asmodean in the 1v2. Technically, he gets the Saber down and then gets the arrow. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, really nice. Again, Talon is scary in the right hands. I'm not a big fan of the alien ships, but Talon is a really nice ship in the right hands. If I've got a good pilot in the Talon with me, I'm pretty happy, pretty confident. All right, we're just getting set up for round 3 here of match 2. This is the decider. Who wins the best of 3 in this next round? 15 for the win. Tirada and Blockdrone versus Karalingas, Karalinga and Asmodean. This is the decider. And after that is match 3. It's sometime in summer, which is Salty Mike Moisul against Skill Issue, Loken Plays, and Blub Goes Fish. With potentially some cool picks, cool ship picks coming up in the next match as well, guys. So, yeah, we'll get some more interesting matchups, more interesting compositions coming up for you guys. So what do you think they need to change here, Berg? Do you think there's is there anything any of the teams need to change? What they're doing here, like to kind of seal a win?
If I was on the Arrow Saber team, I would say, okay, the first time we got really good positioning, they're expecting that now. We're not going to really be able to catch them off guard the same way and sneak behind them and get those really good shots. I would almost commit to diving one of the ships and putting all the DPS you can on one ship and seeing if you can just get them out immediately. And then, oh, it looks like they've started here too.
Correct. Okay.
And then the other team, I'd say they just need to play it exactly how they played it before. Let the Talon kind of do the work. I think that Asmodean, I haven't been watching Karolinger as much. I could be wrong here, but Asmodean seems to have his aim locked in the most.
Yeah.
And so just giving him opportunities to continue to, crush the competition.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree. They need to do, I mean, it looks like they're opening up with another sort of safer opening again, but I would, like you said, be a little bit more aggressive. If I was on 15 for the win, Tirada's team, I would open with a more aggressive opening here and try and get rid of that Talon as quickly as possible, personally. Karalinga, he's going down quickly. Like you said, we haven't really seen what his aim is like. Talon is the bigger threat here. Asmodean is the bigger threat on Team Karalingas. So yeah, I would try and rush him down and get rid of him quickly, and then take your time with the saber here.
Yeah,
It's hard to say. Weapons range.
Yeah, is it just that they're focusing the saber first, or is it that Karolinger is just the one who's going down first? We're not sure.
Yes. And it looks like Tirada's opting for the saber again. Yep, they're opting for the saber again. Picking off the saber. I guess they just feel that the saber is the easier target, but
yep.
Tirada's already lost his shields because of it. He's already got a red hull.
Red.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Asmodean's just doing work with the Talon. And there it is.
Both go down at the same time. It's a 1v1.
Back into another 1v1 situation. Now this time, Asmodean needs to maintain distance. He can apply damage at a longer range. Block Drone can't. He needs to try and stay out of that sort of 500, 800 meter range as much as he can and take his time. Asmodean can do that here if he wants to play strategically.
Yeah, both are kind of taking heavy shield damage. Nobody wants to fully commit here. If I was the Talon, I would, at least from a mid-range, be very aggressive here.
Mm-hmm.
Just focus on my evasion. And it looks like he's doing a great job at DPSing him.
Arrow just melts, man. I mean, this is why you don't see me flying that thing.
Be very hard to recover from this. We'll see if he can do it.
Using the station to get some shields back there, that was sick. Very nice. Drop some chaff and then use the environment to kind of block off some damage for a little while. Really good. Really nice play here from Block Drone. Asmodean trying to hunt him down, going for that finish. Is he going to hit the station, though? No. Whew. Really nice flying here from Block.
I think that if I was Block Drone here, I'd wait to get my resources back up and then push very, very hard. Get as close as I can and just make sure that that pip is close to the ship as possible and apply as much damage. Because there's really no other way he wins here.
Absolutely. He needs to get in and make a real knife fight of it. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. GG's. Asmodean takes the win for Team Karalingas. I'm really surprised. Karalingas is a strong team right there. Asmodean, yeah, I mean, Karalinga going in. Yeah, absolutely. Karalinga donating the saber to the Asmodean cause while he deals the serious damage. Let's take it over to the analysts and see what they have to say.
Well, that was a wait, but the wait I think was worth it. What about what are your thoughts there, Avenger One? Now before I jump, I throw it over to you. I just want to make sure that the talent was told to the creators during the brief that they need to use it at their own risk, because if they do switch over to nav mode, I think back to SCM, there is a visual bug there. But I mean, it looks like there wasn't any issues. But I'll throw it over to you because it seemed like this matchup led to that 1v1 situation where the arrow just couldn't put out enough damage.
So this is something that we've been running into a lot with these arrows. Is the arrow doesn't really have a lot of hit points, you know. And this fight, you know, again, really came down to like picking primaries. That, you know, Talon breaking its wing at the beginning was kind of a lucky break, which does happen, you know. So it's not like it's an impossible thing, but you know, like look at this clip here. Like we're engaging from past 500 meters with NDBs. And like I was saying when this match started, you know, talking about the arrow, this is really like a perfect example of why velocity matters. You know, like if you can reach out and touch the enemy before he can get close to you and apply damage with his weapons, then you're going to be in this really tricky spot where this Talon is doing a perfect job at controlling the distance between the enemies. And I mean, in 6 degrees of fighting in space, you know, the trick is always about applying damage quicker to the other guy. You know, I love the arrow. I really do. But this just goes to show like disparity of weapon velocities makes a huge impact. And even though the arrow theoretically can do more DPS, all that matters is can that damage get to the target. I also noticed that the arrow was flying coupled at most points during that fight. And I feel like sometimes, you know, especially for some pilots who don't train what's known as the rate fighting, is the arrow has a significantly higher turn rate. So it can stay on top of the Talon and apply its DPS without having to worry about evading too much. But we didn't really see the true strength of the arrow being leveraged here. We fought a Talon, which is higher shielded, more DPS, or sorry, not more DPS, more tank, stronger in the mid-range. We had an arrow trying to fight the Talon where she's the strongest, which is the worst choice you can make. And it's tough because, you know, it's always 20/20 hindsight, but perhaps the better play there would have been to go for the Talon first, because you want to take that bigger threat off the field as quick as you can. I mean, I think these were definitely the most high intensity fights we've seen so far. Yes, the SOL-R. It's a beautiful stick. Sorry. But I mean, I was happy with these fights. A lot of really fast movements, a lot of really fast transitions between lateral movements and then back to forward. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show the arrow is struggling. The arrow is struggling, but it also wasn't utilized in where she was the strongest. And I think if they would have utilized the arrow where she was the strongest, they might have probably had better results for it, right?
Got it.
So
yeah, but I'm not chilling. I actually just got it in the mail, so I was like, let me show it off. I think I have the dual 6 coming along, but no, that's totally right. The Talon too, like, you know, like we told them to use it at their own risk, and guess what? Doesn't even need to go in nav mode. It's either, you know, like I mentioned before, it's either going to be fight or flight at that point, and they need to just, you know, do the damage and you know, get him out of the way. Also, the maneuverability of going around the station and using the station to get your shields back up, that's actually pretty cool. I know Detox mentioned that as well, but yeah. Anyways, we have our next match coming up already. We're ready to go. We're gonna try to move things a little bit quicker for you guys. So thank you so much for that breakdown, Avenger One. Again, thank you so much for that insight, because I know a lot of people in chat was like, hey, what's going on the screen? And it's just super helpful to get that insight about, you know, the Talon versus the arrow in those situations right now. So but up next, we got Sometime in Summer and Skill Issue. So we got Salty Mike and Moist Noodle versus Loken Plays and Blub Ghost Fish. So we're going to send it back over to our good friends Detox and Burks as we continue these matches and moving forward.
Breathing and blinking.
Beautiful. Now here we go. Nice quick turnaround for match 3, round 1. Sometime in Summer, Salty Mike and Moist Noodle versus Skill Issue, Loken Plays and Blub Goes Fish. So sometime in Summer, Salty Mike opting for the arrow, Moist Noodle opting for the hawk, and Skill Issue opting for the Buccaneer and the arrow. Loken plays flying the buck. Blub goes fish in the arrow. Man, that buck looks scary. I don't know about you, Burks. There's a lot of firepower on the buck in this matchup, in this tournament. It's popping. It's got one rhino, 2 bulldogs, and 2 panthers for the Buccaneer. Anything like an arrow or a hawk gets in front of that buck, it's gonna be lights out. Man, Burks, it's already underway as well. What are your thoughts on this opening? These ship choices quickly, Burks. Are you with us, Burks? Is he? Never mind. All right, the fight is underway.
I'm here.
There he is. He's back. We have him. All right, fight is underway here. Loken going in hard on Moist Noodle already, doing as much damage as he could before he goes down to that buck. Unfortunate. All right, buck has already been eliminated. Loken plays is down, removed from the fight. It's all on the arrow now. Blub goes fish. Damn. What do you think about that, Burks? That buck went down pretty quick.
Buck is not a fighter that you want to have primary focus on. So, you want to focus it. You don't want to be focused on. So if you're taking a lot of damage, you need to get out quick. It's a third-party machine, but
yeah, I was about to say.
There
I
it
mean, it's an
goes.
interceptor, right? So it's actually not in a situation like this. It doesn't really get a chance to shine. It doesn't really get a chance to show its strengths. But as we saw, the buck went down very quickly there. Round 1 in match 3, already going to sometime in summer. Salty Mike and Moist Noodle. Very strong opener. Very strong opener from them. But yeah, like you said, the buck it's a third-party ship. It needs that space. It needs the ability to move in and out and dictate when it takes the fight. And
it's tough. Yeah, I don't know if I would be rocking Buccaneer Arrow. That feels like one of the weakest combos that you could rock. And I'm not saying everyone here wants to absolutely meta out of their minds, but I would have a hard time, I think, using this combo in a tournament setting, just because you don't really have a ship that you want to take the priority. And so in both situations, the Arrow gets priority first or the Buccaneer gets priority first. You're sort of in a rough situation. I think that, Mike and Noodle handled it perfectly, and we'll see if they can go 2 for 2 here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like there's no ship in skill issues combo where they're going to want either one to be taking the brunt of the attack in a tournament situation like this. But like we said earlier, sometimes these sort of unconventional compositions in tournament settings can pull out interesting strategies, pull out potential wins using weird strategies. There is still a lot of damage, a lot of firepower on the front of that buck. So if Loken can apply some of that damage, especially to the arrow,
Definitely.
it'll be a hard tall order. It'll be a tall order, but if he can, that arrow will go down quick.
I mean, and the Hawk is not necessarily a super strong meta pick either. It's obviously being utilized in really interesting and in good ways in the tournament in these fights. I'd love to see, I guess how this EMP is going to play out in the rest of these fights. I didn't see him get the EMP in the last one, did he? He didn't get one off. He didn't need to.
I didn't see it either. Yeah, he didn't really need to get the EMP off, but there would have been opportunity because those shields went down quickly for both teammates for skill issue, and the EMP would have just been the icing on the cake at that point. But
absolutely,
you may see a chance for Moist Noodle to get that EMP off. It's always nice to see an effective EMP. Actually, what's the range of the EMP these days? Is it 500 meters, or is it slightly more or slightly less? I can't remember. I don't know if you know, Burks.
I don't use the EMP a lot myself, mainly because I think the Hawk just falls apart too easily. It's a ship I love. It's a ship I've flown a lot in the past. But to anyone saying it, I mean, it doesn't necessarily belong in a sweaty tournament setting. But remember, this isn't a super sweaty tournament. This is for fun in a lot of ways, and I think that there's some cool combinations here.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so I've just double checked 750 meter radius for the Hawk EMP. So it's actually quite a range, to be honest. But yeah, like you said, this is not a super sweaty tournament. There's still some solid prizes on the line, but people are here to have fun. And some of these people taking part, they're not PvPers, right? They're not. That's not their main thing they do in StarCitizen. But we, love to have them on board, love to have them come and take part in the tournament regardless. And it makes for an exciting tournament, right? It's where you see sort of unconventional things and you see underdogs pull out crazy wins, which is what makes these tournaments exciting.
Definitely.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, and I'd love to see Noodle and Mike go far. They're creators who have been around for a long time, and we'll see how they do here.
Match is underway, and this is round 2 of match 3. Sometime in summer, skill issue. Salty Mike Moist versus Loken Plays and Blub Goes Fish. Here we go. Really, really aggressive opening from Blub Goes Fish. He's going in hard on Salty Mike. Probably going to try and close the distance as quickly as he can to apply damage with his NDPs, but Salty Mike has the same ship and the same loadout. So while he can apply the damage, so can Salty Mike. Salty Mike opting to be a little bit evasive there. Blub loses his target.
Buccaneer is a much better position than it was last time. They're
Yeah, shields are
prioritizing the
failing.
arrow. And the arrow's hanging on longer than it should be. I mean, it's doing good. It's definitely right
EMP
here.
is charged. If Noodle wants to use the EMP, now would be the time, but I don't think he needs to. I think he's already popped it, or he's just let it go. Did not shut down the ship, but he was dead to rights anyway.
Buccaneer definitely flying. Loken doing a bit better on his prioritization here.
Yeah, pulling around, needs to extend a little bit further if he can, but no.
Oh, and Mike goes down. It's a 1v1.
Beautiful. And that's, like I was saying, if the Buck can get that nose and guns on that arrow, that thing is going to go down quick.
Definitely. It's a third-party machine. And props to Loken. He was flying it like a third-party ship that time. It was well executed. I mean, shields down on the Hawk here. A 2v1 situation. He's not doing bad at all. This is, I'd say, great performance.
There's that EMP hit.
Is
Beautiful.
that disable?
That's the disable.
Oh, I mean, you hate to see it, but well played by Noodle here.
You hate to see it, but you also love to see it. It's always nice to see a successful
wait,
EMP
hold on.
landed.
This might not be completely over. I mean, it's going to be hard to recover.
It's going to be very hard to recover. Loken Plays goes down. There it is. Round 2 of match 3. Win goes to sometime in summer. Salty Mike and Moist Noodle. Nice fight. Good fight. That was really cool. Nice to see an EMP land. Loken Plays, well done, man. You dealt some nice damage with the Buck. Took out Salty Mike in the arrow, but unfortunately wasn't enough. Not enough damage to apply to that hawk flown by Moist Noodle there. GG's. Good fight. Back to the analyst desk. Let's see what they have to say about that.
Well, that was a clutch EMP there. Let's jump right into it, man. Give us your thoughts, Avenger One. That was a good.
Finally an EMP kill. Finally, I said it was going to happen. It finally happened. And exactly like I was saying, like pop the EMP when the shields are down, apply a little bit of NDB pressure, or sorry, XJ pressure, and there it goes, awkward choice. The Buccaneer and the arrow do not pair well together. And the reason for that is because the Buccaneer is not a brawling type fighter. A lot of times, there's these different archetypes that we talked about with Master Mode since the game came out with the combat changes. And interceptors typically don't pair very strongly with fighters, because what happens is if the interceptor engages in the combat ball, it's either going to get pushed out very quickly, or it's going to have to swing around and take a wide pass to get back on the tail of another target. And during this time, a lot of times what ends up happening is the interceptor leaves its wingman too far to reset the fight, and the enemy team turns on the fighter and kills it before the interceptor can swing around and support. So what ends up happening is a better pairing choice for something like a Buccaneer would be like an Aegis Avenger, because it has interceptor tune as well. So the two of them can work together, pull the fight up to higher speed, start working on tailing. But the Buccaneer is not an entry level fighter. It is very difficult to master. It's not easy. It's a very specific way to fly. So you're going to get significantly better results from, fighter tuned ships, so it was a bit strange to see that. I'm a big fan of the Buccaneer now, which is ironic because I used to hate it for a long time, but it was nice to see it in there. And I was really happy to see the distortion, the EMP, right? So if we see a Hawk again, watch for these signs, watch for the shields to be down on the enemy ship, to close to within 400 meters, and then have the EMP pop off. That's where you're going to start seeing ships getting disabled. And it was just nice to see, finally we had an EMP kill.
Yeah, I saw that. By the way, I mean, just to kind of go back a little bit here, Avenger One, I know when you competed in fight or flight, you literally lived and died by the Buccaneer, which I mean, I love seeing it out there, but not seeing it get destroyed like that, it makes me kind of hurts me a little bit. But the Hawk, man, the Hawk, I'm very, very impressed with that. And now that it's coming out to play, we've actually had the Hawk in previous loadouts and previous competitions before, but it wasn't used as much, right? Like if we had the Blade here, the Blade would be something that everybody's going to be choosing because of how good it is now. So, but yeah, let's take a quick look at the Hawk loadout actually, because I think we went over it earlier, but let's take a look at it one more time. But I know we have it with a couple XJ1s, and then we have 4 Badger repeaters, which it comes with a lot of firepower. If like you just saw with Noodle, time that EMP well, and just unload. How do you feel about the Hawk being in a 2v1 situation? Could it do very well and because it has an EMP, or do you think it doesn't survive?
So here are the pluses and minuses to the Hawk. The Hawk is responsive and it has a decent turn rate, so it can actually brawl, stick in, and engage. The problem with the Hawk is it's very brittle. So it's not the center body that's going to die before the ship goes down. The wings will break off, causing it to go into an uncontrolled spin, and you'll lose the fight. So in reality, you actually have about half of what the effective hit points, essentially are, broadcasting. The EMP is effective if utilized in a specific window. So if you're just popping EMP over and over and over and over again, you're not really going to get anything done. You're probably just going to waste your time. It's not really a big deal. But if you utilize the EMP at the right location, at the right time, the EMP can make all the difference. Because once you disable a ship, I mean, that's it. I mean, you're out of the fight for minutes sometimes, So we all know even a few seconds in a dogfight is an eternity, let alone, 30 seconds to a minute. It's not even a question. Like the ship's been destroyed. It's not out of the fight. To utilize the Hawk as best you can, it's all about, if the Hawk gets primaried, to hold some range. If the Hawk's getting primaried, you're brittle. You have to respect the fact that the Hawk is not going to sit there and trade like something like a Hornet. A Talon is a little bit better of a trader. So you got to respect the fact that you're not tough, but you're still fast enough within the fighter category to maintain some distance, and you've got some good standoff. 4 Badger repeaters is a decent amount of standoff. And those 2 XJs still help drop shields to some degree. But, really all you have to do is drop the shields, right? So the Hawk kills things by dropping shields and popping the EMP. And if you can do that, you can kill stuff faster than if you just gun it down with lots of bullets.
With lots of, that makes sense. Well, I mean, honestly, some very good fights. It's getting really good here. We're going to start moving things a little bit quicker. We have our 4th matchup of the day, and once we're done with our 4 matches, we're going to start getting into those elimination matches here soon, Avenger One. So let's take a look at our updated bracket right now, which our next matchup is going to be Buzzin' Bums versus the Bobs. I think this one is going to definitely be what we're calling a dogfight right now. But we got Lizzie B and Tum in Your Bum. They're both going Saber Talon here. And then we got the Bobs, Bognagus, and Jadek. They're going also Saber Talon. So both the mirror match, Avenger One. Well, what are your thoughts? And obviously, we talked about Buzzin' Bums and we talked about Lizzie B a little bit. But what are your thoughts? Who's coming out on top on this matchup coming up?
I think the Buzzin' Bums are going to take it. I think they're going to flat take it in 2 rounds back to back. And I think because also their ship choice here, like a Saber Talon combination, and then Bog and Jadok Saber Talon. I mean, I think these two are the top two competitors, but I just think Lizzie's so strong. I think Jadok and Thumb are pretty evenly balanced against each other. But I think Lizzie's just so much stronger than Bog, and I love them both. I really do. But I mean, I got to give credit where credit's due. I think Lizzie's going to walk circles around Bog today.
Okay. All right. Well, for me, if you say Lazy, I'm gonna go for the man with the most incredible mustache out there. So we're gonna send it over back to Burks and Detox in order to get the play-by-play on this next matchup, guys. Enjoy.
And here we are, match 4. Jeez.
Welcome back.
We picked up speed. Yeah, we picked up some speed. Match 4, Buzzin' Bums. Lizzie B and Thumb in your bum against the Bobs. Bognogus, Jadok. The Bob, very dangerous when provoked. When backed into a corner, they can be very scary. So we'll see. Bognogus, I know Bognogus, lovely guy. Very good pilot in the PU. He's an unconventional kind of guy as well. Plays unconventionally quite often. What do you think, Burks? What can we expect from this matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I love that we're seeing a mirror matchup here. I think that's really fun to see in a tournament setting. Even if it changes round to round, it's fun to see the mirror matchups. And I think that if I had to guess who was going to come out on top, I'm friends with him. I know he's a great pilot. Lizzie trains really hard, takes this stuff really seriously. In terms of just practice, she flies in Vanguard, I believe. And I think practices pretty often. Bog is a great pilot, plays a lot of Space Sim games, and flies a lot in the PU with a crime stat, loves to fight other people. So we'll see if he can sneak one out on Thumb and Lizzie. We'll have to see. I don't know, Jadok. A1 said as good as Thumb. That would be really surprising to me. Thumb's an incredible pilot. So I'm interested to see how well he performs. He could pull one over on me.
Yeah, and our competitors are about to enter weapons range. No, sort of holding back on this one. Already looks like Bognogus' team going to be focusing Lizzie B as primary here. Either because she's the stronger pilot, they just want to get rid of that Saber quick.
Wow.
A lot of applied damage, and there it is. Wow.
Yeah, incredible aim from Jadok. And Bog goes down as well. It's a 1v1 situation.
Talon
Looks
on
like
Talon
Thumb has
here.
a bit of a lead here. Both shields down.
Yep. Both scrambling to get guns on, get back into the slot here. If they can. No, it's nose to nose. And this is what happens in these mirror matchups.
Thumb definitely looks like he's pulling ahead here, but this is a good dogfight.
Very good. And there goes Jadok. Wow. That was a close fight, though. That was a good first round for match 4. And the win goes to Buzzin' Bums. Yeah, really interesting. So they chose to focus Lizzie B's Talon there, and that went down quick. I guess that's because that's just the easier target to DPS down. It's
about as good as aim as you can get there. I mean, he did an excellent job on the opening engagement. Jadok did.
Yeah. Oh, no. Looks like we got a crash from Lizzie B. Potentially. Yep, it's a crash. Yeah, it was really good. Lasered down Lizzie B. It's always horrible to be in that situation when you're the one getting lasered down. Just feels like you can't do anything when people have got such good aim and they've got the beat on you. Especially in these Arena Commander settings, you just got to take it and hope that your teammate is dishing it back while you're getting, pieced up. But no, maybe we'll see Buzzin' Bums kind of mix it up this time.
And to be fair,
Lizzie back.
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't much longer after Lizzie went down that Bog went down as well. And so it's not like Lizzie and Thumb were doing nothing while Lizzie's getting shot. I mean, it is a 2v2. So, I mean, someone's got to be being shot, right? You hope it's not the pancake, but it's the Saber. So you're going to get a lot of pancake.
Yeah, so what do you do to kind of mitigate that? Do you just kind of extend, do you think? Is the best thing to do is just kind of extend? If you know you're the saber that's going to get focused, extend and just not show that pancake. Try and keep your nose to them as much as possible. And if they have to kind of push hard to get that pancake, that's going to open up a slot for thumb in your bum to do
Well, the best strategy
what he needs to do.
The best strategy to not get pancaked in a team fight is to not fly a ship that can get pancaked, right? The second best thing you can do, I think, is position yourself in a way where both enemies are in front of you. That's tough to do. I'm not saying that's easy to do, especially in a setting where people know how to merge and people know how to get on their target, right? I mean, but if the saber can get itself in a position and even utilize, I'm not saying it needs to be holding boost and corkscrewing and backstrafing, but you utilize your backstrafe to get in a position where you're still in range, you know, to shoot people, but you're not like completely giving yourself away, then you're going to be a lot more effective than just giving those shots away for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like the saber. Yeah, if you're going to be getting focused in the saber here, you really need to kind of stay out of that brawl and you know, apply some of that backstrafe, keep your nose on, and hold out as long as you can. Allow your wingman to deal the damage in that Talon. But it is a mirror matchup here, so you know it goes the same for both teams. It really
you've got a working radar in the saber. Oh, go ahead.
It comes down to who's just the better pilot at that point, right? And who has the better opening.
Yeah, and I don't think either of these teams performed bad. I just think that, you know, Thumb executed better. We'll see what happens in the next round.
Yep. And we are getting started here, restarting. Unfortunately, yeah, Lazy B had a CTD. They still happen. Who knew? Even in Arena Commander, you're not safe from them. But yeah, we'll have the countdown here very shortly for round 2 of match 4. Buzzing Bums and the Bobs. Yeah, we're getting we always get some great names in these tournaments. This tournament has been no different. A lot of references to the Bladegate with SC recently as well.
Bladegate, is that what we're calling it?
I don't know. I just came up with it. Yeah, we're getting some really good names. It's always, I mean, I'm saying thumb in your bum over and over again, talking about slots and thumb in your butt. It's not going great. I need to kind of go with something else. I think I'm just going to go with thumb. I think thumb is the safer.
Thumb's
approach.
good. Yeah, really excellent aiming from both Thumb and Jadok here. I didn't get as much of a close-up, unfortunately, on Lizzie and Bog in the first round. But yeah, the Talons, I got to see both, and they both were applying really great damage, especially in the initial merge. That's so important. And so, yeah, excited to see how this next round's going to go. And here they go.
They're underway. Yes, the countdown is over, and the match has begun. And both teams throwing out those scans, trying to pick up as soon as possible where the other team is coming from. You know, in previous tournaments, we've seen people drop noise and just go skirt around the edges and attack from a completely different flank than the team expected to. And it's been really cool to see that happen. But this one, It's going head-to-head again, closing that distance real quick. Here they come, Burks.
Looks like they might go primary on Bog here this time again. They're kind of being drug around, though. I mean, Bog and Jadok are not being as aggressive this time. Both teams are kind of feeling out the situation.
Bog's doing exactly what we said. He's actually back strafing and pulling back and extending, right? He's pulling back a little bit and forcing them to expose themselves potentially if they want to pick him a single him out, which will hopefully give Jadok some time to do what he needs to do. And here we go. First engagement opening up.
And it looks like Bog is taking quite a lot of damage here. He's going to try to get out. A lot of chaff being dropped. Looks like they're switching over to Jadok. Jadok shields down. Great damage by Thumb here. He's staying within good range.
Yeah, doing a great job staying on the other Talon here. He's at full shields. The other Talon has lost its shields. If he can keep this up, unfortunately... the other Talon is going to be in bad shape.
Yeah, and it looks like Bog is coming back in to help. So Lizzie's going to need to capitalize on this while they're both looking at Thumb. I mean, Thumb is essentially taking all the heat here, and Jadok goes down. Good job.
Yep, and now it's a Saber versus Talon situation, which is not what you want. And yeah, Bognogus has got his shields on the Saber, but he is super red on the hull here. So
this has been a 2v1 for longer than we thought.
I think Thumb in your bomb has got free reign here. There he goes.
Excellent work by Thumb there.
GG's, good fights, nice win. Round 2 of match 4. That goes to Buzzin' Bums, which means match 4 goes to Buzzin' Bums altogether. Really nice match there. GG's, well played. Unfortunate for our friends in the Bobs, but it's not over for them yet. We'll see them again in the losers bracket. Over to, I think, the analyst desk now. See what they thought of that fight.
All right, we are back. I don't want to say that was one-sided, but it looked like that team, that Bog and Jadok definitely. I don't know, man. During that first round where they had that one-on-one Talon, bro. Yeah, that was a good one. So, anyways, your thoughts, Avenger One, on that last matchup? That was pretty good.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it went how I expected. You know what I mean? We saw Bog go down right at the beginning, and then Lizzie got taken out right at the beginning as well. And then second round was a little cleaner on the bees. You know what I mean? And I think mentally what happens also in tournaments too is like that first round is super important because it sets the pace, you know? So it takes a really seasoned, I guess you could say, veteran to be able to stay focused, even though you lose a round or whatever, you got to stay on it. Right. I did like the duel at the first round. That was good. Yeah. It was a closer duel than I thought. And then the second round, big mistakes made. I mean, Jadok taking a fight at 0 shields, is just a really bad way to go. You know, when like they had taken B down, so they had the 2v1, but they didn't capitalize on it. They should have pulled back. They should have got their shields up. They should have been smart and respected the Talon's position. If they would have come at that together with double shields, they would have had it for sure on that round, right? So a lot of it comes down to seeing these kinds of opportunities that happen during a fight, and just trying to stay adaptable as quick as they can. I probably would have switched to Thumb at the beginning to push him out of the fight as quick as you could. Because if you get the dominant aimer off the field as quick as possible, then you can definitely relax a little bit, right? Which is
what I'll ask you really quick here, Avenger One. Like, you know, because when in the beginning, both of them are going after the Sabers, right? But
correct.
Right after that, the Saber is going, you know, in that survivability mode. So instead of, you know, what do you call it? The Talons are going to switch back and chase down. They actually switched to each other. I think Tom did that and switched a little bit quicker than Jadok did, which kind of, you know, protected his teammate at that point. But I you know, why didn't they just stick to the Saber and try to get it out? If you know it's completely red, shields are down. How come they just stick to the Saber and try to get it down?
Well, again, this comes to communication, right? There are times in dogfights, if somebody is going full defensive, it's better to let them go unless you already have the distance to finish the kill. Because a lot of times, if you over chase, you get punished, right? So if the fight's already been won in a sense, and that person's already disengaging, they're already off the field, you can spin to the person that's still, you know, within weapons range to 2v1 that situation. I think in this case, the second round flipped, I guess you could say, in a poor way, because there was 2 critical decisions that failed. One was the Talon taking a duel at a super shields down, like don't take that fight, you know. You got to learn when to take a fight and when to back off. And it has nothing to do with aim. You know, it seemed like both Thumb and Jadok were doing really well on aim, but it's the decisions, because if you have equal aim, but one guy has double the health points, it doesn't matter if you're 5 or 10% better or 5% worse, you know, that is not going to offset that difference, right? So you got to make that choice. Like, can I take this fight? So pop chaff, go into nav, get some distance, regroup, reconvene. They had the numbers advantage, but they didn't utilize it, right? And that is something that happens on the fly. You got to notice these opportunities. So I think they'll clean it up. I think we're going to see this team come through the losers bracket and come back through. I seriously think we're going to see this again, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to also, like you mentioned, communication. But I feel like Bognagus and Jadek, maybe they haven't got as much practice in as Lizzie and Thummy or Bum, because I know how, I know the community, so I know how much times people play with each other. But the thing is, like, I bet you, like you mentioned, they come back, they're gonna start getting used to it, communicate a little bit better after this first dry run, as I would call it, and just come back and end up dominating. Let's take a look at our updated bracket here. So now that all of our teams have already played once, we kind of see, there might be some changes in ships coming up, but we are going down to the losers round. So we're going to be going with Blades Detected against 15 for the win, which is going to be Water Patat and Iker Z versus Tarada and Block Drone. Honestly, Avenger 1, I am very shocked to see Tarada down in the losers bracket in round one, number 1. That's another team that I think that can come and do a losers run. But man, to see them down there, it's pretty surprising in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, don't underestimate them. Don't count them out yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and then we got then our next round is going to be Skill Issue versus the Bobs. We have Look and Plays and Blub Goes Fish versus Bognagus and Jadek for the Bobs, and we'll see if Team Skill Issue is able to adjust and maybe change out of that Buccaneer arrow combo that they had earlier. So. But I'm looking forward to it, man. Now it's going to get interesting, because now it's like teams are going to starting to get eliminated, and there is a prize in the line. There is, Thrustmaster did throwing $1,000 prize pool. So first place is going to, end up with 500, I believe, and then second place is 350, and then third place is 150. Yeah, I think that math adds up for me. So there is a prize pool on the line. So shout out again to Thrustmaster for bringing us all together and putting on this awesome SOL-R Showdown in what do you call it? Because of their SOL-R launch of their Space Sim products. And last thing I will mention is that if you guys haven't joined the giveaway, if we can go to the giveaway screen, all you got to do is just head over to our socials, either on Instagram or X, and you guys can join the giveaway. You guys can jump on there. It's on the pinned post. So we're giving away a Thrustmaster SOL-R 2 Hosa Space Sim Duo. So make sure you guys get on that. You guys can either join on X or Instagram, or you can do both if you want extra entries. So good luck to everybody, and thank you guys for joining us. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I hope you guys are enjoying Avenger 1's, breakdown of the matches, and I hope you're enjoying Detox and what do you call it? Detox and Burke's commentary. So it's been a great day so far. But we're about to get our next match coming up here. We have Blaze for the win and Blades Detected and 15 for the win. Who do you got here, Avenger 1?
This is a tough one for me, because I feel like Iker and Water, like from watching their previous match, like there was something going on with their communication. Like they weren't tight enough, So whether it's they had a different game plan coming in, they gotta clean it up. They gotta stay tight. But Tarada and Drone, seeing them fight, we know they're tight, we know they're strong, and they're not picking the arrow this time. So I think they learned from their mistakes, and I think they're going to come in, and I think they're going to clean up here. I think 15 for the win's going to take it, but not by much. I think Iker is going to come on a bit of a rampage here, and as long as Water can stay close to him, I think they got a really strong chance. But I think 15 is going to take it just a little bit, but we'll see.
All right. Well, guys, remember, you guys can grab your SOL-R 2 Hosa Space Sim Duo if you're in the US, I think on Amazon. And if you're in EU, I believe the Thrustmaster has their own store, plus also on Amazon. So shout out to Thrustmaster for putting on this tournament. And let's send it over to our commentators, Detox and the awesome Burks.
Notice how he didn't say awesome Detox. Just saying.
I was waiting for some comment about that. I was like, well, at least he called you awesome, after forgetting you the first time. Jeez, crew. Whew. Man, nothing like making your casters feel feel welcome and appreciated. No, yeah. I'll get that later, hopefully. So, Blaze detected, 15 for the win. Coming up next, match 5 of the losers bracket, which is crazy. What a patat, IKZ, Tarada, Block Drone. It's an interesting composition this time around. Burks, what do you think of the composition?
It's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, is the arrow gonna be able to do what we were talking about earlier? What the arrow needs to do, which is get close, third party, don't be the primary target. Obviously, you know, we saw both of these teams' performance earlier. If I had to guess, I'm gonna go with Tarada's team. If I just had to, just purely on what I saw earlier, but maybe Water Patat and Iker have locked in a little bit more. Oh, and there's the first shots.
Oh,
heavy on Block Drone. Great damage already.
Really good damage already. Block Drone is about to be eliminated, I think. If he can't, he's gonna really struggle to pull this back. Those noises gonna have to do some serious work. Unfortunately, Block Drone is out already. Focused him really hard, and yeah, Water Patat's team looks really strong, Burks.
So far, yeah. Arrow's barely taken any damage. NDBs are looking like they're very effective. We didn't get to see exactly the shot placement, but it looks like they're both doing a really good job.
And now, you know, they can take all the time they like. That arrow has got freedom to move it in and out of its optimal range with those NDBs and just apply damage for days. Although he is taking some pretty good damage from the Talon from Tarada here. Tarada is, he's got his work cut out for him, but if he can keep this up and get rid of the arrow, he will have some breathing room against the Saber there.
Tarada's doing a great job for a 2v1.
Yeah, he might just... Oh!
There he goes.
Yep.
And you see, when you're in a 2v1 situation like that, it's really hard to come out on top, because if you're primary from the person with the one, I mean, all you got to do is keep him busy while your teammate shoots him in the back, right?
Absolutely.
So it's hard to come back from that, but pretty decent job by Tarada there, almost getting the arrow. We'll see if they can go 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's surprising. Nice, strong opener there. Unfortunately, Block Drone going down nice and quick, but Tarada put up a good fight at the end. But like you said, when you get into those sort of 2v1 situations, it's such a relief. But you don't want to relax too much. But when you come out of a 2v2, enter a 2v1, and both of you have taken no serious hull damage, you have all the time in the world. Get your resources back, you know, get the power back on your shields, get power to weapons, and go back in for a clean win. And now we're getting a turnaround for round 2, match 5 between Blades Detected and 15 for the win. Both names referencing recent horrific events. And no, this is a good matchup. Both teams very skilled players, very skilled pilots. Water Patat. What's the org that Water Patat represents? I know IKZ is Shadow Moses still, I think.
No.
No?
Not for a long time. He hasn't been, actually.
Oh, okay. My bad. I might have missed.
Oh, no
missed
worries.
Something there. Yeah. So, yeah, and Block Drone. I think that they're part of the sort of low flying team that Tarada is part of as well. Yeah, really good pilots all around. We'll see how this.
I mean, that was the first time that we saw the arrow really utilized at its, I would say, maximum capability there. In terms of, it was never the primary focus. When it was the primary focus briefly, it did a good job staying super close in the fight, so it didn't take a lot of damage. I don't think it ever went right. Oh, it did go right at the end when it was primary.
Yeah, but
it was applying damage third party pretty much the whole time until it was a 2v1, which is exactly what it needed to do. It needed to get close and just, you know, make sure that it wasn't doing nothing in the fight, getting blown up first.
Absolutely, yeah. And Blaze Detected just going to figure out how they can do that again. Get the arrow into that position where it's not, you know, a liability, and it can really excel with its loadout and its build.
Looks like they're almost ready.
Yeah, we'll see if the opening is any different, but that was pretty straightforward opening there. Both teams need to stay as tight as possible and really try and prevent that situation that we saw back there with the Saber just getting picked off so quickly.
Yeah, I would almost want to put the Talon up front if I was them in this next fight and see if you can keep the pancake from being the thing that loses you the fight. Maybe if Tirada can apply some more, or it was Block Drone actually, and the Saber can apply some more damage in that initial merge, maybe they can get it down to a 1v1. And then I think in a 1v1, the Arrow loses to both of those ships, to either one of them. Now it's just going to depend on how they're flying, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, indeed, we will. I mean, there's a lot of DPS coming out from Border Patat's side, you know, with that NDB Arrow and the Saber over the two Rhinos of the Talon and the Saber. There's a lot more DPS potential in Border Patat's team, and we are already underway. Countdown is finished, and the teams are moving towards the center now. And again, look at Tirada's team, very tight, actually. And Border Patat and Ica need to do the same. And it looks like they are. They're staying tight, very close together. Love seeing teams staying this tight. Both teams very tight. This is what they need to do. And it looks like they're opting for the Saber lead again, Burks.
We'll see if it pays off for him. It looks like Arrow's going really aggressive here on the Saber. Hard to tell who's paying off for him more.
Both Sabers in similar positions, but there is the quick pick-off of another Saber. Water Patat's Saber goes down, and it's Arrow on its own, but that Saber is lit up. Block Drone's Saber is lit up. The Arrow needs to focus that down and get rid of it, and there he does. Brilliant.
And now it's a 1v1.
That's right. Oh, did Ica just pull too many Gs? Has he blacked himself out? Oh, no. Maybe?
No, he's breaking distance. He's trying to get his shields back. This is probably the best thing that he can do. This is going to be a really hard fight. Again, I would not want to be in a 1v1 against the Talon with CF Repeaters if I had NDBs on an Arrow. It's got a lot of oversteer, and the NDBs definitely don't help.
I think Ica Z can do this, though. He's a strong pilot. Tirada's a strong pilot as well, but Ica Z can make this work. He needs to just be super aggressive and commit here. Now's the time. He's not going to be able to leave disengage again, extend and get his resources back. That was his one chance, so he really needs to pull this off now, and he knows it. He's committing hard. Noise goes down, losing track of Tirada. He is, yeah, it's looking good for him. But it can change so quickly with that low hull HP of the Arrow. Tirada doing a great job of applying damage, but that hull is red on the Arrow now.
You can really tell that the Arrow's aim here is definitely, I think, leading in the fight.
Is it enough, though? That's the problem. Like, is it enough to kind of beat through? It is.
There it is.
He's pulled it off. Beautiful work from Ica. Yeah, I kind of knew he was going to do that. I don't know. I just it felt really strong going into that fight. Really nice peel back. Excellent kill. Good fight for good fight from Blades Detected. GG's. That's a win to Blades Detected again, and 15 for the win. Unfortunately, are going to be knocked out of the losers bracket there. Should we take it over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say?
Damn. That was surprising. I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, seeing how Ikers is pushing that Arrow and all those Gs, it seems like every time he's actually have a proper pip, he's actually just like pushing it. He's almost blacking out, still shooting no matter what. So,
well, he blacked out.
Wow. Yeah,
our boy. So coming into this, I said, watch out for Ikers because he's coming back. And if there's one thing I've heard about Ikers, he's a very competitive guy. So, after a loss like that coming in, I think he's got blood in the water. And exactly what I was saying, the strength of the arrow is in its close range ability to fight. On top of that, with the NDBs, they absolutely rip. So, he fought at mid range a little bit, but they definitely got the numerical advantage right at the beginning. But that arrow made all the difference, And again, it's because if you utilize the ship where it's strongest, that's where you're going to get the best results. The arrow is strong underneath the 400 meter mark, and so Ikers cleaned it up. He probably doesn't fly the arrow very much, but this time he came in right. He used it where its strengths were there. He used the weapons properly and got the win. But there was a point there where his disengage, he did black out. And I was going to call it. I screamed. I was like, whoa, like blackout. And I thought for sure it's over because that was the second round, but he pulled through. And again, right, like we were saying before, making smart decisions. You got to make smart decisions. You got to stay calm. You got to think about it. And then once you've got that advantage that you're looking for, boom, there it is, right? So, he came back, got his resources. He slowly moved his way in on the opponents. And there it is, So, outstanding fighting from Ikers. Really, really great showing. Really scaled the gap there. Great show from Tirada too. Like everyone fought hard here. This was a very close fight. Both teams performing really well. I have no favorites here. All the ships being used to their max potential here was really nice to see. But it was nice to see the arrow utilized in its proper function here, fight where she's strong, and Ikers did it. So great job, both teams.
One thing that I look, I'm not, don't count my words because this might make people angry. Okay. But I'm okay with that. I'll wake up tomorrow like normal, but I love that Massimo specifically is putting these ships in certain situations for them to win. And if they're not in those situations, they're not going to win. When we did our first tournaments, when we did Fight or Flight, when we just had completely 6 degree of freedom, that was also fun to see. But honestly, making these ships put in those situations, I feel like I'm not going to say it's raising a certain level of gameplay, but like we've mentioned before, like master modes, people are going to practice until they find that position in or find that situation that's going to make that ship stand out every single time. So it's kind of good to see out there. So quick question to you, Avenger One, and this is actually something that maybe a lot of people don't know about in chat, but going from 2v2 to 3v3 to 4v4, which one do you prefer and why?
I prefer the 4v4s. I think there's a lot of dynamics that happen in a fight, and I think at the current state of the way StarCitizen is, if the first person in a 2v2 gets the kill, the likelihood of the 1v2 happening is very, very low.
Very low, yeah.
And so I think as a fan watching this and also competing in this, as a fan watching it, I like seeing turnarounds. I like seeing it's going one way and then it flips. And then to me, that's exciting. I want to see that. I want to see those dynamics. And those don't flesh out as well in 2v2s. In 4v4s, it's you can lose a pilot. You can even lose two, and there is still ways that you can pull it back because, we talk a lot about this in Avenger Squadron, though 2 is 1, 1 is none, in the sense that if you're by yourself, you're not an effective fighting unit. But if you're in a 2-stack, that is essentially one fighting unit. So when you have essentially a 4v4, it's essentially a 2v2 because two fighters working together are really one proper unit. So, I'm sure it would be harder to stream. You have more perspectives, right? But if CIG gave us a spectator mode, then it could make things a million times easier. I think people would also really love to see the action. There'd be so much more shooting and action going on. I think as fans watching that too, it would be really next level. That's just my opinion.
I mean, if we had spectator mode, we would probably be in like close to finishing by now, to be honest. But I know why we don't have it, and they're still working on it. And there's a lot of things that they're working on. So I want to respect everybody's time. But yes, please, spectator mode. I think because honestly, it will allow more people to run more tournaments and do more stuff. Because honestly, what our production is doing behind the scenes, I'm not gonna say it's easy. I'm not gonna say it's super hard, but it does come with its own challenges, and this is why we always it can be successful in running these these stuff. And we have our next team is almost coming up, but we have a skill issue in the Bobs coming up. We have Loken Plays and Blue Ghost Fish versus Bog Nagas and Jadek. I kind of already know which way you're going, Avenger One, but give us your thoughts about this next matchup coming up here soon and which way you think it's going to go.
I mean, I'm giving it to the Bobs for sure. I love all these folks, and this has nothing to do with like, who's favorite. I'm just looking based on how well I know them and how much I know they train. Bog and Jadek are going to take it. If this is true and they're bringing a Buccaneer, the Saber Buccaneer combo is not going to work. It's fire and water. It's not going to work well together. So it's going to be tough to get that to work. I mean, it's tough for me to get that to work. But I think they're going to get out there. They're going to give it their best shot. I think the Buccaneer will go down first. I think the Saber Talon will stay tight, and I think it'll be a 2-round splash.
All right. Well, that sounds good. I think I will kind of go for the Bobs as well. Sorry, skill issue, but it is a tournament, and we gotta kind of choose. But we're gonna send it over to Burks and the awesome Detox, because apparently I didn't say awesome last time. So
the awesome Detox.
We'll shoot it over. We'll shoot it over to them, guys.
All right, welcome back, guys.
Yes, it's match six, round 1 of the losers bracket. Another elimination here coming up. It's the skill issue against the Bobs. 15 for the win are out. Skill issue and the Bobs got to fight their way through the losers bracket, and who knows, potentially claw back to win the tournament. It can happen. It happens often. We see competitors rise up from the loser bracket to seize the overall win, a tournament win. It's really exciting. And this is, skill issue and the Bobs. Loken Plays, Blood Goes Fish, Buccaneer Saber against the Bobs, Bognogus and Jadok flying the Saber and Talon. And I think I have to agree with A1. This is the Saber and Buck combo. I don't know. It's this Buccaneer, I just don't think has got what it takes to pull out a win in this tournament sort of situation. Burks, what do you think?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know if I personally would want to be in a Buccaneer, and you got to fly it in a very specific way. I think that the Saber Talon is definitely the stronger combo. And I mean, we saw the performance that Bog and Jadok put on earlier. I was really impressed. I think that Bog is again a great pilot, and I think that it's going to be tough for Team Skill Issue to pull through here. Maybe they can make something happen. We'll have to see. It just it's going to be hard with that aim that Jadok is putting out, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty good aim from Loken Plays with the Buck in his match against sometime in summer. He dealt some pretty good damage. He got rid of, he took out Salty Mike's arrow and was applying some pretty good damage to Moist Noodle. It was just a little bit too late. I feel like the Buck needs to play defensively. It can't really be aggressive in this sort of situation. It needs to kind of just wait for them to come to it almost, or at least maintain range and not overextend and just not get too cozy with the enemy ships, because it just doesn't have the rate in those situations, and it can be quite fragile. It can be quite a fragile ship, the Buck. It's an interceptor after all, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what it comes down to, is you don't want the Buccaneer to be priority, but also on the other side of that, we saw how fast the Saber went down in Jadok and Bog's fight in the first round. And I believe the second round as well, the Saber did go down pretty fast. And so they definitely have the capability of taking that thing out fast. We're just going to have to see, can they kind of learn from their mistakes and play a little bit better. I'm hoping for at least a good fight here. And it looks like they are pretty close to getting ready here.
The countdown has begun and the match is starting. Here we go. We'll see if Skill Issue takes on a more defensive approach. But they're currently moving straight towards the center at full SEM speed. Hurtling towards the enemy. Reckless abandon. Here we go. Already closing distance and entering weapons range. Burks, here we go.
Little more spread than they probably would like to be, but Loken is focusing on that saber. Not nearly enough damage as he needs to be putting out right now.
Yep, I think the
Oh,
saber's
there
a
he
good
goes.
choice, but
Loses
look
an
at that.
engine.
He's already lost an engine, and when you lose an engine on that thing, it's game over. It's horrible trying to control that thing with a freaking engine
really
missing.
is.
It's like a freaking, you know, Sebulba losing a freaking engine in pod racing. It's just over. Oh, wow, that was that a full cleanup there? We're on Jadok's, but nope. Loken Plays is still alive.
I think that he might be able to come back from this.
I think you're right. This could be turned around. I think if he ejects and he's got a railgun, he might be able to pull something off. Oh no, there's no ejector seat on the Buccaneer. GG. Ah.
I really don't think there's a pilot in the game that could win a 1v2 against really anyone with a Buccaneer with a broken engine.
No, I mean,
It's just tough to do.
no matter nav mode, intercepted tuning and extending is going to save you in that position. But they put up a good fight, good opening fight from Skill Issue. Win go to the Bobs in round 1 of match 6. Round 2 coming up next. Yeah, I just think I think Skill Issue could do better if they just weren't so aggressive. They don't need to get so stuck in right there. They need to play a little bit more defensively. Wait for the Bobs to come to them. Allow Loken some room to deal some damage with that buck.
Definitely. I mean, they were not that far apart, but farther than you want to be in a 2v2 situation like this. They were about 1,000 meters apart, which by the time Loken started applying damage, they had already gotten the saber shields down. And at that point, if you're that much less effective, and it's really no knock on Loken and Blub Goes Fish here. It's just Jadok and Bog are playing it very well.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're doing a good job of just, again, it's primarying, taking down the primary, and then taking the time with the remaining ship. But, you know, Loken and Blub, they can apply that damage. They just need to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more defensive. They're rushing into it. They don't need to rush into it if they're serious about, you know, winning one of these rounds. Round 2 is coming up next, and again, we're just doing the reset. If you're just tuning in, this is match 6. Round 1 of the losers bracket. We've already had one elimination, 15 for the win to Rada's team, and now we're potentially we're going to see another team eliminated after this match as well. It is looking good. Very good fight so far in this tournament. And we saw a really good, really exciting match previously with Ica pulling out the win with that arrow. That was the highlight for me so far. It was really nice to see that arrow doing what it needed to do in a match.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's really cool. And I'd love to see someone fly the buck really well in this tournament at some point. I don't know if anyone is going to choose it. Loken has anyone else chosen it so far? I can't remember.
Negative. Just Loken. Yeah, just Loken.
Just Loken.
He obviously has a thing for it. You know, he probably flies it the most, maybe, out of any of the sort of light fighters. I think normally if I ever tune into Loken, he's usually commanding a capital ship or something. So maybe the buck is like one of his just sort of favorite medium fighters.
Yeah, and you know, it's not necessarily a bad pick. Again, if you fly it in the right way, it's hard to fly. It's not an easy ship to fly in a team fight at all. I wouldn't want to fly it. I would never want to be in one in a team fight. I've never really practiced in it. Here they go. Yeah,
and here we go. We'll see if Skill Issue wants to play a little bit more reserve, but they're already at SPK. They are going straight in for the kill, and it's actually the Bobs that are holding back this time.
Being very aggressive here. They're choosing the Saber, it looks like. Oh, they've split up, actually. They're going Saber and Talon. 1v1s each.
Mm-hmm. And again, see if Logan can put the damage from that buck to good use here. Jadok focusing the Talon here, and I think with Jadok's aim,
Jadok's aim,
that buck is not going to last long.
Blub not doing bad in the 1v1, but as soon as it's 2v1 here, it's going to be over. And there it is.
Absolutely. Pancake City with that saber. Yeah, GG's. Good fights. Unfortunately, skill issue goes down in match 6. And
unfortunately, living up to their name.
Unfortunately, living up to their name. Both rounds going to the Bobs, who, like I said earlier, when they're backed into a corner, the Bob can be very threatening. And they are proving my point here in the losers bracket. They could come back. Let's go over to the analysts and see what they have to say here.
The Bobs bounced back.
Revenge of the Bobs.
I don't know which title is better, but yo, Burks, take it easy on the skill issue, man. But before I throw it over to you, Avenger One, just want to say big shout out to all the teams that came on. Make sure you guys are showing them some love on their channels, man. Seriously, it takes a lot to put this together. So thank you for every single creator, whether they're a community partner or whether they're, you know, one of the participating creators we invited. Thank you all so much. I didn't give a shout out to Terada and his team and Block Drone for coming and joining us. So I really appreciate it. Loken Plays and his partner Blop Goes Fish. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. I hope y'all had a good time. But yeah, anyways, this matchup, Avenger One, what are your thoughts there? But you kind of already called it out. But anything they could have done better in those situations, or just it's just not a good combo. It's not it for the Buccaneer at this point.
Well, yeah, it's heartbreaking. You know, Burks kind of mentioned it, like he'd like to see somebody kind of utilizing the Buccaneer for what its intended role was. And I think a lot of times what happens, you know, with the archetype system we have is ships will pair up well with each other and some ships won't. And this is a classic example of, you know, you could be a good pilot, even competent, but it just, you need the space to be able to engage and disengage. And as we can see, the Buccaneer, when it's trying to fight, first of all, the Buccaneer can't duel for like at all. So, you know, like this example here of a Buccaneer taking a Talon on, the Buccaneer is outclassed in almost every field: side strafe, control, jerk, nose control, pitch control. Everything that the Buccaneer brings to the table is about nose to tail shooting, not nose to nose shooting, you know? So it depends on, you know, what you're setting up for. Obviously, I'm a big fan of the Buccaneer. I utilize it a lot. I have tremendous success with it. But in this kind of setting, you really need a wingman that's going to run at the same energy level that you are. And, you know, when I say energy, I'm talking speed, momentum, control. You know, I think they were definitely just having fun, and I totally get that. You know, I'm going to say +1 for courage here. We got these little cards, +1 for courage, you know, so, you know, we love them. We love them. But tactically speaking, you know, personality is aside, Buccaneer was not going to be the winning choice in this situation, you know. And then you put on top of that Jadak's ability to stay focused and aim it down. And Bog and, you know, Bog and Jadak have been getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And that's what I'm saying. You know, I think they're going to climb through that bracket. It'll be really interesting to see the Iker Z, Jadak, Balgogus engagement. That'll be an interesting one as well to see who's going to come through that bracket. But I mean, you know, it's just fun to see the guys out there having fun. You know, thank you so much for all the folks coming in and supporting and just being part of this through the good times, the bad, all that stuff. You know, we're still one community. We're trying to get everything moving in the right way, you know? So other than, you know, tactically speaking, don't pick the buck for this. It'd be nice to see, it'd be nice to see some other combinations here. Right. But
yeah, I mean, so far today, you know, just some quick statistics here, but, you know, the Avenger Warlock hasn't been picked yet. The Defender, of course, because of the apparent Singes hasn't been picked yet. And then the Cartual. So those are the only 3 ships, actually, which is not bad out of what, the 9 that well, it was 10, but you can buy, you know, the Hornet Ghost in the store. So out of the 9, that's not too bad. 6 out of 9 being used right now is actually, I'm pretty happy with that.
I'll just say this before we switch over. I'm waiting until somebody figures out that the Talon and the Cartual pair up real nice together.
For what? All right. Well, let's check out the bracket really quickly, and then I believe we're going here into our next match. But before we do that, let's take a quick look at the bracket. We got Cacahuete versus Carolingers, and then we got Sometime in Summer. I mean, You got Salty Mike back on that winners round 2 board versus Buzz and Bumps, which is definitely going to be a battle there. But I feel like Moist Noodle is feeling it. And then we got unfortunately, like we mentioned before, 15 for the win got eliminated and skill issues. So they're waiting to go up against their opponents here very, very shortly. So let's take it back over to Detox and our guy Burks for more commentary in this next matchup.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Match 7. We're over to the winners bracket now, and yeah, we've got Herbazita. My man Herbazita is back with Mojicano for the cacahuete caliente. I think I'm saying it right. I think it's hot peanuts. I googled it. It means hot peanuts. Making sure I wasn't saying anything.
Sounds great
vulgar.
at the moment. I could use a snack.
Yeah, Herbazita Mojicano for cacahuete against the Carolingers. Carolinga and Asmodean, who surprised me in their previous fights, actually coming out with some really good wins. So both teams are strong teams. I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
Yeah, both doing better than... It's not that I expected these teams to do bad. I just I wasn't sure what people's skill levels were, how much people have been practicing. So kind of interesting to see some good competition. I think this will probably be a pretty even matchup. I'm excited to see how the Hawk does on this one. Can it pull through again is the question.
Well, no, this one is a oh wait, no, sorry, you're right. There is a Hawk here. All right, we got the wrong information. We have a Hawk pick for Herbazita again. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the wrong sheet. But no, interesting to see the Hawk come again. Maybe we'll see another EMP hit, a successful EMP hit, Burks. I hope we do, because it's always nice to see those. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he can do with it. Again, I'm glad to see Herbazita going for it again and mixing up the meta here with a off meta choice. Same with Loken and the Buck, but this one's a little bit stronger. The Hawk is a little bit stronger, I feel like.
Yeah, I think at least in the mix of it, it's fragile, right? I wish it wasn't. I would. Oh, and here they go. It looks like
We
I
are
wish the
actually on
Hawk.
the way, Bucks, yeah.
Yeah, I wish the Hawk was engaging a little far there, but looks like the merge is good. His shield's already down. Oh, is he knocked out already?
Negative. He's just.
He just had a great merge on him.
I think it was just a great merge. I don't think he got EMP'd. We might be able to see a replay of that. We didn't have the Carolinka's perspective there, but no, the EMP is still charged. Hawk's EMP is still charged, and now it's going to be a matter of focusing down that Talon. But the Talon could do some serious work to that Hawk, and if he can take down the Hawk, which he does, Asmodean again, proving to be really scary with his aim in that Talon. Now he's got a bit of freedom to deal with this Saber and get on top of that delicious pancake as he is.
Now
look at that.
Yeah, is it a really interesting matchup? And it looks like Asmodean is just absolutely doing really well here in this 1v1. I wouldn't count the Saber out in a 1v1 situation. It just looks like Asmodean is performing very well. He's keeping him off his nose. He's trying to outrate him, and he's aiming very well while doing it. So, I mean, it looks like, yep, there he goes.
Yeah, at that range, I just don't think the Saber has a chance. It's just too close. It's too tight. The Talon has the maneuvering advantage, and it has kind of free reign in a situation like that. If he wants a better chance, I feel like he needs to extend a little bit more if he can. But it's a tough ask against an aggressive Talon like that. But no, beautiful aim. Another pullback from Asmodean. Carolingas wins round 1 in match 7. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Herbazita pull off a nice EMP hit. But we'll see what they can do in round 2, Burks.
Yeah, I mean, that was a surprising win for me. When I saw Carolinger go down first, I thought they had in the bag. Shields were still up on the Hawk, actually. That just shows you how fast the Hawk can go down. The Hawk is not tanky at all. And if you get a good position on the Saber, same thing. It's just the best defense in this game is not getting hit. And so it's like when you give your enemy so many like open shots on you, it's hard to recover from that.
Yeah, I feel like Cacahuete need to go into the next round and focus Asmodean. I think they need to get rid of him as quickly as possible.
Definitely. I think that would be my strategy as well.
He just seems to be the bigger threat. You know, not to discount Carolinga, but Asmodean is proving in, you know, each match we've seen Carolinga's fight, Asmodean kind of seems to pull back from a 2v1 situation, or at least, you know, is the one applying the most DPS. So, yeah, if I was Cacahuete, I would definitely try to remove Asmodean in the next round as quickly as possible, and go in super aggressive, even use that EMP on him if they can.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive performance from Asmodean again. The only person that we've seen kind of pull a back from a 2v1 that deeply was Thumb, and Thumb's an excellent pilot, so it really well executed by him. We'll see if Herbicida and his teammate can sort of learn from this last fight and pull it together.
Absolutely. I think they're just getting ready to reset here. Turnaround time has been much better in these later matches. Sometimes, you know, you just get this bit of growing issues in the beginning with these tournaments, but we're getting into our stride now, and the matches are rotating over quickly. We're making up a bit of time as well. Hopefully you guys watching can see and appreciate that as well. As we are in match 7 now in the winners bracket. Whoever loses this one will go down to the losers bracket to face our winners of the previous losers bracket rounds.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Even you know, you could go as far as the next round and still have a chance to come back in the losers bracket, right? Or is this your final chance to get in?
So whoever wins these goes on to the next stage in the winners bracket, and then whoever loses from these goes down to play against Blaze Detected and the Bobs, and if they lose that, they're out. Whoever loses that round is out in the losers bracket.
Right, so it's not over. There's still opportunities to learn from your mistakes. I mean, as weird as it sounds, it's like I'm sure people weren't practicing up until the last very minute of the tournament. So, you know, there's still chance to correct your mistakes, get warmer, so to say, and tighten up your aim.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but it can take me a long time to get like warmed up. And the match is underway here, Bucks. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I need a long time to get warmed up. Sometimes by the time I'm warmed up, I'm like the fight's over. You can be in like a massive like battle in the PU, and by the time I'm starting to feel really good, it's like the battle's fizzled out and everybody's logged off. So it takes me a long time sometimes to get warmed up.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, but the first ever Atmo Esports 2v2 tournament, creator tournament, I was in the losers bracket and came back to win the whole thing. So, you know, don't count the losers bracket out. Don't count the losers bracket out.
Absolutely not. No, we've seen that a few times in, you know, Fight or Flights and any dogfighting tournament that Atmo's put on. It's crazy. Yeah. The losers get like a second wind, you know. And just because they're in the losers bracket doesn't really discount them at all. It doesn't mean they're bad. It's just the other person was better at the time.
They are focusing the Saber again, which feels like it's going to be the wrong move here.
Yeah. It's the temptation to go for an easier target. Sometimes when you just... Oof.
The aim
sometimes
there.
when you see that easier target, you just want to finish it and get it out of the way and not dedicate resources to something else. But they got to get rid of Asmodean here, man. Carolinga's down, but Asmodean's the threat, and that Hawk has taken sufficient damage that Asmodean can pull this back, even though it's another 2v1 situation.
It's technically a 2v1. That Hawk is not going to be a lot of help here. If the Saber's smart here, he'll try to get a full reset. I mean, if that Hawk can do anything in this fight, it's going to be an advantage. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull through. It just looks Asmodean is cleaning up.
Herbazita is able to apply some damage now. His teammate just needs to stay alive here. He just needs to stay alive and distract that tunnel for as long as possible.
Gets him with the target off.
Nice. Unfortunately, he could not stay alive any longer. Did Herbazita apply enough damage in that time, though, We'll see. He's definitely applied some. This could be a pullback. This could be really nice. Herbie could pull the win here.
He's not completely out, but his shields are going down a lot faster than he's able to apply damage to Asmodean. I think he got an EMP off as well, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
That EMP now would be so clutch. But unfortunately, he didn't have it. And Asmodean pulls in another win. Beautiful work. Wow. That was a great fight there, actually. Would have loved to have seen Herbie pull off a EMP there in that little standoff, because that would have literally clutched the win for him. But no, that was a great fight overall. GG's. Let's see what the analysts thought of that one.
GG's.
Yo, like,
So
just
did you
go
notice
ahead,
the
Kat.
critical
Yeah.
error? So
I
we've seen
honestly,
it-
I did
we've seen
not.
it
All I'm
before.
seeing is a Talon just slapping. I
Mhm.
mean, okay, let me see if I can guess this real quick, because I probably saw it, but I just maybe don't understand if it was critical or not. So I thought, because like you had that Hawk for the entire time running away when nobody was going against him, he could have
Yep.
easily communicated, "Hey, he's not on you. Help me, help me, help me." And
Yep.
that allowed Asmodean to just 1v2 them.
So when you're dealing with essentially Hawkeye, you have to respect the fact that you're going to get out DPS, right? In this case,
Yeah.
right here, the Talon has a stronger platform, stronger DPS, but they've got the numerical advantage and they didn't leverage it. Only until the very end of the Saber fight did the Hawk appear into the fight, and it just wasn't enough. So to me, this was a great opportunity that they fumbled it because they were not able to communicate as a team. If they just would have disengaged together, thought about it, been smart about it, and then just got the resources and came back into the fight ready to fight, they could have easily 2v1 that situation. But the Hawkeye card goes to Asmodean today. That's for sure. That goes there in the corner. The boy doesn't miss, So again, right? Like, there's going to be situations where, you're going to be outskilled, and you got to know that coming in. So you got to think critically. You got to know your own skill set, know what you're up against, and find ways to get around that, right? So they had the opportunity there. Herb does have enough accuracy to get on target. If he just would have waited, or he just would have, the Saber just would have waited for him to reset properly. And I also noticed a couple times the Saber disengaging in a poor way, turning up, giving the entire front face easy to hit from even like kilometers away. All these things, this is all the stuff that comes down to training, right? That's why, we train so hard in Avenger Squadron, like in other squadrons out there too, is these little things start to add up. You extend a little too far. You disengage a little too soon. You disengage a little too long. It all adds up. Those seconds count, And when you're up against a high skill pilot, we see someone like Asmodean, they're precise, they're calm. Notice that there's a calmness in which he's aiming. It's not frantic. It's not out of control. It's deliberate, controlled, and calm. And that's what you want to do. Smooth as fast, And so it's a really gorgeous way to see like an expert level marksman, and how calm and precise they can be, against a two stack. So, no disrespect to both teams. Everyone's trying their hardest. They're doing a lot. Objectively speaking, tactically, this is what went wrong in that fight. A failure to communicate position and distance led to a 2v1 opportunity that they could have leveraged for the win, but they didn't take it.
He was pretty far out, like where he didn't even have to run. But you're right, they could have reset and came together and hopefully brought that, hey, let's communicate, let's calm down, let's bring up a strategy, right? And let's turn around and let's both take him on. But doing that one at a time is what cost him that match. And unfortunately, let's take a look at our bracket, but that dropped them down now to the losers bracket. So you're going to see Cacahuete Caliente versus the Bobs, and that's not going to be a very likely matchup for them, right? Because, you got both Bognagas and Jadek. They're, like you mentioned, they're probably going to go on that run. But now you have Carolingers, who just secured a top 3 spot in the tournament. And now we're going to see Salty Mike and Moist Noodle versus Lizzie B and Thumb in Your Bum, which, you know, this is going to be a matchup to see because Moist Noodle is not somebody easy to play with. Salty Mike is very competitive. So I think this next matchup is going to be go very, very well. What are your thoughts on this next matchup coming up, Avenger One?
I think this is not a how do I say it this way? I think it's going to be a run through. I think Bees are going to go 2-0. And I love all these guys. I love them to death. But if I'm looking at what I'm seeing here is going to be true, that Moist is bringing a Hawk, Mike's bringing a Warlock. Those two are fire and water. It's not going to work. You know, I can get a sense that they're going double EMP. They're going to try and shut someone down. It is possible. However, they need to have like Neuralink level teamwork. It's possible. I mean, I'll give it to him, but I think Thumb is going to do what Asmodean did there. And he's just going to put a bullet right through them, and it's going to be fast, and they got to be quick. So we'll see if they can stay together and focus on one of those two targets and they can get that EMP off, they could take it.
Yep.
But I don't know if Moist and Mike fly interceptors enough to really get a sense of that control. So we'll see what happens here, but I'm definitely giving it to the Bees. I think there's going to be I think Mike's going to be saltier than ever after the next 30 seconds.
I mean, they're both going EMP, Avenger, Warlock, Hawk, but, you know, not chilling whatsoever right now about this SOL-R Showdown tournament happening.
Of course not.
Make sure you guys check out the new SOL-R product line from Thrustmaster that brings all your space sim needs to the verse, baby. Sorry, I gotta, you know, I gotta pay bills, man. So anyways, we'll shoot it over to both Detox and Burks. Let them give you that play-by-play, guys. Take it away.
I love the subtle
And welcome back.
subtle advertising. Beautiful stuff. Yes.
Match number
welcome back,
8?
everybody. Correct. Yeah, it is. It's match number 8. Sometime in summer versus Buzzin' Bums. It is Salty Mike, Moist Noodle. And yes, like A1 said, they've opted for an Avenger, Warlock, and a Hawk. I think we're going to see some friendly fire EMPs very soon. And Lizzie B and Thumb opting for the Saber and Talon. Burks, what do you think of this double EMP build composition going on?
It's a strong combo. The Hawk and the Saber, that is. Not the Hawk and the Saber. What am I saying? The Talon and the Saber, that is. The Hawk and the Warlock, in my opinion, are just a little bit too weak. Like, I feel like anytime I have the chance to shoot a Titan in a PvP situation, it dies
it's
faster than
so
you
nice.
expect. So it just, I really am thinking that, you know, as much as I'm a fan of Mike and Noodle and their content, I'm thinking this is going to be a pretty quick fight and not in their favor.
I mean, neither of them have been known to do memes before. This is really surprising for them to pick such a memey potential build. But you never know.
I don't think
they have.
Yeah, I think that you know, is there a world where they can win? I think so. But you know, the truth is that neither of these guys, I don't think, are sweating practicing a ton. And Lizzie B and Thumb came to win today, so we'll see if they can do it.
Absolutely. And the fight is already underway. Both Mike and Moist sitting here with charged EMPs. Are they going to get an opportunity to use them? I really hope they do. Hawk is already taking a lot of damage. Appears to be the primary
damage
for team Buzzin' Bums. And Lizzie B's taking a bit of damage.
Shields do go down on Lizzie. Yeah. She's in an okay spot. Warlock kind of just being ignored.
That
Thumb
may
gets
have been an
Noodle.
EMP hit. Dude,
And
that
Lizzie
was
B goes
an
down
EMP hit.
by Mike.
Yes, outstanding. Lizzie B goes down, but it's now a single Warlock against a Talon. I am just happy to see a successful EMP hit there, and they managed to pick up Lizzie B. That was beautiful
Well
work.
executed.
This is going to be a tall order for the Salty Mike now, Burks.
Yeah, I would never want to be in a 1v1 Titan v Talon. I think the Talon's definitely got the upper hand here. I don't think there's a world where you can get the shields down first. It's a bigger target than you would think, the Titan.
It's so, you know, like you said earlier, whenever I get a chance to shoot an Avenger Titan, it's one of the best feelings. They're just so yummy and squishy. Oh,
There he goes.
Salty Mike
Like
goes
as soon
down.
as the shields are down, almost. As soon as the shields are down.
No, good fight. I mean, excellent work hitting
Great
that EMP.
fight.
Always great to see. Round 1, match 8.
And again, this is no knock to Noodle or Mike. I just think, again, Lizzie and Thumb came to, but they did better than I expected. I thought Noodle's aim was really good, and the EMP play much more effective than I thought it was going to be. Surprised me.
Same. I mean, and Salty Mike getting the kill there, the finish on Lizzie B, dealing a majority of the damage, I believe. You know, he's from what I've heard, Salty Mike's got pretty good aim. You know, he's not a regular active PvPer, but from what I've heard, he's got pretty solid aim. Granted, Lizzie B was hit with an EMP there. She was knocked out, which does make it slightly easier to hit. But nah, it was nice. That was really cool to see them pull off that kill. I mean, Lizzie B's shields went down, and I said she's got time. And what I meant by that was she had time to extend and get out of there. She didn't need to be in that fight once her shields were down in that situation. Could have extended and got those shields back, but she kind of stayed too close.
Absolutely.
And they hit her with that EMP there, and that cost her her life there.
It's really tempting in a group fight to keep on pulling the trigger until you explode. But the truth is
Yeah.
sometimes the best thing you can do is you know, just be a distraction.
100%. It's really hard to. That's actually a really good skill to have. It's not get that tunnel vision in a fight, and it's really easy in a group fight to
It's
get
hard.
tunnel vision.
Yeah, it definitely takes some practice. It definitely takes, especially in master modes. It's something that I actually love about master modes is team fights are way, shouldn't even say quicker, because in the last fight model, they didn't really have an end. And it was sort of just like you had 10 1v1s going on at the same time in a 10v10. Not necessarily you had a, 1v2 situation, at least at the highest level. In master modes, people stay tight. You get done fighting someone and you turn around, your teammates right there. So those are some of the things I really enjoy about the new flight model, and they're making more changes even in the future. But it's cool to see team fights. A lot of logistics, a lot of planning has to go into them, and numbers matter, which I think is a good thing.
I do too. Yeah, and I was with you there when the whole master modes debacle was going on. Like that was one of my main reasonings for supporting master modes as well. Is it just gave us much better team fights. It made them a little bit more interesting, more engaging. I know no one will say that we're there yet with the flight model. Definitely not there yet, but
not yet.
I'm interested to see what they do with the next iteration.
It's great to see a tournament where you're definitely seeing all four ships the whole time. You get done with your 1v1 potentially. You turn around, your teammate's not 120 kilometers behind you.
Yeah.
And I think the coolest thing is there's a lot of cool plays that you can make. Distracting a teammate, diving through. You can do all sorts of stuff and to sort of make yourself more of a target, less of a target. It just depends on how people want to play it.
Yeah, I think people have adapted to it more now, and people have settled into the flight model. And I don't think there is a unanimous agreement now, but people are kind of everyone knows where they stand with it, and they've felt it out now, and it's up to CIG to sort of craft something out of the rock that the majority of people can agree on and like. And I don't know, it's still a long way to go, and I'm sure we'll have another 5 flight models before 1.0 comes, but we'll see. The fight is underway now though, Burks, and Salty Mike and Moist Noodle charging those EMPs. I think they're going to go with the same strategy. I think they're going to try and focus down Lizzie B, hit her with an EMP, and get rid of her as quickly as possible again. Because that wasn't a bad play last round.
I don't know if there's a better strategy than that. Like, they could go for Thumb, but again, I feel like Lizzie's aim is good. She's just an easy target right now in the Saber. So I don't know if ignoring her is the play either. Hard to say. Let's see if they can pull through.
Looks like
Hornet
the Hawk
ta-
is
or,
going to take the brunt of the
Hawk
attack
taking a lot
from
of
Buzz and
damage.
Bums. Yeah.
Almost at
Get
the
that
Hornet.
EMP off at least before you go down, but just nope.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Moist picked off pretty quickly there, and unfortunately, it looks like sometime in summer is not going to get a chance to at least hit one EMP this round. There
And
goes
see, it
Salty
looks
Mike.
like they try to focus the Talon. At least it looked like Mike was at the end there, focusing the Talon, which is just, it's a tough thing to do. It's a really tough thing to do, especially in those ships.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're going to be chasing that thing around all day. It's very hard to intercept that and hit an EMP. Deal enough damage, bring the shields down, and hit a successful EMP. Tall order on the Talon. But GG's to Buzz and Bums. They take the win here in match 8 of the winners bracket, and that means sometime in summer drops down to the losers bracket to face one of our teams in the losers bracket that are sitting down there. We'll find out in a minute who they're going to be facing, but let's take it over to the analyst desk and see what they thought of those rounds.
Man, if they would have done it, if they would have caught that Talon, man. But they took a risk, and unfortunately, it did not pan out. Your thoughts on this last matchup here, Avenger One?
I mean, I like the memes. I think for those two boys, like I really applaud the effort. I think it's really cool to see that. I don't think you need 2 EMP ships. I think if you're going to run the Avenger Titan, run it with a Buccaneer, right? Those 2 ships could have complemented each other very well, both being interceptor tomb, both being able to string out. And then the EMP on the Warlock could have been something to use as a pressure device. But again, this is what comes down to training. You know, the guys were talking about, that Master Modes has added a different dynamic to team fights. And although I agree, we're not going to get into fight model stuff. We're just having fun tonight. Definitely some different things to think about with today's combat environment for sure. I liked what I saw from Lizzie. I liked some of her defensive posture. Her accuracy was getting better, which is nice to see. I like that they got the EMP off. I just wish that they would have chosen the Avenger Warlock to EMP and not both ships to EMP. I think it would have been a stronger combination, and they would have had a likely chance to take it. But I mean, it's as I expected. I think there is no replacement for aim. Aim makes up a big part of combat's, I guess you could say, outcome. And so training equals aim, right? So there's no replacement for seat time.
I think one thing I always like about Salty Mike is like he knows that if he's not gonna win, hey, let's go do the impossible. Because if it happens, I'm gonna tell you right now, that guy will make an entire YouTube video about just what happened. So when he's doing those tests, just be careful, because if you get caught out with that, it's gonna be like some of the funniest stuff that I've seen. But honestly, man, I just love, like, it's been, I think, 3 years since our first or 4 years. It's been a while since our Toby Gaming Clash, and to see Salty Mike and Noodle just going out there having some fun, man. I think that's the best thing for them, and hopefully that gets them engaged back into some of this, dogfighting in the future. Once, hopefully, if there's a new flight model like you mentioned, or if there's an adjustment to the current one, it doesn't matter. I think we always want to make sure we stay, as competitive as possible, in the game. But definitely a fun time. So overall, though, I can't even talk about that second match. It's just, good try. That's all I can say right now. So
yeah,
let's shoot on over to our stick stonks. I mean, that kind of hold up. That kind of looks like a SOL-R single stick, man. That kind of looks like that a little bit.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it kind of looks like
I see the resemblance, brother. Oh, great job!
I would never shill, but if I did, it would look like this.
Make sure y'all get your stick stonks from Thrustmaster, all right? Get the SOL-R 1 or the SOL-R 2. So that's well played there. Anyways, let's take a look at our updated bracket while we get this next matchup ready to go. But man, look at this. We're going smooth, guys. Okay, we're going extremely smooth here. We have Carolingers and Buzz and Bums is coming up here next, Avenger 1. And then in the losers bracket, for the eliminations round 2 are going to be sometime in summer versus Blaze Detected, which I feel like, honestly, that match 10 can go either way. And then we have Cacahuete Caliente versus the Bobs, which I know that might be a little bit more I think that could be. I feel like that can go either way as well. But how do you feel about these next 3 matches coming up, Avenger One?
I think the Caliente versus the Bobs will be interesting because if Herb and his wingman, I can't pronounce this. I apologize if I butcher this. Mohican 88 can stay tight and not be taking fights unnecessarily when they have the advantage, then they could pull it through. Like Herb's got the accuracy, he's got the kind of game awareness. But it's a synergy thing. It's not just, you're not just winning by yourself. You're winning as a stack of 2. So you got to treat it like that. And from what I've seen from Bog and Jadok is they're very tight. Like they're like neuralinked up. So just on the teamwork, what I've seen these last matches, it's going to go to Bog and Jadok unless Herb and Mohican can start having a come to Jesus moment on that. And then the next one, Summertime and Blades Detected. I think Ikers is on the warpath, dude. I think he's going to blow through his opponents, like Mike and Noodle, and like God love him, but I think Ikers is just unstoppable right now. I think he's angry and I think he's out for blood.
Yep. No, it's this is gonna be. I honestly I didn't expect this bracket to turn out the way it is because, but we everybody had to adjust around not doing the random loadouts. I think with the random loadouts, this bracket would have definitely been completely different. But honestly, I think changing it away this way and seeing how people are picking and competing, I think it's still bringing out some competitiveness and a lot of fun to the tournament as well. So, I like seeing the balance overall.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I like seeing the balance too, but we'll see.
Yep. Well, we're getting set up. We're getting set up for our next match. So, guys, we got 3 incredible matches coming up. All right, we got our semifinals coming up, which is going to be Carolingers versus Buzz and Bumps to see who's going to get dropped down. And then from there, we're going to zoom on with the rest of our losers rounds. And then we're going to crown a winner today for the SOL-R Showdown tournament presented by Thrustmaster. Again, !Thrustmaster in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to go and check out some of the new Space Sim products from Thrustmaster, really appreciate them for bringing us together and putting this tournament together for us and the content creators. So love having you, Avenger One. Love having Burks and Detox, man. It's been they've been really fun to hear as well. It's been a good day, man. Can't complain, and I can't wait. We at Atmo Esports, if you guys don't know, we have a ton of tournaments. So we have Fight or Flight coming up in, I believe, in late August, September, and then we have a ship racing tournament that we actually is now live. You can sign up for it at gravityrush.gg, and man, let me tell you, we put a lot of work to get that tournament together, but ship racing is here at Atmo Esports, and hey, don't be fair because you need to hold that throttle and go as fast as you can if you want to be a champion here. So, but I think we have a little bit of bugs happening. So our next matchup is a little bit. Our matchup is gonna take a little bit longer, but so far, Avenger One, if you were in this tournament, who would be your teammate? And what ships would you pick going into this tournament? Would you be changing a lot or would you stick with the same 2?
Well, it would depend on who I'm up against. And that depends on, like, if you're up against a guy like Osmodian or Thumb, there's no, like I said, there's no replacement for aim. I think in those kinds of situations, it depends on the strategy you want to employ for guys like that. If you know you're going to lose the aim duel, right? So if you're coming in as someone who's done tournaments, like I kind of know where my skill set is at. If I know or I'm not confident I'm going to be able to take the aim trade, you got to find creative ways to string out and create opportunities. So basically how to visualize it is if you are able to do 80% of the damage, right? Let's say you're going to lose the fight, but you can do 80% and then you can mitigate and defend while your wingman picks up the slack. Those opportunities that you create, whether you're string outs, and for those of folks watching what a string out is, essentially what you're doing is you're pulling them to chase you. You're kind of goading them in like, come on, chase me. And if you've selected the right ships, like Buccaneer, for example, the strength of Buccaneers is to be able to pull people like, come on, chase me. And if they chase, you can get in behind them, those kinds of opportunities. If you're both in fighters, you want to stay tight, stay in the ball, pick a target. But, like tournaments are interesting to me because for the viewer, when you're watching, there is so much nuance that comes into a fight. And so for me, I talk about this, like I talk about jujitsu, if you watch jiu-jitsu or martial arts at a surface level, there's a lot going on. You kind of see, okay, this guy's doing this and whatever. But when you practice it, when you really pick it up, you really start to notice all these small little things that add up. And, for viewers watching these dogfights here, I want you to pay attention to the small things. So, for example, when they're rolling into the turns, are they aligned properly? Are they engaging at the proper distances and ranges? Are they close to their wingman? Are they engaging quickly between disengages, re-engages? Are they moving together as a unit? Are they coming together as a unit? All these little things, they start to add up. And that's how you gain that large lead. That's how you get those advantages where, like we've seen today, those times in fights where you're taking a fight and your shields are down against an opponent with shields, right? Those are bad decisions. It's all these things, I think, create a sense of urgency in fights. And the sense of urgency that I think we need to see more from some of these teams is stay tight, So if I was going to be competing in this tournament, I mean, I have very lucky. I have a lot of, good pilots and folks that stay with me and train with me. But ultimately it comes down to if they have the amount of time and training in. So some guys fall out of practice, some guys come in, but yeah, I'd be picking for my team and I'd be staying as tight as I could.
All right. Well, I mean, all I'm going to say, and I'll say it for you because I felt that a little bit. Schwang, we miss you, brother. I hope he's doing well, man. Just give him a quick shout out to our community member over there. But our next matchup is ready to go. Carolingers versus Buzzing Bums. This is your semifinals. So whoever wins this one goes straight to the grand finals. So Detox, Burks, take it away, guys.
All right, match 12. Not 9. Match 12.
Not 9. This falls under match 12. Yes, because of the placement. Like anyone said, there's a lot to play for in this one. This is the semifinals. Carolingers versus Buzzin' Bums here. And yeah, two strong teams. Really interested to see how in particular Thumb in Your Bum goes up against Asmodean, right? Both strong pilots, both strong aims.
True.
Lizzie B obviously very strong as well, but we've seen Asmodean and Thumb pulling the wins back for both of their teams repeatedly throughout the tournament so far. So we got a couple of strong pilots going to be bashing heads coming up here, Burks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Who's going to take it? I'm not sure. I want to say it's going to be the Buzzing Bums, but Asmodean has pulled some pretty impressive, and it looks like they're going here.
Yep, they are on the match is now underway. The countdown's over.
Asmodean is kind of in a weird spot at the moment. It looks like we're maybe getting the wrong cam.
Yeah, we have the wrong cams here. It's Saber and Saber Talons is not.
Oh, understood. Okay, well, so we'll keep our eyes fixed on top left and the two on the right.
Well, I just saw Herbazita in the arena. That's all. We got the wrong cams altogether. Like we may have the wrong feeds here. Hold on. We got Lizzie B. I see Carolinga.
See Lizzie. Thumb's cam looks
okay. So this is the
they're
right
doing
teams,
some poking,
but the cams are just mixed here. Okay, apologies, guys, watching. We're not 100% sure here. May have gone in with the wrong cams
bottom right
wrong
is
labels.
Yeah, bottom right is definitely correct, and it looks like he's doing some poking. Focusing Carolinger first potentially.
Okay. It's strange. No one's really committing. I mean,
nobody's committing. Not really sure if
right, let's go with
they're
it.
maybe if they're having a technical thing, or maybe if they're just waiting for them to mess up. Could be either one. But they're pulling some serious distance. They do not want to get up close and fight at the moment.
But I'm seeing Herbazita here in a Talon. This isn't the match we're supposed to be watching right now.
Yeah, bottom right is definitely the correct match.
All right, bear with us, everybody. I'm sorry.
Karlinger's shields going down here. Asmodean kind of on the wrong side of the battlefield. Not sure if... Yeah, there goes Karlinger. Asmodean going to get focused by them now.
Yeah. Asmodean here. Okay, very big bit of a mix-up with names and camera there. Ah, okay. Keep rolling on. Apologies, everybody.
Oh, and there's a collision. That means I think first round goes to Karlinger and Asmodean.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Jeez. Okay. Wow. Well, that was unfortunate start there. Sorry, very anticlimactic start there from us. I think we're a little bit lost with the cams and the mix-up of the names, I think. And also the ships. But yes, first round there has gone to Karlinger's. Unfortunate about the collision there. Good fight. Well done. Let's see if this next one goes a little bit smoother.
Yeah, really unfortunate collisions do happen, and they happen even to the best pilots. Sometimes there's really nothing you can do. You could be watching your radar, but people flying that close in for a fight. Maybe the only thing you could do is designate one teammate to fly close and one teammate to fly mid-range or far. But that's kind of hard to do in a team fight because positions change, and the dynamics of how close you are can change really fast. So it's not always as easy as just saying, I'll be here and you'll be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're gonna need a little break here just to fix the cameras, everybody. Apologies. We're gonna go to a quick ad break, I think, and then we're gonna try and get these cameras sorted. Yeah, apologies. Bear with us. We'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on with round 2 of match 12 between Karlingers and Buzzin' Bums.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Some things are out of our control. Whatever you want to call it, it's an urge, a desire, an impulse. A call you can't resist, that pushes you to learn, making every gesture a discovery, every movement a lesson. To finally attain freedom. Mastery is at your fingertips, taking you to new horizons. Uncharted territory that can be dangerous. Do you have the skills? Can you make the right decision? In the vastness of the universe, life hangs by a thread. but you'll never be alone. No one will let you down. You still have so much to discover and accomplish. You're not born a pilot, you become one. Try, learn, master. Space is yours.
All right, welcome back to the semi-finals, guys.
We should have, we do have the correct cams and the correct ships now. That's a bit better. You can see why we were confused there, guys. But no, we're back. Carolinga, Asmodeum, Saber Talon, Lizzie B and Thumb in Your Bum, Saber Talon, the mirror matchup. Burks, let's see how this one goes. Hopefully, no more collisions coming up.
Yeah, the collision's unfortunate. The collision's unfortunate. And it makes Lizzie B and Thumb's job so much harder because now they have to win, 2 in a row versus just well, I guess they should have won 2 in a row before, but it's basically they can only lose 1 now. So they're in a more vulnerable spot, and they need to be careful. No more collisions.
Yep, exactly. And I think I was trying to figure out what they crashed into. The only thing it could have been out there
the corpse would have been of Lizzie B's ship, I believe.
Okay, that sucks. I hate it. Sucks so much when something like that happens. Crashing into the corpse of a teammate. It's like awful. But it happens. That's space debris. It's dangerous. Keep an eye out for that. All right, so we are hitting the countdown, and the match is about to begin. We'll see how this goes. I mean, again, it's a mirror matchup. Really comes down to the better opening engagement and the better pilots at this point. Both opting to lead with the Saber as well. So Carolinga actually taking the lead in his Saber, and Lizzie B taking the lead in hers. Kind of what we've seen throughout each match in the tournament so far. Yeah, we're going to probably see those Sabers get focused again.
It's great to see the mirror matchups. Like I said earlier, I think they're more fun to watch. It's always interesting to see people bring all sorts of stuff, but I think it really highlights pilot skill when it's the mirror matchups.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's when you get those. It can go neck and neck, right? And that's when you get those really exciting moments. Exciting moments at the end of when everybody's fought out and then people have gone down. You get these sort of one-on-ones, and it's the mirror matchup. It really that's when you know it's coming down to the pilot skill, and how the match had panned out up to that point. But both this is a much more reserved opening. Both teams being very why. I'm not sure why Carolinga's out here taking free shots though.
I mean, it looks like he's pretty far away. Doesn't look like just like the last match. I mean, it was this really just slow and confusing dance into the first fight. And so I think we're probably going to see something similar. I think they're obviously scared to get prioritized by Lizzie and Thumb at the same time. And so they're trying to basically by chance or by one of them being too aggressive, kind of push their opening. Look at Thumb using his head tracking to just make sure Lizzie's always close. Definitely the right thing you want to do in a team fight like this.
It is imperative for head tracking for that kind of situational awareness. Yeah, you just can't do without it, in my opinion.
Everyone just taking pop shots, but no. Never mind. Looks like the
commitment is here. Carolinga is being focused by the buzzing
Lizzie
bombs.
B also shields down.
Absolutely. Carolinga goes
down. Asmodeum taking a lot of damage here. It's just a completely different kind of fight.
He needed to extend there and just de-escalate, get the hell out of there, but no chance, not enough time. Down goes Asmodeum. Unfortunately, not getting a chance to shine in round 2 here, unfortunately. And no, that was That was a good fight, but at least Buzzing Bums has a chance now. There's a third round of match 12 here in the semifinals, so Buzzing Bums could claw back the win here. They started off with a loss, which was, unfortunate. Came down to a collision, but now, without the collision, they're proving that they may well be the stronger team.
Yeah, that was definitely really impressive aiming and focus by the Buzzing Bums. We're just going to have to see if they can literally do that again back-to-back. Karolinger and Asmodean could, maybe make a play here, maybe get, one ship out. But it's going to be, based on the performance I'm seeing from both teams, it's going to be hard for them to secure a victory here.
Yeah, and I think there was some really nice communication back there between Buzzing Bums, between Lizzie B and Thumb, because both teams are like very reserved, taking, silly little pot shots at each other, and then suddenly Buzzing Bums just jumped in on Karolinger, and Karolinger was, went down. They almost weren't ready for it. Like, I don't know, the push from Buzzing Bums was really fast and really coordinated.
Definitely. And it wasn't like in that initial merge, like Asmodean and Karolinger were doing nothing. They did get Lizzie's shields down pretty quickly, I might add. But Lizzie did a great job not staying in the heat too long, and they got that kill, and then they secured the 1v2.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we saw Asmodean sort of losing his shields. He's in a really bad situation there. I personally would have left the fight at that point, especially after Karolinger went down. And as soon as your shields start going down and you're in a 2v1 situation, it's just time to get out. You got to go.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I don't think that we've seen anyone do like a really impressive disengage in this tournament yet. Everyone has kind of lived and died in the ball, so to speak.
You're right.
And there's only been like maybe once or twice. I think it happened in the Tirada fight, and it happened I think in one of the other rounds with the other team as well with Water Potato, where they had some disengages. They used the station as cover, but not a lot of that in these fights. Typically, it's over pretty quick.
Yeah.
Nobody's used nav mode yet, I think, either.
No, and this is again like almost like a tournament symptom of the tournament. Arena Commander sort of like you get that tunnel vision, and you don't want to. You just want to you want to give everybody a good show. You don't want to feel like you're like delaying the fight, and sort of like delaying the inevitable. And you kind of just tunnel vision and just fight it out to the end, hold that trigger. But there is nothing wrong with extending here and getting out of the fight if you need to, reaccruing your resources, getting your shield back up, reallocating that power again, and getting back in when the time is right. I'd like to see more people doing that, but it's also easier said than done.
Yeah, and apparently we did have a few nav extensions from the aero pilots, and I think in those rounds that I was talking about, even a little bit hard to tell with the shields down and on these the 4 split, but yeah, it has happened. Just nobody's really done it a bunch.
Okay, right. I also missed that then. Yeah, it's a lot going on when you got four fighters to watch. A lot going on at once in this very short amount of time. You may have missed 1 or 2 little quick nav switches. But
looks like we're close here.
Yeah, not sure what's the delay is, but
and this is it, guys. So whoever wins this is going to be the going into the finals, which
exactly.
We'll see if I'm not sure the official rules on how if it's going to be 2 rounds or if it's just going to be the first to 3.
In the next match.
Oh, I just on the bracket on the Ammo Esports website just saw the room for a round 15 if necessary.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah.
Because I know in the first fighter flight, when I was up against Noodle and Mike, they opted to just have the one round instead of the two.
Yeah, I remember that. Damn, it seems like so long ago now. How long that was? What
It
flight
was
model
long
that?
ago.
What freaking
That was
patch
crazy. I think 315 or 314. It's
no way.
maybe it was after that. It was definitely before 316.
That's crazy. Yeah, way pre-MM, old flight model. But it was different there. Like, in the tournament setting where people weren't, whizzing around with, speed limiter fully open, top speeds. In the tournament setting, it forced them in the old flight model to fight closer together and fight a little bit more like we're seeing now back then. But yeah, that was 315, the guys are saying. 315. So that was a long time ago. I don't even know when 315 was.
Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago. I mean, me and you both, you've been streaming this game longer than me, Detox, and I've been streaming this game an eternity.
Yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, me too, brother.
This shit.
Me too, brother.
315 was November 2021, so it must have been 314 then, because Fight or Flight was in September, I think. Yeah, I don't know, but that's patch 315. I can't even remember what the meta was for that, or what what it looked like. I have been playing this game, streaming it for so long. It's very hard to remember which patches were what. There are a few big ones that you remember with the meta of. Like, I think it was 3.4 when we had the Omnisky meta. And that's when you had, you could hit somebody with, 2 volleys and they would die. Like, every fight basically came down to 2 or 3 hits, 2 or 3 volleys from cannon builds.
Gerlinger's shield's already down, by the way. This match is going.
Jeez. We are. Apologies, I was getting carried away there. We
Lizzie
are underway.
Shield's down, but don't think it's going to be enough here. Asmodian not in a terrible spot for a 2v1, but not sure that he's going to be able to do much here.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Asmodian has been known. We've seen him pull some sweet wins back. He could take out Lizzie B here and buy himself some time.
I think if he just had a little more ammo, maybe, but that would have been hard to come back from. But well played.
GG's. Okay. Well, Buzzin' Bums takes the win here in this semi-final. Best of 5, sorry. Yes, semifinals is best of 5. So we actually have a couple. We potentially have, we have another match coming up. Sorry, guys. I'm carried away with my 315 talk there. No, that's crazy. This is what we expected, right? Buzzin' Bums would start clawing this back. I do feel like they are the stronger team, and they're kind of proving it at the moment, Burks.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Thumb and Lizzie have a good shot at taking the whole thing. It's really just going to come down, I think, to how well these other teams in the losers bracket can learn from their mistakes and really use that information to, I think, take down probably the strongest team in the tournament, which is Thumb and Lizzie.
Yeah. Other teams watching this, observing, getting intel on the other teams that are working their way up through the bracket, using that intel against them later on. This is round 4 now of this match, and yeah, I mean, it's 2 wins so far to Buzzin' Bums, 1 win to the Carolingas. We could get 2 matches, but we'll see. We'll see who wins this next one. If Buzzin' Bums takes this next round, then they're through. They're through to the next. They're through to the finals, basically. So this is very exciting.
So is the okay? Interesting. For some reason, I thought that was the final match.
No, we got a best of 5 on this one.
Oh,
and then whoever
understood.
wins this one goes. Yeah, I know it was. I overlooked that as well. But
And
it's,
that
once
makes sense for the
one's done,
semi.
yeah. Once this one's done, they go to the finals, and then they face the winner of the losers bracket. So whoever wins this one faces the winners of the loser bracket, and then we go back to the losers bracket. We have sometime in summer and Blades Detected, Cacahuete Caliente versus the Bobs, and then the winners of those two go through to the next round of the losers round 3, and then the winner of those goes through again, and yeah, we come ahead to the finals. It's gonna get real hot now. People are gonna have to start bringing out their A games. It's getting serious. An exclamation point bracket. Anybody watching? If you wanna see the brackets for yourself.
Now, what do you think you would do differently, Detox, in this last match if you were the one down 2 and you needed 2 more and clearly Thumb and Lizzie are doing something right here.
Yeah, I would I think Karalinga and Asmodi need to be more aggressive. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive here and try, and I don't think they're going to have an easy time taking out Thumb, but they need to take out Lizzie B quicker and give themselves some breathing room against Thumb. I think
And
they
it looks
can.
like we may have had a disconnect.
Yeah. I think they can take out Lizzie if they focus hard enough and stay tight enough, and that will give them some chance, a little bit more breathing space against Thumb, but they're kind of on the back foot from the opening of each engagement at the moment. I think they need to try and lead the fight.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Like at this point, I would be open to trying anything, because if what you're doing is not working, you need to change something, right? It looks like we may be resetting the lobby here, but
Yeah.
I think that something they could try is being really aggressive, maybe on Lizzie or Thumb, just doing something different. Maybe seeing if they could be a Karolinger going down very fast in these fights. Maybe seeing if they could be a bit more of a distraction. Maybe not prioritizing so much on aiming and more on just letting Asmodian sneak in behind and while he's the priority target. But it's going to be tough. So we'll see if they can pull it through in this last match.
Absolutely. Yep. It's exciting. I mean, there's some pretty good prizes to win as well. I think we have. Do we have the prizes screen? Maybe we can take a look at while we wait for them to set this match up. We don't. Okay. Thank you. Never mind. We'll carry on. All right, we've got a Ring Commander lobby going together here, and this is how it's done, everybody. I know
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arena Commander, where the sweats live. If you've never seen it before.
A few people were asking, how this all gets done, and well, it's the Atmo team. Very cleverly have a lot of volunteers and back staff in the production who help make these happen and put this all together. People go in. We have officials who help officiate, and then we have the cameraman, and it's pretty a lot of moving parts sometimes. So sometimes when one thing goes wrong, a lot of other things cascade. It's like a domino effect sometimes. A lot of it, it rests on certain things. If that thing goes wrong, then something else has to pull out and reset. So it looks like we're doing a full reset of the Arena Commander lobby here before we get.
And the truth is, even with the small technical issues we've had today, this is one of the more smooth tournaments because the custom lobbies are so much better than they used to be. It used to be kind of a nightmare to set this stuff up. You had to do PU, and if it's in PU, it takes 10 times as long. Everyone knows that.
I think those original Fight or Flight tournaments were in the PU, right? It was like a huge effort, a huge effort for Atmo to put that on. Not easy at all, and
definitely
you're
you got to worry
30K.
So many factors. Yes.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, Atmo Esports always comes so far with each new production, and you know the Atmo Esports, how everything operates is developing alongside the game while the game develops as well. And you know it's not easy, but hopefully people appreciate it, and hopefully people are enjoying the show today. Arena Commander is definitely making things easier though. It's come a
It's
long
great.
way,
I
like
still
you
feel
said.
like it's an
a lot better
amazing
these days.
place to practice. You know, a lot of people underutilize it, to be honest. It's like hopping into the hyperbolic time chamber. You know, like you're gonna get so many more deaths in, which means more practice in. You know, you die in the PU after a dogfight, you gotta get your ship back and you gotta respawn and fly back. And Arena Commander, you die, you're back in the fight in seconds. Right. So a lot more effective training. Even if I find it a little less interesting in terms of you know, just the environment in the PU is so amazing. But that's more for the organic stuff. For tournaments, AC is the place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I played in one of the Fight or Flight tournaments as well, and it was definitely, it's really cool to like be playing in a dogfighting tournament above the ground of Yella, you know, with cliffs and rocks and everything to kind of give you an environmental, you know, just mix it up with the environment. It makes it a little bit more dynamic, but it's not ideal for tournament situations to play in the PU. I would like to see some
Agreed.
more maps though in Arena Commander, you know, some more atmospheric Atmo maps.
I was even going to say a really interesting pick for a tournament like this could have been the Crossroads of Crime, you know, because you get so many options.
True.
Do you go down to atmosphere? Do you stay in space? How do you
True.
want to play it, right? And you kind of get that dynamic that you would have in the PU in AC. So it's like the map development has been getting better and better. I mean, in my opinion, probably their best map yet.
Crossroads of Crime was the original intended for Theaters of War, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean that thing's been cooking for a while. They finally pried it from Sean Tracy's hands and put it to use.
That's right.
You can't have my baby. You won't have my baby. Yeah, it was really cool to see that map. It kind of like surreal to see the map, to play on the map, something we'd only seen in like videos and presentations for so long, something we thought was lost to time, make its way back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think with these new Hawthorne missions, I think it's a great test to try to get a Theaters of War environment in the PU. I think they've done an excellent job with them. Obviously, there's some issues with it working consistently in the PU. But it's a huge step in the right direction, in my opinion.
I think it's a little bit better in 4.1.1, but you know, regardless of the how well it works, when it does work, I think it's one of the best, if not the best thing CIG's added to the PU in ever. Actually, I've been having so much fun around Hawthorne. We've been asking for objective-based locations in the PU for so long, aside from Jumptown, which frankly is getting a bit stale now in the way that Jumptown operates. You know, having to go in and carry these small
Looks like the fight
personal
did start, by the way.
boxes. Okay, apologies. Yeah, it did.
Completely agree, by the way, though.
Fight is underway. Countdown is over. Here we go. Yeah, Carolinga and Asmodean, they're holding back. Super low on the throttle there for Carolinga. They're moving very slowly, playing more defensively this time. I do think they need to be aggressive, but I don't know, that's just me. I feel like they should be focusing Lizzie B. Don't give Lizzie and Thumb the time to take that perfect shot, take that perfect opportunity to capitalize and take out either Carolinga or Asmodean. They need to go in for Lizzie B, in my opinion, right now.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, they've got to win 2 in a row here, so they've got to perform well in this one. Thumb and Lizzie just 1 away from securing their spot in the finals, and looks like they're taking Carolinger's shields down very fast.
Carolinga getting very focused on Thumb there and just giving up the pancake all day long, and Lizzie B just had complete free reign there. Look at it. Easy peasy. And Thumb, unfortunately, didn't even take any damage. Carolinga Barely any evasion, unfortunately, there. That was just a clean kill for Lizzie. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it just shows like when the Saber is looking at you and it's not giving you the pancake we've been seeing all tournament, it puts out a lot of damage. There it is. That secures their spot in the finals. Thumb and Lizzie B. Team
Absolutely.
Buzzing Bums. Congratulations.
I never had any doubts. I don't think I had any doubts. It's a very strong team, Buzzing Bums, but Carolingers, they surprised me. They went further than I expected, I must say, and
Definitely.
they put on some really exciting matches, actually. So, GG, Buzzing Bums takes the win here, through to the finals. Let's see what the analysts have to say. That was a good best of 5 there.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I'll explain that in a minute, but I thought that Carolinger was gonna come back with an upset there, Avenger 1, but go ahead and talk it out real quick.
So it happened like I figured it would. Great fight. Both teams, Asmodean is probably going to have back issues after this for sure, but it was a good fight. No disrespect. I'm just having fun here. Carolinger got centered out. They picked him up pretty quick. And when, again, like I said before, the team that can stay tightest and stay close and get on the target is gonna get that win, right? And once you get that 2-to-1 advantage, you can have two pilots like Thumb and Asmodean that are pretty evenly matched, and it's just not going to go your way. This isn't a 1v1 tournament. This is a team-based tournament. So, in this situation, if they pick those numbers quickly and Carolinger couldn't defend, and boom, there it goes, and this is what I was talking about before about Lizzie B kind of, really hitting the training hard. So it's just, it just goes to show, like, hours in the cockpit training and training the right way.
Yep.
It really does show, really comes all out in the wash, but great fight from both teams, incredible flying from all the pilots, and just really happy to have them all out here today and supporting and having some fun. And thanks to Thrustmaster for putting this all together and you guys to set it all up. I mean, I've just been, as a fan of the space as well, I've been really enjoying watching these fights and being able to contribute some of my insight to help the fans as well when it comes to understanding what really is going on in some of these fights here.
No, well, we really appreciate it. And yeah, congrats to Buzzin' Bums who moves on to the grand finals. Let's go over really quickly here. So that way I can kind of break down the bracketology for you guys, because I've been doing brackets for a long time. But let's go over to the bracket and I'll explain this really quickly. So normally the last winners match of any bracket, that normally is called the winners finals. And the reason why I say the last winners match is because it's the last match before anybody from the losers bracket can actually come up to the winner side. So match 12, essentially, that makes it the winners finals, which is best of 5. So every finals match in the bracket is a best of 5. So match 12 is winners finals. And then you have match 13, that is losers finals, where Carolinger just dropped down to. So they actually secure a top 3 spot no matter what. And now Buzzin' Bums goes up to grand finals to, and they secure a top 2 spot. So just to kind of be a little bit more clear and share some insight, any winners match where all the winners are already done for and that last winner is out is normally called a winners finals. So that's why we had to push it and reset it to that best of 5. So, but so far the bracket is looking good. We have sometime in summer and Blades Detected coming up. So Avenger 1, I mean, we talked about these teams a little bit, of course, but I'm excited to see Iker Z again if he's choosing the Arrow again, because that was a masterclass in that ship. So I'm excited to see this next match come up.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look and see if they got the selections here for the ships. Maybe not so much here, but I don't think he's going to be in the Arrow. I don't think he's going to be in the Arrow. If he is, I'd like to see him in the Arrow. Okay, well, Saber Talon Saber.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad.
Yeah, but either way, whether he's in the Arrow, I'd like to see him in the Talon. I think Ikers could really excel in the Talon. It's just such a strong ship, and especially with the double rhinos, they're going to come in handy for sure. But I think Ikers is on the warpath, man. I think people will be sleeping on him. But if it comes down to a gunfight, if Ikers is in the Arrow versus the Talon, I think the Talon's going to take it. So I'd like to see him in the Talon. I think he could really leverage his flight ability and as well as his aim in the Talon for sure. In this setting, I think the Talon is going to be beating the arrow in a lot of situations. So we'll see what they do. I'm going to give it to Ikers on this round 10. I don't think Mike and Noodles are going to be able to withstand the absolute rage and hate that is going to come from Ikers's barrels. I think he's going to focus on, channeling that inner Doom, Doombringer, and we'll see what happens. But I'm giving it to Ikers. I'm getting it to Ikers and Water.
All right. Well, up next is coming up. Match number 9 is going to be Cacahuete Caliente versus the Bobs. I believe they are ready. So, without further ado, Burks and Detox, take it away, guys.
Here we go.
All right. So this is the second round of the first match in the second round of the losers bracket. We've got Salty Mike and Noodle versus Blades Detected, which is Water Patat and Ikers.
No, this one is
Oh wait, am I wrong? Sorry, I'm saying the wrong one. My bad.
It's okay. There's been a little bit of confusion again, but this one is match 9. It's Herbazita and Mohicano. Bognogus and Jadok, the Bobs versus Cacahuente.
My fault.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's not. There was a bit of confusion going on back in there, but we are on to match. It's match 9. It's Cacahuente and the Bobs, and then after that we'll be doing the Sometime in Summer and Blades Detective, which will be the Salty Mike versus Water Patat teams.
Oh,
but no, this one is pretty much
going.
ready to go. They are counting down. Here we go. We're gonna get the start of the match this time, and it's interesting choices. It's another mirror, which we love to see. Herbazita finally out of that hawk, and he's in a Talon now. So let's see what he can do.
This is what I'm talking about. People can make changes that can turn the tide of the tournament and maybe take them pretty far. They can maybe come back to the finals because of this change. We'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, well, I know Herbazita's a good pilot, and then with a good ship behind him now, the Talon, he might be able to pull some magic out.
Bog taking a lot of damage, so is Herbazita, both primary in the initial merge. Looks like Herbazita's taking a lot of damage from Jadok here.
Yeah. Need to drop some noise and extend a little bit here because Jadok's on him, but it's Talon v Talon in that situation. Jadok rightfully changing targets and switching to Mohicano now. Great move there. He saw Herbazita was extending.
Great change.
Perfect time now to focus on the one that remains. It's exactly what you want to do. Herbazita's got to make his way back in now to support his teammate, who's currently getting smacked by 2 ships at once. Position you never want to be in. And there he goes. Mohicano dies, paying for Herbazita's extension, but Herbazita had to extend. He did what he had to do there. And that's the risk you take.
Essentially leaving his teammate in a 2v1, and that's why those disengages can be so double-sided. Knowing when to get out and when exactly when to get back in. And look at this. Bog doing a great job hanging in there, but he goes down. It's going to be the 1v1. But he basically secured the victory here for his teammate. Herbazita trying to get out.
Yeah, he applied some really nice damage to Bog there, but unfortunately was taking it the whole time from Jadok. But yeah, if you don't communicate those extensions clearly ahead, especially ahead of time, if you can, then you're going to leave a teammate behind getting pummeled by 2 ships at once. Not that, communicating it might not have made a huge difference, but, we don't know what was going on between them. But, yeah, Herbazita had to extend, but Jadok was really quick to switch target there, which is exactly what he needed to do, and that's how they easily got that win there. Well, not easily, but they finished Herbazita's teammate, Mohicano, very quickly.
Yeah, and Bog did exactly what he needed to do as well, which is stay alive. He was definitely the primary target most of that, and he capitalized on the fact that Jadok is just applying damage the whole time while he's getting focused, and it worked out well for him. I think they ended in a pretty good spot, relatively.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really nice play from the Bobs, actually. The Bobs must not be messed with.
It's true. People underestimate the bombs.
They're powerful, and they have the numbers. If you push them into a corner, you enrage them, they will bite back like a cornered dog.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing these mirror matchups. But I'm seeing the Saber a lot more than I thought I was going to see it. Not that I personally think that it's bad, but I figured we've had some people maybe with a Gladius, maybe we'd see an interesting mix of different. But people really seem to be favoring the Saber. It's been in most matches.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised. Like, I must admit, I do not fly the Saber much. I'm not a fan of it. Never have been a big fan of it. I hate the pancake, but it seems to be really popular this tournament. I would have really thought we'd have seen more Gladiuses. And I wonder if it's just because of the Gladius loadout. People are put off by the loadout or something.
Yeah, I mean, personally, there's not a ship in the game I'm more comfortable in right now than the Gladius. I think it's really, really excellent for combat. Looks like they might be getting started here. But the truth is that it's not the only ship that's viable. There's, especially in team fights, there's lots of ships that can definitely make a high impact in these fights. Yeah, just because people aren't picking the Gladius definitely doesn't mean that they can't be really, really effective is the right word to use here.
I think it's the weapon loadout on the Gladius, because for the tournament it's a 2 Omnis guys and a Mantis. And
is it Omnis guys? I was under the impression it was CF repeaters and a Mantis.
Yeah.
Well, then that's it right there. You're so right. Yeah, I was unaware. I thought it was the CF repeaters.
It's the loadout. I mean, I wouldn't touch that loadout with a 10-foot barge pole, so I don't blame
absolutely. I was wondering why there was a pip difference in the first match.
Yeah.
It's like we're getting some lagging on Jadok, but engagement's close.
A little bit. This
looks like they are.
This might be a feed issue. I think Jadok's feed is playing up, so we've got to pay attention here. But I think the fighters themselves are okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're focusing Jadok here.
Yeah,
he's evading. Focus as well.
Noise dropped, losing a little bit of lock on Jadok there for a minute, but he is blowing through, and I think he needs to maintain that vector, get his resources back, and get those shields back.
This is when I would switch away personally. That 2 kilometers a little bit far for me to want to continue to chase. But it looks 100%. Like they're taking advantage of that. They're taking advantage that he chased him through that.
Yeah, 100%. I would have switched if I was Herbazita right there to support Mohicano there. But Bognogus here, focusing Herbie. Is he? No, there he is. He's back in. Yeah, Bognogus continue to focus. And now Jadok needs to come round and hit Herbie at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
We can't see exactly what Jadok's doing because we've lost a bit of the feed. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's taken a lot of damage, actually, from Mohicano, which explains why he's not there supporting Bog. Beautiful kill from Mohicano. Wow.
Mohicano takes down Jadok. See, this is why these disengages can be so good if you do them right, because Herbazita is kind of dragging them along, making them chase, while his teammate sneaks up behind and just lays out a ton of damage. Now it's a 2v1.
Exactly. Yeah, really nice play from Herbazita and Mohicano. Now Bognosis has got a really tough job. He's got to get rid of Herbazita, but if they're smart, Mohicano will just take the brunt of the force, brunt of the attack here, and Herbazita just have free reign.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in. He's got to keep on applying a lot of damage fast. And, that Talon is definitely got some damage on it, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get his shields down. Looks like he's just in a really bad spot.
Bog dropping some noise, which is a great idea, but I don't think it's going to give him enough time to get his shields regenerated, and he goes down.
And he did a great job surviving there. That's it was definitely not quick.
Yeah, really nice from Cacahuete, pulling back the match there. We're going into a 3rd round. Very nice. Excellent place. Surprising, actually. Really nice extensions there from Herbie. Really helped secure the win in that fight.
And this is what I was talking
Buying
about
on
earlier,
the
from
comment
learning from your mistakes, right? Like, they obviously knew that they messed up the first round. They tried something a bit different. I think that they could have been a little bit closer in those disengages, but it clearly worked out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they're going to change up strategies here in round 3. It's a one win for both teams here. We'll see if we can get Jadok's stream back online. That was unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen what was going on with Jadok during that round, but we should have it back up for the next round, I hope. It looks like a stream issue.
We're getting a small update from him every 10 seconds or so. But yeah, interesting. And this is the best of 3. So if whoever takes this one is the winner, correct?
Yeah, whoever takes this one goes through to the next losers round and will play against whoever wins from Sometime in Summer and Blades Detected.
Hmm.
And then
Sounds good.
whoever wins that one gets to face Carolingas. And then, yeah, the winners from those get to fight Buzzin' Bums in the finals. So, we've got a few more rounds ahead of us, a few more matches. And yeah, this is what happens with the losers bracket. You get the competitors clawing their way back up from the losers bracket for their chance to fight the winner from the winners bracket in the finals and potentially clutch the win, first place.
Yeah, it's always good to see some back and forth and not just some straightforward victories. I think it's obviously a lot more interesting than the fight ending in 10 seconds. But I think both teams have made their own mistakes and both have played really well in their own ways. And definitely, I think that Herbizitis team and Mohicano are playing better this second round than they did the first. They just need to keep it up, and they could even take this thing home.
Yeah, I think they're a very strong team, actually. And like I said earlier, like Herbizita has been flying the Hawk in his previous matches, and now we've got him in a Talon. We're able to see him spread his wings a little bit more. Excuse the pun. But he's able to do. He's able to do a little bit more now. He's got a little bit more capable ship versus the Hawk. But I appreciate that he was using the Hawk. It's always great to see the unconventional choices. But yeah, we're seeing Herbizita come out a little bit stronger now that he's flying a stronger ship.
That's good,
And
right?
like
You're
you
in the losers bracket. You're down a little bit. You need to kind of take every advantage you can get.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And like you said, they're a strong team. They could well go through to the finals here. Are they strong enough to play against Buzzin' Bums, Thumb, and Lizzie?
That's
I
a
think so,
different
actually.
question. Yeah, it's a different question. Can they have a good performance? I think it's really going to depend on how fast you can kill the Saber. I personally wouldn't want a primary Thumb, no matter what team in this losers bracket is going up against them. I'd say the play would be get the Saber out just because it's the easier target. But, then you're giving the Thumb all this open room. So it's going to be interesting to see who goes up against them and what they do when they get there.
Yeah, I mean, they may completely mix up the composition again. Who knows? Buzzin' Bums might have something up their sleeve for the finals. They might be
Definitely
aspiring for some crazy comp or strategy. You never know. I mean, what ships haven't we seen yet out of the available ships? And for those wondering, the Hornet was removed from the list of available ships for the tournament due to just unforeseen difficulties getting the ship for our competitors. So the Hornet Mark II Ghost was going to be available in the matchup. I think we would have seen that a lot, but yeah, we aren't going to see that today for that reason. It was removed from the pool, but we haven't seen a Banny Defender, obviously. We haven't seen a Banny Defender. We haven't seen a Xi'an Scout, the Cartu Owl, the APOA, which is, I think, one of those ships that you really need to... It's got to be in the hands of a really good pilot who loves and knows the ship well to make it sing. But I would love to see one today, to be honest. And that's it. We just haven't seen the Defender. We haven't seen the Cartu Owl, we've seen everything else. We've seen an arrow, a warlock, a buccaneer, a gladius, the hawk, the saber, obviously in the talon. But yeah, not the bandy defender. I would love to see the bandy defender as well, even just as a meme. But honestly, are the singes just what's the deal with singes at the moment?
Well, they used to be
Are
OP.
they busted? Or?
They were busted in like a good way. Like they would 3-shot a hammerhead back in the day.
Yeah,
And I think that they couldn't fix the hit reg problem at the time. And so they opted to sort of change the way that the weapon worked. Take this with a grain of salt. I'm just speculating here because they totally reworked the weapon and how it works completely. It used to be hit scan and because it was tachyon cannons. And now it's like a 2,200 meters a second projectile speed, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And so it just doesn't do a lot of DPS, I think. And I'm not sure if it pins shields or not. If it's laser or technically ballistic. Pretty sure it's just laser. But yeah, it's just it doesn't outperform any of the other weapons, really.
And here we go, Herbazita focusing the Talon once again, which is great to see. That's exactly what they need to do. Get Jadok out the way. They are going for the Talon in this round. And he's already got his shields down.
Doing a great job, actually.
He should extend now. Drop a noise and extend. That's exactly what he's doing. He's creating a bit of space. And now Herbazita needs to stop following. He needs to switch targets. Hit the other one.
That's what I would do, too, yeah. But you know what? It clearly didn't work out for Mexicano.
Yeah, that is. I didn't even realize how badly Mexicano was getting punished there. He was getting lit up apparently. Unfortunately, he did just go down very quickly, and now it's a 2v1 situation. And both of the bobs
really leaving himself in a bad spot here.
Yeah, both of the bobs are in really good strength right now. Oh, Herbie, it's unfortunate, my man. Adios. He's out. GG's, good fights, beautiful best of 3. The bobs, proving yet again that you don't discount the bobs, you don't back them into corners. They are coming ahead here in the losers bracket. Excellent fight.
Yeah,
and
in a team fight,
that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Burks, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, in a fight like that, it just shows how quickly positioning can change a fight. Someone gets right on top of you and blast you in the back.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's take it to the analysts and see what they have to think.
Man, that's a tough one, man. That was that's so tough, man. But salutes to Cacahueque Caliente, man. That was a little bit nerve-wracking. I wanted both sides to come out on top, but yeah, that just can't happen. But the Bobs move forward, and Cacahuete Caliente is unfortunately eliminated from the SOL-R Showdown tournament presented by Thrustmaster. But Avenger One, your thoughts on this last matchup here?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say to both teams, you guys fought super hard. Great stuff. I saw some improvement on Caliente's side, so they're a little tighter, a little better. But again, they got a little too excited chasing one guy. They didn't switch quick enough. So you're going to get punished for those opportunities. Jadok was doing a good job repositioning himself. A little sloppy on one of the rounds. Definitely can clean it up. But overall, it's being part of these tournaments, doing it myself sometimes too, is when you're in those heat of the moment fights, it's easy to sit back and be like, oh, well, there's where I made my mistake. When you're in it and you're constantly, the stress of the engagement of the tournament is there, it's easy to make these mistakes, right? So those little mistakes add up over time. So improvement definitely in some areas for some of these pilots, but again, it came down to this thing I was talking about before. The critical error for Calientes was they were just too separated. They were too separated, and it was like watching two competent pilots fight their own game. They're both individually fighting their own fight, and they happen to cross paths every once in a while and assist in a target. Whereas watching Jadok and Bog, it was very clear there was a game plan in place. That's what it felt like to me. And this is a team-based tournament, right? It's always going to come out on top. So the first guy to get that kill, that's pretty much the round, and I got to say, hats off to Bog. You know, I sorry for doubting the Bobs, because holy smokes, I mean, he's
That taste,
accurate, you
man,
know,
yeah,
like Bog's
yeah.
been at the gym lifting weights, you know what I mean? Like we broke up and now I'm looking at his pictures and I'm like, oh man, I made a mistake, you know, like it just,
I honestly, I do think that that muscle memory comes back as this tournament continues to happen, right? Because just like any competitor, they need to learn how to adjust. They need to learn how to adapt. So, but no, I absolutely love seeing it, Avenger. And the big thing is here is that the Bob moves forward. You know, they still have a chance to go up until Carolingers. You did mention that, you know, they're gonna grind it up to the losers bracket, but we still got a few matches to go, but I mean, we're getting very close to our conclusion of the tournament here shortly. So let's take a look at our bracket, and our next team should be almost ready to go. But I mean, look at this. I mean, from here on out is just strictly just losers rounds, all the way until the end. Obviously, like I mentioned, round 13 is going to be best of 5. That is the losers finals. But I mean, this one coming up, we already talked about it earlier. Iker Z on Blades Detectives with Water Patat versus Sometime in Summer, which is, you know, let's see what happens to the fate of Salty Mike and Moist Noodle. You never know, but I want you to look at the ships that they're running right now. Avenger 1.
let me take
Look
a look
at the
this.
ships.
What's going on here?
Look at the ships and just
Okay.
let chat know exactly what's coming up.
Okay, so remember when I had that big wink? I think they're gonna finally do the Xeno threat. They're gonna do it. They're going Talon Card 2. I like what I see here. I like it. These two ships, ironically enough, pair very well together. So what I think, you know, Mike and Moist here, if they stay tight, so the trick with them is they can win this. They can win this if they stay together. Cartual, Talon, stay together. And don't be scared. The Talon is tougher than it looks, and the Cartu is a lot tougher than it looks. So lean into those side thrusters, stay tight, focus on targets, and I think they can really pull this off. I mean, Ikers is in the arrow, but you know, it's gonna
Cartwall
get
got
bullied.
that. Yeah, yeah.
You know, Sometime in Summer has 4 Rhino repeaters. If you think about it, that's a lot of DPS getting put on one arrow. So they got to be real careful. And I seriously think that Mike and Noodle can take it. I mean, I think
All right.
Ikers is on fire, but I think Mike and Noodle can take it. I think they're going to go the distance here.
All right.
I'm giving it to them.
All right. Well, here we go. I ain't gonna lie. I love Water Patat with all my heart. She's incredible. I love Iker Z, but yo, Sometime in Summer, I'm about to come for you. So let's shoot it over to Detox and Burks for more commentary here in match number 10.
Okay, here we go. This is, yeah, so we were just saying that we haven't seen the Cartual, the Gian Scout yet, Burks, and it looks like we're going
there
to,
it is.
in the hands of Moist Noodle, the Gian Scout. So, yeah, I'm interested to see if he can make this work. Look, I was talking to A1 about this before the tournament, that we fought this this guy in a Cartual in the PU a little while ago, and it was scary. He was just kicking our ass in duels. We had to constantly try and 2v1 him to get rid of him, but he was a real menace in that thing. Like A1 said, it's strafes, it's side strafes, which is the strength of these Gian ships. Is, you know, this their ability to strafe so fast. We'll see if Moist can put that.
And here they go.
Yeah, see if he can make that happen with the Gian Scout here.
I think one thing they're going to have to think about is that card 2 is a lot easier of a target. And so with those NDBs focusing on it, it could mean something, especially Iker. We've seen in the past couple of fights he's been in, has had pretty good aim. And so the best in an arrow NDB that we've seen in the tournament. So is it going to be enough? Let's find out. Water Patat getting focus first.
Yeah, I really want to see Iker Z do some more work with that arrow. It was beautiful in those previous rounds. He's going to have to really get close to that Gian Scout. But once you get close to that Gian Scout, that's where it's its strongest, because it has that ability to just jump out the way of your guns. It might prove pretty difficult for the arrow here, actually. Moist might be able to take out the arrow with that Gian Scout if they get into a 1v1.
Yeah, Water Patat goes down. Shield's still up on Iker, but again, it's gonna be tough to climb out of the 2v1 in an arrow.
I think Iker Z is in a real bad situation here. Absolutely. I mean, even if he could deal with the Xian, Mike in a Talon is no joke either. And it's really tough to land shots on that Talon when it's that Xian Scout when it's really maneuverable.
Yeah,
really trying to shake damage.
I mean, he should have stayed out for a full reset there. They were chasing him, but yeah, they go down. Good on Noodle and Mike for that win there.
Whew. Salty Mike unscathed in that fight as well. And that's how tough that Xian Scout can be. Look at it. It took quite a beating. A couple of red parts of the component, a couple of red parts of the hull. But other than that, in pretty good shape. Round
good
one
play.
Of match 10.
Yeah.
Goes to Blades. Blades detected.
One more for Mike and Noodle, and they move on to the second to last match before the final for them. And
they move on to losers round 3.
And they'd be going up against the Bombs, so that will be a really interesting matchup if that happens.
Yeah, it will be. Man, I'm really that was great to see the Xian and Talon combo there coming out strong. And you know, like we saw earlier, Ikazi he's a really strong pilot, and he was struggling there.
Yeah, you would think that he could have applied more damage to the car too in a situation like that, but Noodle did a really good job keeping him just far enough away to be effective.
It can be so annoying trying to apply damage to that thing, honestly. It just constantly nips left, right, up, down, you know? It's so fast on those strafes. It's really irritating to fight.
And you know what? It's not built the way that it used to be. Back in the day, the Car 2 lost a single engine on any of its 4. I mean, it was almost unflyable. These days, it seems like you can lose a lot more.
It's a little bit tougher now. Yeah, they've made those components tougher, which definitely gives it more longevity in the fights. I think they increased the HP on each of the sort of engine slots, but that has always been a weakness of the Xian tech, right? It's the same with the Furies, which uses the same tech. Their engines are their weakest component, really. Once you lose one of those, like the thing can kind of spin out a little bit. Yeah, it's similar with the Car 2R.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they change their strategy at all in this second match, Water Patat and Iker, if they'll maybe focus the Talon this time instead of
yeah.
But Noodle, as I've seen, and Noodle is I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but Noodle's rusty, not at their absolute best they've ever been. You know, on and off on StarCitizen as of, you know, recently. And I mean that as a compliment because their aim has been great throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, once the muscle memory kicks in and you've got a few warm-ups under your belt, it's surprising how quick you can get into the swing of things with dogfighting, especially if you spent years playing and dogfighting and practicing. It all comes back.
Definitely.
But it does take some warming up. It does take some time to get the muscle memory back engaged. But yeah, I mean, if I was Blaze detected, I would try to focus that Xian, to be honest. Just because it kind of it can fall apart with 2 people on it. In a duel, it's a real bitch, but once it's getting third-partied, it's a little bit weaker because it does have a pretty big cross-section. It's got like a wide cross-section, but it's also got like, you know, lots of gaps in its hull. So the shots kind of can miss, but yeah, I would still focus that thing down if I was Blades, personally.
Not as bad of a problem when the shields are up, but once the shields are down, absolutely. Because I mean, as everyone knows, StarCitizen it is 1-for-1 in terms of where the bullets hit. And I mean, unless it's the PU, right? Then sometimes it's a throw up. But in AC, it's like where the bullets hit, the damage is applied. And so it's interesting to see stuff like that kind of actually matter. I mean, SDF shields weren't always a thing. And
God,
Cool
yeah,
to see the
that
Cartool
worked.
get a little bit of an advantage because of it.
It looks so cool as well, with those streams of, the streams coming from the engines as it makes its way into battle, looking like a freaking aggressive Pokemon there. But no. Let's see if Blades decide to single out the Xian. Here we go.
Looks like they're focusing Water Patat first. Talon
Yeah,
shields down, and they're focusing Mike first, it looks like. Might be the move, but Water Patat is already very low, goes down.
It's that Saber just doesn't have a chance in this matchup. It's too slow. It just can't compete with the maneuverability of these chips. It's just flying to its death in every opening. Talon goes down, and so does IKZ, and that is it. Jeez, Moist Noodle finishing IKZ. A bit of a trade there.
Wow.
GG's. Wow. So sometime in summer actually takes the match here. That is crazy. I did not expect that. And a mix-up with the ships. Introducing the Carduel there near the end of the tournament for a really strong win. Burks, what do you think, man?
I think that excellent play by Noodle and Mike. Mike in a 1v1 with Iker at the end there. And to be honest, it looks like he had the advantage. Like if Noodle didn't come through, I think it might have still been a Mike victory. Very interesting to see, and can't wait to see the next match.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see what the analysts thought of that one before we go into the next match here.
Holy SOL-R 2, brother. What just happened? What? I mean,
I figured that was going to happen.
that was
like
that
I called
was kinda
it.
scary though.
I
That
called
was,
it.
That was kind
I
of
called
scary
it.
though. You did call it, but that was like a no contest type of. I don't even know. Break it down, bro. I don't even know.
Well, see, here's the thing, and this is something that has been the direction for Master Modes is ship choice and pairing is a real thing. Some ships really pair well against each other and with each other, and some ships not so much. In this situation, the arrow is too squishy. It's too easy to push out of the fight. It's too easy to force it to be defensive. Against something like a Cartual and a Talon. So the Talon and Cartual mixed together with these with the new weapon balances we have now, those rhinos are very, very dangerous. And with only one little one shield, the arrow just gets it kind of gets just bullied. And watching these two guys fly, the Cartual, and Talon, it's just such a strong combination because both are strong turn fighters, both are strong strafers. Both have similar speed ceilings, so they're going to naturally want to stay tighter, and then also they came in with a specific game plan to stay together, so, even though Ikers is a seriously formidable pilot, there's just nothing you can do in a 2 versus 1 situation, if you've got that numerical advantage, right? So you have to really think about how those puzzle pieces fit in there and what you can gap with your skill and what you have to look at as a counter system, right? So, but still great flying from everybody. Noodles, nice to see Noodles is still hitting the target pretty precisely here, even though he's been on the seat for a bit. It's nice to see him back. And, tactically, the alien ships just stayed tighter and were faster to focus on targets. And Water got primaried right at the beginning, and they pushed her out of the fight immediately. The Saber just, like I was saying before, you get that top shot, that center body section on the Saber drops very quickly. And before you know it, it's on to the next target.
I absolutely love that they came out on top. That puts Water Patat and Iker Z, unfortunately, out of the tournament. But once again, thank you both so much for competing. We really appreciate the time and effort you put in. We literally only have 3 more matches to go. This has moved since we got the groove going. This has been moving pretty quick. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you got Salty Mike is yelling somewhere. He's yelling somewhere right now. But I'm so happy in a way because the Cartual was never a viable ship. Ever. It was and if I'm not mistaken, back then it had size 3s and not size 4s. So no, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so way back in the day, but I mean, it's always had size 4s. You know, you could put size 3s on it, but it's always had size 4s. It's just the
Okay, okay.
Cartual used to fall apart like a brittle, you know, it was
Yeah,
very brittle.
yeah.
Now it's a lot tougher, it's a lot stronger, and you know, with master modes too, with our speed ceilings the way they are, the ship is fast enough to be able to deflect against incoming fire, long enough and strong enough to get the kill off something, you know, but they're not typically used in fleet engagements because they are quite large. They're a bit awkward, but in a 2v2 setting like this, the Cartual does definitely have an advantage between its
Advantage,
tank
okay.
and DPS power.
Yeah, it used to be so easy to kill that thing, and you know, back then when I guess when I used to fly the Cartual, I was probably on a gimbal, so that's probably why there were size 3s back then. But man, that was a
Mhm.
long ago before they did the whole what do you call it, like the whole auto shooting now, where you can just shoot at this square and it hits.
Yeah.
But in these matches, man, that was honestly impressive. It didn't feel like it was them having a bigger advantage, but it felt like it was definitely harder. And now, like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna stick with that going into the next round here. So
Yeah, it looks like it's working for them. And again, right? Sometimes don't fix it if it ain't broke, you know? So we'll see what they do next. So I'm just
all right.
happy to see that combination.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket as we updated here. But look at this bracket how it's turning out, man. We see 15 for the win. Lose in the first winners round and out in the first losers round, but that was a tough one. So this bracket, honestly, man, like for people that we keep inviting, is super super surprising. And we only have 3 more matches to go. We have our loser semis, which is match 11. We have our losers finals, which is going to be match 13. And then we have our grand finals, which Buzzin' Bums is just chilling up there waiting for that. But yeah, that's going to be a tough one here. Now, what do you do now? You Avenger 1, you called out the ships, right? So how
Mhm.
does the Bobs strategize against this very good combo or duo that is going to come up against him right now?
So this will be interesting. I mean, assuming that they are going to bring the Saber and Hawk that's listed here, if they bring that, it'll be interesting because the Hawk is, again, we saw it be so brittle and break apart. If they end up bringing the alien combination that they had success with here, I think they gotta focus. I think they gotta focus the talent first, break its wing off. I think that would be the easier path to victory there. Bog and Jadok are bringing the Saber talent, and I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's working for them so far. So, I mean, obviously, it really comes down to if they can stay tight and focus on the
Yeah.
primaries. But my gut tells me if the Saber Hawk combination comes from Moist and Salty, it's over. If they bring the aliens, it'll be a lot closer of a fight, and I think they'll probably win it and take it if they knock out the Talon first, because it requires less effort to strip a wing off a Talon. But it comes down to how tight they can stay. And I'll be honest, Mike and Moist are staying tighter
Yep.
than Bog and Jadok sometimes. So there's been some natural extensions, whether that's intentional or unintentional, we'll have to see. But this will be a
Wow.
good one. Like, I'm really actually interested to see this. I'm going to give it to Bog and Jadok by like 10%. But
Okay.
yeah, I wouldn't be betting the house on this one.
So it's okay. I see. Well, I mean, we have right now it seems like they are not going to stick with the Talon Cartual, but Salty Mike and Moisture, like you mentioned, are going to go Saber Hawk, and then Bog
Then
Nagas and
it's
Jadok
over.
is going to stay with Saber Talon. So I mean
Yep.
I think that the Cartual Talon worked out well, but if they want to switch it up, then remember
We'll
they got to
see.
stick with those
Yep.
ships for all 3 rounds, and this is
Yep.
for top 4 right now. So they
Mhm.
have that on the line for them. And man, that's a bit nerve-wracking, but it seems like our matches are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have match number 11 coming up sometime in summer versus the Bob. All right, over to you, Burks and Detox.
Wow, not a change I was expecting. Said that muted the first time. From Mike and Noodle, I was expecting them for sure to stick with that winning combination from the last match. I don't know if I would trust the Hawk quite as much as I trust the Cartual and the Saber in that situation. Or was it Cartual and Talon? I think that seems like a great combo. What do you think, Detox?
Dude, I am surprised. I feel like they should just keep rolling with that because that was beautiful. But yeah, I was saying the same thing before I also was muted. Yeah, I thought they were going to continue with that choice, that composition. But here we go into match 11 here, round 1, with a Saber and Hawk combo versus a Saber and Talon. This is going to be a tough one, I feel like. Yeah, against Bog and Jadok. Bog and Jadok with the Saber and Talon proving to be a really good team. I think,
Best of 3 here. Winner is going to fight Karolinger for the semifinals.
Yeah, for the finals. So whoever wins out of the next one goes through to the finals to play against Buzzing Bums. But not this one. This one takes them through to the finals of the loser round.
A lot of damage on Bog already. Seems like this is working out for them. Again, I don't see the other screens, but Bog...
EMP primed. Fire the EMP now. There it goes. Knocked out Bog, and Bog is killed. Good.
Jadok getting Mike there. So it's a 1v1, Hawk versus Talon. It's going to be an interesting matchup. I think the Talon should have the advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful hit with the EMP. We saw another EMP land and take out Bog. They capitalized on that very quickly, destroyed him, but so did Mike went down as well. Bit of a trade. So Hawk versus Talon here. Whew. I think the Hawk is going to struggle here, Burks.
I think so too, but you know what Noodle is doing to make the difference up here is Noodle will not let Jadok get away, which has actually been the reason why this fight looks like it's going to go in Noodle's direction. Jadok finally getting some distance here.
He's actually switched to nav mode here as well, so we are seeing some nav mode usage finally, which means he's going to have to do the workaround to get his cockpit back, but I'm sure he's got enough time. Beautiful extension. This is exactly what we wanted to see a few times earlier in previous matches, right? But Noodle is right on his tail, and Noodle doesn't want to switch to nav mode. He'll lose his EMP. And he wants to try and catch Jadok, probably while he's trying to regen his shields, but his shields should probably already be back up.
I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to do there. Noodle didn't even go into nav, just focusing on getting resources back up. I mean, I would try to be at 100% boost here, but looks like they've got a little bit more time. There's the engage. In theory, this should go to the Talon, but Noodle is doing a great job. A really, really great job.
Fires off an EMP, but it's not enough distortion damage to shut off Jadok's ship. But Jadok's ship shields are still down. He's still hitting him with some of that distortion damage from the Hawk, which is going to add up, and it is going to create a problem for Jadok. Bigger and bigger as it goes on, as he applies more damage. He's got a red wing. Jadok should have already hit nav mode and started to escape again and extend. He can do that all day in the Talon. Unfortunately, he's not going to utilize that again.
Look at the way Noodle's playing, though. Like, excellent job. Just getting around. Yeah, getting around that. That's not easy to do in a Hawk. Getting around a Talon like that. And just staying off the nose, not giving Jadok any room to recover there.
Now I want to play with a Hawk. This is really cool to see. Yeah, that was beautiful. Well done.
Some new tech has just been unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, this is what can happen sometimes in these tournaments. You see these unconventional ships getting used and being put to really good work in a competitive setting. So sometime in summer takes round 1 in match 11. The Bobs, Bognogas and Jadok, got to win this next one. Otherwise, they are out. So come on.
Well played.
Bog.
And,
Bog,
you know,
Jadok,
this could come down. Yeah, and this could come down to the fact that they weren't really expecting that much pressure from Noodle and Mike in that round. They might be able to turn this around if they focus up a little bit more. I definitely was not expecting such a great performance from the Hawk. Like, I don't think anyone before this tournament expected the Hawk to really perform as well as it did in any of the matches it did today. And I don't think there's a match today, even when the Hawk lost, that it did quote unquote bad. Maybe that's just the situational, of all these fights. But yeah, you can't say the Hawk is the reason any of these fights have been lost today.
Yeah, it doesn't stand out as an underperformer at all throughout the tournament. So it's cool to see. Those EMPs are, again, it's the tournament setting. There's a little bit more tunnel vision. There's less people flying around in nav, so you can really capitalize on those close engagements and have that constant threat of the EMP, something to constantly that your opponent has to constantly worry about. It's horrible. You're like drifting in and out of range of that EMP the whole fight. You're extra sensitive to it, and you're constantly thinking about it. And you're constantly looking at your shields as soon as they drop. You're panicking. You're looking at your distance to the target, and these are all things that are basically accumulating on you as a pilot. These are things that are like all these different things you have to think about. It's pressure. It's like free pressure if you've got the EMP there, and they can see it in full view, charged, ready to go. And it's just added pressure for free almost.
Absolutely. If you ask a good PvPer, like someone who PvPs every day, they'll tell you the EMP is not worth the trade-off that some of these other ships can give you. But clearly, it is helping in these fights. It is making a difference. Even if it's a small one, it is giving an advantage to the Hawk that people weren't expecting. Definitely, I wasn't expecting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that pressure. It's that pressure of the tournament situation and the arena symptom of the arena combat as well, where you're starting to see this EMP shine a little bit more. Probably quite strong in Atmo as well. I don't know how well the Hawk flies in Atmo though, to be honest. Probably not very well. I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean less room to escape in Atmo, right?
It's hard to say. I think I want to remember it not flying super well in Atmo. At least it hasn't in the past. You would think, because it's shaped like a bird, or it's supposed to be modeled after a bird, it would fly really well. But at least in the past when I've flown it, it hasn't seemed super viable. Mainly more of a spaceship. But maybe that's changed a little bit. I'm not sure.
I want to see that. I want to see the bounty compartment come online for that thing. Can't wait for us to actually have to use that sort of thing, because the Hawk has that really cool section, doesn't it, where you're supposed to put in your bounties, because it's supposed to be a bounty hunting ship. Looking forward to the day when we eventually finally see bounty hunting version 2, whatever
Absolutely. Well, you know what, I'll tell you what, there was some recent news on Spectrum. Oh, never mind. I thought the fight was starting. There was some recent news on Spectrum that they were shelving the Zeus MR because it didn't have its intended gameplay. And so that tells me Bounty Hunting V2 is not going to be out for a while, unfortunately. But I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Was this something that came out of the Asian Bar Citizens?
It was something that apparently they talked about on Spectrum. Maybe take that with a grain of salt. I didn't see it myself. It was something I heard about.
Okay. Man, it's crazy. We've heard nothing about Bounty Hunting V2, and it's such a huge part of the game.
I completely agree. I mean, I'm someone who, I've got a couple thousand PvP bounties under my belt. I used to do it all the time. Like literally, me and Zero State would have contests to see who could get the most done in one day, just for fun. And there was a long break without them. They came back very shortly in the PTU. Obviously, there's still some issues. Hopefully, they can get those fixed as soon as possible. Some of the most fun content of the game.
I think I'm too impatient. I just used to get so annoyed when I would chase a guy for so long, and he would just go to Grim Hex and log off for the night and go to bed, and I'm just sitting there with the joystick in my hand, just nothing to do. But
yeah, that's true.
Match is underway here.
Yeah, true. I won't get carried away, but we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on Bog and Jadok at the beginning of this and see if they can play this any differently.
I think they got to get rid of that Hawk. They got to get rid of that Hawk quick. I think they
should.
know the threat that it shows now, and they should get rid of it as quickly as possible.
Wow, great damage output here.
EMP goes off, and there we go. Moist absolutely bodied because they focused him down this time. That pressure is relieved. They don't have to worry about the EMP anymore. And now they just have Salty Mike and a Saber. And I think from here on out, it's going to be a lot more relaxed for them.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's going to be hard for Mike to win this 2v1 situation. He's hanging in there. There he goes. But it sort of is what it is. We got one more match between the two, and that will decide the winner of this. It's It just shows you like how much team dynamics matter. Focusing one person instead of the other, focusing a ship instead of the other, getting out.
Yes.
Yeah, the prioritizing can be such a huge part of team fights.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that just that Hawk melts quickly under pressure. It's actually got quite a nice pancake, to be honest. If you can get above it or below it, it's quite a nice pancake. You know, its dimensions are pretty wide, and we just saw it completely buckle under pressure there. I think they're probably going to try and do that again in round 3, and Salty Mike and Moist are going to have to prepare for that.
They are. I mean, ideally, I think knowing that they're going to prioritize the Hawk moving forward, and this is where having the card to wall would have really, I think, been the advantage. And, you know, I hate to say it, but I almost feel like they would have taken this home if they would have had the card to wall in the Talon combo instead. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that would have been a preferred choice for at least me. But the Hawk, I think if it can stay behind and not be the first target like it was in the first round, I think they have a decent shot.
Yeah, I mean, I got to admit, I've seen nothing from any Saber in this whole tournament that's impressed me. I feel like it's been underwhelming in every matchup. And I think people are just taking it because they're familiar with the animal repeater loadout. They're familiar with the Panthers. They're familiar with the sort of flight characteristics of the Saber. And it's a safe bet, but it isn't really doing much for anyone, I feel like.
Nobody has lived super long in it. Nobody had you've not seen someone who you feel like this person is very OP in the Saber yet. Yeah.
It's like it hasn't really shined, but maybe it's not meant to. You know, maybe that again, it's like a mainstay fighter in this tournament. People are just kind of picking it because it's safe. It's like a safe choice, but it's this kind of late into the tournament, you don't want to be playing it safe anymore. You want to be mixing it up a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Breaking away, I think, from stuff that you think might be a disadvantage for you, but it's hard to say. Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting combos today.
Yeah, I wonder what else would have paired better with the Hawk. Like, I don't know, like with the Jean Scout, but would that go well with the Hawk? I don't know. All right,
something that, you know, Xion Scout maybe, just because, again, having something that can take the main damage when you're in a less tanky ship is like always going to be nice. But that being said, I mean, I think the Saber is maybe not a good team fighter, but if you can keep people off your pancake, which again, easier said than done. And here they go. We'll see if they focus Noodle first. It looks...
He is leading the way, which I think is a mistake, but I think he needs to stay behind Salty Mike. Salty Mike needs to unload on somebody with his
Mike is pushing forward.
Yeah, he is now.
They are
actually
glued on him. They do not care about Mike, it looks like. Prioritizing Bog, shields down already.
Yeah, now Moist needs to come in with that EMP, and he's coming for it now, I think. But Bog doing a great job of remaining evasive, popping noise. Moist struggling to track him, and he's unable to land the EMP.
Bog isn't even focusing on shooting at all.
Nope.
Like in that situation there. He was just, how can I be annoying and how can I delay the inevitable so Jada can make this a 2v1? And now they're focusing on, Bog goes down though. Great job by Noodle.
He did eventually get caught, but he's bought enough time for the Hawk to take enough damage that it shouldn't be a threat anymore. I think Jadok's going to have a good chance of finishing the Hawk, and there he goes. Yeah, Moist
great play by
Jadok.
Jadok.
So It's a Talon versus Saber situation again, and I think Jadok needs to extend now. There he goes. Get his resources back and take his time here picking Salty Mike apart in the Saber.
Exactly. And Mike definitely was doing the right thing, trying to keep his shields down and trying to stay on him. But when someone nabs like that and there are no missiles in play, there's really nothing you can do besides hope that you can kill them before they get away.
Yeah, absolutely. And here he goes. Jadok has got his resources back. Doesn't have full boost, but he might do by the time he gets back into the fight. Cycling to get his cockpit back. Yeah, he's getting his full resources back. Looking healthy. Salty Mike trying to find him, throwing out some active scans, but he's sitting here by SBK just chilling.
Now, here's the good news for Mike. I think Jadok's shields did go down at some point. I'm not positive. So he may have taken a little bit of shield damage or hull damage. I don't think Mike has. So it might give him a little bit of an edge here. We're going to have to see how it works out for him.
Yeah, this is nice. He's already got the beat on Salty Mike. He's going to use the station again to kind of maybe try and nullify Salty Mike's opening for Panthers so he can close the distance. If Salty Mike keeps moving forward, I think Salty Mike needs to play defensively, though. There he goes.
This is good by Jadok, not using any boost.
I don't think Salty Mike's even targeting him yet. There we go. I mean, that is it's a stealthy Talon. Its EM and SIG is very low. So
Mike putting out good damage. Shields go down on the Talon. Honestly, Jadok definitely seems a little bit nervous about this, and he should be. Mike is doing a great job applying damage.
He needs to get inside that turn rate of that Saber, and then he'll be golden. But he's struggling to close that distance without taking too many hits to the face from Mike. But he's there now. He's where he wants to be. He needs to get under that pancake. There he goes. Get into that slot. But Mike doing a great job of keeping his nose on and still applying damage. It's closer than I expected.
Good job, Mike. Oh, good effort, but not enough. Jadok takes the win. Congratulations to the Bobs.
Wow. That was an excellent match, actually. Some really good rounds. Big congrats to the Bobs. Well done, the Bobs. You go through to face Carolingas, and the winner of Carolingas then goes to face Buzzin' Bums for the finals. So awesome match there. Anything you want to say, Berks, before we go on to the analyst desk?
No, I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Excellent. Let's go.
That was a good match, bro. That was a
good.
Fire match.
I have never screamed so loudly in my head watching that fight. Like I noticed these small little things like disengage. I'm like screaming at my head. I'm like, no, don't disengage now. Like, so many times in that fight, I really enjoy watching that fight. But I think Mike, I'll be honest, I think Mike and Noodle played better. I think they played better. They stayed tighter. They were more committed to their engagements. They made smarter choices. They just lost out on some of their aim discipline. I think the idea that I think Jadok and Bog were going for was they were trying to get him to string out, but you're not using ships that can capably string things out. So you're just taking a ton of unnecessary hits. The better play in that case would have been to stay tight, stay turning, stay in the ball, and pick a guy and bully him out of the ball. And when that guy disengages and extends, then you switch to the other guy and you just absolutely laser this person down. I think there's definitely a game plan that Bog and Jadok need to really be head to head on here. I just think that Noodles and Mike were just really synergizing really well. It was really nice to see, but there's no replacement. Like I said before, there's no replacement for aim, right? You got to get on there and you got to get on target and stay disciplined. This shot right here, if it's possible to rewind that last shot just there and freeze frame it, if that's even possible. If not, it's okay. But a lot of times I noticed there was like critical aiming issues on Jadok's side, and I kept seeing it over and over, and I was just screaming in my head. I'm like, roll, just more to the
Bro.
right, like just a little more. That's all you need. Like if this shot, this right here, you can see it. He's tracking to the right. So he's actually tracking in yaw. So if you were to imagine, there you go in slow motion, which is perfect. You can see he's moving to the right at like a almost 90-degree angle. This is not what you want to see, guys. Like that shot should have been taken at 90 degrees to the right so that he's pulling his nose up onto target. And time again, we see Jadok doing this. And, as a coach and as someone who trains, I scream in my head. I'm just like, discipline. But they pulled the win out.
That's pretty much like the old version of tricording when you're going in at that angle. I remember you guys teaching me that, so that was actually wild. But let me tell you something, Avenger One. That first round where the Hawk took out the Talon, man, that was some master play by Moist.
Yeah.
That was some really, because he knew exactly how to come around him and hit him from the top down. And my lord, that was probably my favorite round of the day. Other than Iker Z and the arrow, that Hawk taking out the Talon like that was absolutely masterclass from Moist Noodle. And I'm gonna tell you right now, man, like I love the competitiveness of Salty Mike, because I know he's probably super salty about losing right now. But the thing is, like, everything he wants to do in StarCitizen, he wants to be competitive. Whether it's like grab lev racing, whether it's dogfighting, like when he knows that he was there to getting to that losers finals, man, I know he's feeling it. But man, they did such a great job, put on such a great show, and I would just be happy going. Like, I mean, you got fourth. I would be happy with that, because he was hitting me up yesterday. I think we're gonna leave out round one. I'm like, you always end up surprising yourself, and here we are again, getting fourth place. It's pretty wild. So
yep, yeah, and again, right, I love all these guys that are competing. They've been donating their time. I'm just speaking strictly tactically, objectively about what was being played here. But incredible showing from all the pilots. Thank you so much for coming out, and then for Thrustmaster for making this all happen, right? So incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
really like seeing that.
Thank you so much. And we only have 2 matches left, but let's talk about our giveaway, guys. We haven't talked about this in a while. We are giving away the SOL-R 2 Hosas. I have it right here. So if you guys want to win one of these bad boys, okay, make sure you guys hit _ socials. You can head on over to our either X or Instagram. So whichever platform you prefer, there is a chance to win a pair of sticks for yourself. So you can either use it for whatever game you like to play, especially Space Sims. So make sure you guys check it out. You can join either one on either social platform, or you can join both for extra entries. So we'll be picking a winner on Sunday whenever we all recover from the tournament. So but can we get the giveaway screen up, please? And again, _ socials. You guys can jump over on our X, or we still have Twitter in the channel, my bad. But man, get to win your own Hosas set, guys. So please go ahead and do so. And one more time, a big shout out to Thrustmaster for sponsoring this event, for the launch of their new products, man, which I think looks incredible. We had a whole entire talk about it during our pre-show. But yeah, I'm excited. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. And 2 more matches left. 2 more matches left. We got Carolingers versus the Bobs. Where you got this going, Avenger One?
Okay, so it's going to Bob's, but what I want to see from this is I want to see Carolinger and Asmodean stay tighter. I feel like what we've been seeing is Asmodean carry. And Carol, I don't know what's going on with him right now. He needs to stay tight. He's getting strung out. He's getting pulled close, too far away right at the beginning. And even if you're not a crack shot, it's important to make sure that you're in the right position. So we definitely want to see Carol stay close to Asmodean. Want to buy as much time as he can. If he can just survive past the first 15 seconds of the fight, I'm happy. I want to see that from him, because it buys time for Asmodean, and Asmodean is an absolute killer. The guy doesn't miss. So it's going to be tough for Bog and Jadok to take care of him. He's going to beat Jadok in the aim duel. He's going to beat Bog in the aim duel, but he's not going to beat them both. So it really comes down to Carol. So if Carol can buy time and be that kind of that honorable third party, I guess.
Yep.
They could take it because Asmodean will lift the heavy weight, but Carol, it all comes down to him because we know Asmodean and how much he's going to affect this fight, so it's exciting. This is going to be a tight one, and it all comes down to Carol, so that'll be an interesting one.
All right, well, I'm super excited. We got 2 more matches left, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, if you've been watching from the beginning to end, I just want to say appreciate you guys. Make sure you're following all these creators, okay? Make sure you're following. I'm going to call out the creators really quickly before we. I'm not sure if our match is ready, but Karolinger, Tarada, Herbadiza, Bogdagus, Loken Plays, Water Patat, Salty Mike, Lizzie B. We also have Moist Noodle, who was Salty Mike's partner. So make sure you guys please go show all these incredible creators some love. And then we have on our commentary, we got Burks and we got Detox. So, and then here on the analyst desk, we got Avenger One. So make sure all these incredible StarCitizen creators, make sure you guys and go show them some love every single day that they go live. And all I want to say is thank you so much for your support. And allowing Atmo Esports to continue doing these tournaments. You can find our entire tournament community at discord.gg/Atmo Esports. So if you guys want to come and maybe join a tournament in the future, come on down to our Discord and hang out with us. Without further ado, taking it over to Burks and Detox for this losers finals.
All right. The champion of the losers coming up. Karolingers versus the Bombs. No, this is going to be, I think, an interesting fight.
Yeah. I mean, fighting
so you got
to
your
be
money
champion of the losers. I think that is an accolade worth fighting for. So it's a best of 5. Karolingers, the Bobs, Saber Talon, the mirror matchup.
Go.
This deep into the tournament is cool. Who do I have my money on, Burks? I would say.
Looks like they have started.
Yeah, you're right. They're already underway. This is beautiful. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Karolinger and Asmodean. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think that if they tighten up, they might be able to do something here. I think Jadok has been performing really good today. Bog has also had some really good matches as well. They're definitely scary, but anything can happen, and it's best of 5.
Yeah, it's best of 5. This is a lot more room for a little bit more room for error, a little bit more room for changing up tactics. Both teams very close here already before engagement is taking place, and Karolinger's opting for the similar strategy before, playing very defensively. And if Karolingers can buy enough time for Asmodean to do his thing, then they're going to be in a really nice spot. But, likewise for the Bobs. Bognogus and Jadok are both very strong, but Asmodean's been really impressing me with his ability to just laser down any target so far in the tournament. Both still trying to vie for position. Karolinger playing very defensively.
Yeah, it's interesting to see these slow matchups because honestly, that is unless you have a very solid diving strategy, and here they go, applying damage. And it looks like they're focusing Asmodean.
They are. Yeah, I think that's
probably the right move. Bog primary target on their team. Shields down.
Yeah, Asmodean needs to go full evasive here. Not even try to deal damage. He just needs to evade or even extend at this point. I think he's making a mistake here by actually fighting back.
Completely agree. Yeah, he goes down there.
That is a shame. Yeah, Karolinger left on his own now, and it's not going to look good for him. The Bobs are at full strength, pretty much.
Trying to apply some damage, make sure that Bog shields can't get back up, but doesn't look like he can quite connect, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And he goes down.
It's unfortunate. I mean, Karolinger and Asmodean have made it far, but they're coming up against some, competitive, competent teams here. Bognogus and Jadok are a competent team, and they've come, through a lot of matches to get here. They're fully warmed up, fully aware of each other's capabilities now. And the Carolingers have kind of been, they're probably cooled down a little bit. I don't know if they've been practicing while waiting for this match to come, but, you know, they've been sitting out for a little while, so they've cooled down here, you know? So, whereas the Bobs are pretty fresh off a few other matches. But round one goes to them. Round one goes to the Bobs.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to, you know, make up in a best of 5. They, you know, could change strategy a little bit. I think that it seems like having Carolinger as the primary is the best strategy for sure. Let's see if they do anything different in the next round.
Yeah, I think they're going to do the same. I'd be surprised if they didn't. As Modian is the bigger threat. They can get rid of him early. It's easy. It's plain sailing. So yeah, what can Carolinger and Asmodean do if they're anticipating that? What can they do? I think in the next round, I think Asmodean needs to be more evasive and not be scared to extend. I think he's just worried about Carolinger being able to apply damage while he's extended. I think he's worried about leaving Carolinger on his own.
And, you know, I think that in a tournament with no missiles, I think that we have really not seen that much disengaging. Very surprising to me, actually. Not that it's always easy to do, but it's definitely the best thing to do at a lot of times, right? And haven't seen it nearly as much as we should have. That being said,
yeah.
You know, Carolinger focuses on their aim, really tightens up, locks in, has a good round where they can apply damage. Asmodean focuses on that same person. They could pull out a win here.
Mm. Yeah, and they're one of the most surprising teams in this tournament. They've made it this far. I think even if they got knocked out in this match, they could be proud of their run so far. But I'm not going to discount them just yet. You never know. Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. We've also seen people lose the first match and come back. So we'll just have to see. We'll have to see.
You know, we've seen collisions as well. You know, those sort of things can happen. We've seen
Totally.
unexpected deaths. So you know, things can happen. Things can happen that allow the underdog to get ahead. We're on the countdown now, so the match is about to begin. This is round 2 of match 13. This is the losers round 3 in the finals. Sorry. Yeah. And here we go. It was round 4, sorry. Round 4. What is Asmodean doing? Is he really... He's just... Okay. All right, here we go. So, again, I think Asmodean needs to be prepared to extend.
It kind of looks like they're not together. I'm a little bit confused, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe they're purposely sending him in first to see if they can sort of
dropping the
put
bait.
the pressure. And it looks like Bog is kind of falling for the bait. If that's what they were doing, it looks like they are falling for the bait. They're both focusing Carolinger.
Yep, it looks
and
like
Asmodean
exactly
coming in, applying good damage. This is exactly what they needed to do.
Beautiful.
Bog getting some great... Or Bog with a good disengage, but Jadok getting some good... Or Asmodean, I mean. Getting some good damage here.
I think Carolinga's going to be suffering right now, if not already dead. There he is. Yeah, he's
already dead, unfortunately.
And yeah, so while their strategy worked initially on the opening, unfortunately Asmodean couldn't capitalize on it quick enough before Carolinga went down. He couldn't deal enough damage to Bog, and Bog did exactly the right thing. Noise, extended. As soon as he does that, it's over. You know, there's...
I think on paper, Asmodean and Carolinger had the better strategy. It worked out for them. It worked out the way they wanted it to, but they just couldn't apply the damage that they wanted to in enough time for it to matter. And that's probably the number one thing you need to do in these fights. If you don't apply damage, then you can't win. You can be as defensive as you want, and lure people around, have them chase you around. But if you don't apply damage, you cannot win.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Nice though. Nice to see, a different strategy. Because Asmodean was really quite far away from Karalinga, and he managed to engage, still managed to engage at pretty much the right time. Karalinga did take quite a few shots before Asmodean got in range, but he wasn't far behind. We'll see what they do in round 3, but this is, proving to be a good match so far. 2 wins, though, to the Bobs. They win this next one, it's over for Karalingas. And then the winner of these 2 rounds faces Buzzin' Bums, who I hope they've been doing some warm-ups, because they've been out of action for a little while now, or the losers bracket continued on. So hopefully Buzzin' Bums have been doing some warm-ups, staying warm. It's you can very quickly cool down and sort of have to get warmed up again. It makes all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool to see. I wonder if we'll get a mirror matchup in the finals, or if we'll get a little bit of a different shakeup. It seems like a lot of teams are preferring this Saber Talon combo. It feels really nice to have 4 guns with 75 rounds each. So
yeah, it's crazy. What do you think of the capacitor change to the turrets at the moment, Berks? Like the upgraded increased capacitor mag for turret gameplay?
I could have a very long conversation about this, but we've both been around a long time, Detox. I think that there has maybe been one patch that people consider turrets even semi-scary, and I would not consider this one of those patches. I think multi-crew needs some serious love. We just saw this new cool super solo capital ship weapon added to the game. And I'll tell you what, dude, I would have much rather seen that laser gun added to turrets instead. I think that would have been a way cooler idea. Even if the Idris had it as well, I think that would have been so cool to have a different, unique thing for turrets. I think that's what we need more of, is we need more fun and more effectiveness for the turrets.
And, would you say that they should come with the 5-click range still as well? Because, that's one of the weaknesses of turrets, isn't it? It's they lack the range, they lack the velocity.
Exactly. And, this is where balancing, if I was, not to backseat Dev too hard, but if I was in charge, I would really do some serious testing and get them to a place where they feel scary against light fighters, scary against... kind of the way that the Idris cannon feels against light fighters right now. I know that sounds crazy, but a Idris can really sneak up on you in the PU, and you're dead in like a millisecond to that thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It really feels like CRG is dragging their feet on turrets. It's like they're waiting for something that we don't know about. I wish they were a little bit more transparent about their intentions for turrets, because maybe I'm just
engineering,
not seeing it, but
maybe it's and they're starting here, so I won't dredge on too long, but I would love to see. I love multi-crew. I'd love to see it more scary, more fun, more effective.
I don't think anybody can disagree with that in the StarCitizen community. And here we go. It's round 3. If the Bobs can pull a win here, they are through to the finals against Buzzin' Bums, and Karalingas are out. But I'd love to see Karalingas pull something out of the bag here, opting for a much tighter formation for the start of this round. Not going for the bait strategy with Karalinga. Looks like they might just be going for more of a conventional opening and probably primarying Bognogus again.
It looks like at least Asmodean is looking highly at Jadok. It looks like they definitely want to take advantage of this, but shields go down really fast on Asmodean. That's not going to be good. And I was a betting man. I'd say this is already over, but it's just that first pass is so incredibly important. And there goes Asmodean in the 2v1 now.
Oh, jeez. Unfortunate. Yeah. Well played. I mean, Carolinger and Asmodean made it very far. They did brilliantly in this tournament. Better than I expected them to. It's been a pleasure watching them. That was an excellent match play by the Bobs. 3-round win. Yeah. Anything to say, Burks, before we move on to the analyst desk?
Yeah, I would just say great job to Carolinger and Asmodean. They did, I mean, like you said, put up a way better fight than I think a lot of people gave them credit for. Mainly because I haven't heard of them, so I didn't know what to expect out of them. But awesome job, had some great recoveries today, and took them pretty far.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see what the analysts have to say. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Well, called it easy. Bob's 3-0. Best of 5 here in the losers finals, and moves on up to the grand finals where we got Buzzin' Bums versus the Bobs. But before we jump into this next matchup, Avenger 1, give us that breakdown, because, man, that was, the backpack
when I say
was too heavy.
I called it. You know, they would climb through the losers bracket, and lo and behold, we are here again. And you know, this particular match, it went about as I expected. You know, it's just it came down to Carolinger. You know, he was the linchpin here. He was the wild card that was really going to change this fight. Because we've seen a lot of really great flying from Jadok, a lot of really great flying and shooting from Bog. To be honest, Bog has been overperforming from my expectations. I really expected him to come in and be a bit mid, and he has been really impressive. His aim has really been dialed in, so it's really been nice to see. And those two have been really synergistic. The last 2 rounds that they had in this match here, they were very tight. They were very coordinated, so there's definitely some improvement over these last few matches. I think at this point, they're at the top of their game. They're going to give the best fight they can this next coming match. So I'm excited for it, man. And it's like I figured, you know, I these two teams, like, it just seems like they got all the check marks, and here they are again, 1 and 2. So, but incredible flying from both of these guys. You know, it was a really exciting match to watch. Asmodean did the best he could, but yeah, it just came down. This is a team sport, right? So we need every little inch.
I just want to point out one thing that I want to talk about is that, you know what sticks Bogs are using currently? That's all I want to say is, you know what sticks Bogs are using right now? You know, they might have to do something with, you know, SOL-R. Sorry. Hey, I'm a shill. I just appreciate, you know, us coming together for the tournament, but seriously, like, seeing, you know, man, like, the closest match of the day was sometime in summer versus the Bobs. And now that they got over that hurdle, I think this is going to be an incredible grand finals coming up. So let's go take a look at our bracket here. But, you know, I do feel like this is not going to be something that is going to be easy. Obviously, you know, you got Thumb in Your Bum, or I forgot his streamer name, but I don't think that they're going to be
Thumb_SC is the streamer name.
Okay, there you go. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna be easy, but I think that now that the Bobs are warmed up, I think it's gonna be a battle. Avenger 1. What do you think about this grand finals coming up?
I'm excited. This is not going to be a blowout. That's what I'm excited for. I think it's going to be a tight match. I think it's going to be fun. And to be totally honest, it's going to be a tough one because it really comes down to Lizzie. Like, that's what it comes down to. If Lizzie can stay tight and stay focused, Thumb's going to make up the difference. Thumb's a better shooter than Jadok, so he's going to win that trade war, but not by much, you know? But if Lizzie's down too quickly, or she's not able to contribute, or she's not able to merge properly, like, it's gonna come down to the Bobs. The Bobs they'll take it, because 2 of those guys working together, those Bobs, I mean, they're smoking guys like Asmodean, because he just doesn't have the space to move. He doesn't have the deflection angles to defend from. He's getting shot from too many angles. So it's a question of, like, a really hyperstar pilot and an up and coming one, or 2 competent, highly team workable individuals. So this is going to be really. Yeah, it's going to be like what's I'm excited. This is going to be a good one. I'm not really sure who to give it to be totally honest, but they're
Yep.
both giving it their best, and I think that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say, Lizzie B is a way better pilot than I ever am, or even Bognagus, but I think that that's going to be the difference. The creators, which one is going to be able to stick with their teammate, like you mentioned, but also aim. But Bognagus, man, like you mentioned,
He's
like
sharp, man. He's hitting.
Yeah, maybe that catalyst that now that he's gained from going through the entire losers finals is what might be that different, because he's warm now. He has that, that muscle memory in. Them Thrustmaster SOL-R 2 sticks
That's right.
are cooking. So, so I'm excited to see it here. We are getting ready. We're just getting the final visuals here. But once again, thank you all so much for joining us today. Everybody in chat. Man, I feel so I wanted Salty Mike to move forward, but I'm also happy for Bog. But Carolingers take third place, so they take a cash prize of $150. They both have to split it. So first place will take $500, and then our second place winner is going to take $350. So right now that's what Buzz and Bums and the Bobs is battling for. And then the community member of the winners will also win a SOL-R 2 Hosas Space Sim Duo, so they can, maybe change something out. Maybe they have some older sticks and they'll get some brand new ones that they can, kind of push it to the metal even more. But yeah, if everybody has enjoyed today so far, make sure you follow all the creators, especially Burks, Detox, and of course Avenger One. And honestly, if you want to learn to fly, I went in the Avenger One Discord server, not to chill for Avenger One, but I went into the Discord server. They have a pretty cool system in there. Check it out. There's a lot of great, orgs out there that will show you how to fly and take the time to teach you everything, especially everything in the current flight models. So don't be scared, man. All right. I think playing StarCitizen solo to me is what might burn you out of the game. But when you're playing with friends, man, it never gets old. So
makes all the difference.
Easy thing to say. Makes so much difference. So all right. Well, before the grand finals, I think we have some time. So we're going to take a quick break before we come back, ladies and gentlemen. And then when we come back, we got the grand finals for you right here in the Atmo Esports channel. Buzz and Bums versus the Bobs. We'll be right back shortly. Or not.
All right.
Or not, production.
Some race for glory. Some race for the thrill. But when your world goes from 0 to 100, we race to save lives. Quantum Jump Medical. Celebrating 8 years of service to the community, still completely free of charge. Offering medical rescue, emergency transportation, operational support, security, and much more. No BS, no gimmicks. We'll be there.
Some things are out of our control. Whatever you want to call it, it's an urge, a desire, an impulse. A call you can't resist, that pushes you to learn, making every gesture a discovery, every movement a lesson. To finally attain freedom. Mastery is at your fingertips. taking you to new horizons. Uncharted territory that can be dangerous. Do you have the skills? Can you make the right decision? In the vastness of the universe, life hangs by a thread. But you'll never be alone. No one will let you down. You still have so much to discover and accomplish. You're not born a pilot, you become one. Try, learn, master. Space is yours.
Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, welcome back to the Thrustmaster SOL-R Finals.
Yeah, this is exciting. This is it. Buzz and Bums and the Bobs, who will be the champion of the Thrustmaster SOL-R tournament with Esports. It's been a good day. It's been some really good fights up to now, and it's going to be another mirror matchup. Burks, more
Saber Talon.
Saber Talon action. Yeah. Countdown is ready to go, and I think the first match is going to be underway very shortly here, ladies and gentlemen. So buckle in. This is the finals. This will dictate the winner. Buzz and Bums, Lizzie B, Thumb in Your Bum, and the Bobs, Bognogus and Jadok. Two very competent teams. So, yeah, this could go either way, really, Burks. What do you think?
You know, it's hard for me not to imagine a world where Thumb and Lizzie take this, but Jadok and Bog have, surprised us in a lot of ways today. They're both great pilots in their own regard. It's gonna be a tough matchup. I'm curious to see who's gonna utilize their teamwork better and apply more damage out the bat. I have to imagine both teams are gonna primary the Saber first, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Lizzie B and Thumb have had quite a while here to conspire and figure out a plan and put some things up their sleeves.
Also
Bognogus
cool off.
and Jadok. Yeah, Bognogus and Jadok coming straight off that previous match. They're warmed up and ready to go. That might play into the winner of the initial rounds here. We'll see. We'll see if the Buzz and Bums potentially make some mistakes because they've been, chilling for a little while here. Looks like Lizzie B might be primary.
It looks like it, and they're maybe switching to Thumb here. Lizzie closer than I think they're expecting. And see, this is the kind of teamwork that they're gonna need to win here, and they're executing really well on Bog.
Yeah, Bog's overcommitted here. He's got to go full evasive now.
Thumb taking damage from behind. It looked like with shields down. Not an amazing spot either.
Some really nice
Bog doing a
evasion
good
there
job
using
staying
that
alive.
cloud. Yeah, really
absolutely.
good. Yes, good extension.
And they
He needs to keep
can't quite
going.
finish him.
Yeah, he needs to keep going now. Just don't be afraid to extend. Get away. Get your shields up.
And look at this, Jadok
he's coming
full
back in.
shields. So it's Bog goes down, but
Damn.
and he flips around on him immediately as soon as he goes down. That's a great play.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Bog didn't need to be there just then, but it's easy to make that call when you're not in it. But good fight. Nice opening round from Buzz and Bums. GG's. Well done. Lizzie B and Thumb pulling out the win.
Definitely not badly played by Bog and Jadok there, but the teamwork and the focus that Lizzie and Thumb had together, I mean, really excellent. I mean, like I said, they came to win. You wouldn't expect it from Thumb. If you watch his stream, he, goofs around, flies the Cuddy Blue and the Titan. but I mean, he is scary in these competitive ships.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know he streamed. I'll have to check him out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, Cuddy Blue. That's a fun ship, but I could never do well in it. I know you used it quite a lot, right, during your bounty hunter runs.
The Talon? Oh, I mean, I still like the Talon.
The Cuddy Blue.
Oh, the Cuddy Blue. It's not amazing these days the ways that it used to be, but with a good turret gunner, you can definitely do work with it. I mean, flying in the PU is so much different than flying in a competitive environment. You know, you run into so many different skill levels. Some people, it's their first day. Some people, it's, you know, they are coming out of a 10-hour AC sweat match. Typically, it's the prior, right? Like people who are casual, they're just there for fun. They're not sweating their butt off. And so a lot more ships can be viable if you practice with them.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the PU is the place. If you want to go experiment, have fun with different ships. Yeah, the PU can be the place where you can get some fun out of that because, like you said, you're coming up against such a wide variety of skill sets and skill levels. Some things you can really get away with. Some ships you can really get away with. Certain situations. Other times you'll just get completely punished for it because you're coming up against somebody slightly better, slightly more skilled. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to. The game is more fun when you're playing and flying ships that you find fun and are not just meta, you know?
Absolutely. And you know, it's like back in the day, a really kind of fun mix of both of those was when the Hurricane was strong with the right pair. You know, and I love interesting combos like, I would love. I mean, I think you know, someone was saying that the Hurricane is decent at the moment with the capacitor buff, and I'd love to test it out myself because that was such a great time in StarCitizen.
Yeah, we played a little bit with it in 4.1.1. I didn't feel like it was absolutely useless. Like it felt okay, but then you kind of look at what the Scorpius can do, and it's like, well, why wouldn't I just take a Scorpius instead? And that's the problem. Like, yes, I like flying the Hurricane more than the Scorpius, but the Scorpius just feels better, you know, on paper and in game. Still,
definitely. I mean, and the Hurricane, I think it's something really fun about flying that manned turret, and I mean, it looks so cool. Personally, I'm a huge Hurricane fan. Would love to see it have another day in the sun for sure. And you know what? Honestly, more turret ships as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting the countdown now for round 2 of match 14, the finals. Buzz and Bums and the Bobs. Bognogus and Jadok, Lizzie B and Thumb in your bum. Let's see if we can get a win for the Bobs here. These are both some very strong teams. See if there's any kind of different opening strategy here. Bog and Jadok flying a very tight formation. Same for Lizzie B and Thumb. And they went for the Talon first last time, right? That seemed to be the primary for Bog and Jadok. And see if they do the same. Oh, nearly hitting each other there. Thumb letting loose on his target there a little bit too soon. Wasting a little bit of mag there, but I'm sure he'll regen it in time.
Just poking him, probably trying to put some early pressure, make them make a move. And look at this, prioritizing Lizzie. Good damage on Lizzie, actually.
Yeah. Shields down. Now Bog's going to start
looks like
taking
Bog's going to go down in trouble.
From Thumb. Yeah, so quick. So quick. Ah.
Jadok applying good damage here to Lizzie. It's not like he's doing that. It's a 1v1 situation again, like the match from earlier. If he can disengage and reset, he's going to be in a much better place.
This is what we want. Needs to drop that noise. He's taking too much damage, though.
Way too much damage.
There's that noise a little bit too late.
The decision to switch. Yeah, he switched to nav one too many times, and really, I think He does get the nav off, but ooh, this is going to be a tough recovery with that hurt wing.
He's going to have to get into a really nice like slot to get ahead here. He's taken more hull damage than Thumb, and you know we know Thumb doesn't miss, so we need a miracle here to get a nice. You're going to have to get a really good engagement against Thumb to pull ahead, or at least start making this fight a little bit more even.
Yeah, definitely really good work, I'd say, from Jadok on that disengage, finally getting away. It's a lot tougher than it seems in those scenarios where you may be out of boost, you're coming out of a combat engagement, you're chaffing, yes, but if you don't use chaff in the right way, it does nothing for you. So being able to even survive there was huge for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And now sort of Jadok's just waiting for that opportunity. They're both so stealthy. They're trying to scan each other down. And there are, yeah, there he's. Thumb's found Jadok. Jadok should have found him now. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunate engagement again. Jadok needs to extend. Don't take the fight here. Ah.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Looks like Thumb is just outputting a lot more effective damage. Not even giving Jadok a chance.
Yeah, I think Jadok didn't see him before it was too late. Thumb had the beat on him before Jadok did, and he just sort of wandered into a bunch of free damage there.
Yeah, not a good place to be at all. And I mean, the thing is, Jadok has to come out of Nav in order to get those shields back. Thumb's coming into this with full shields, ready to go.
Yeah, if Jadok could somehow catch Thumb in Nav mode, that would be what the luck he'd need here to get ahead in some way. But I don't see that happening at all. But they are both struggling to find each other. They're rocking with like a 3.2k EM sig with this build currently. So, you know, at about 3k they drop off radar. So this is why we're seeing so much active pinging.
Here's some of that effectiveness of the stealth that you were talking about in the fight that we thought we might not get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little bit of stealth time, and this is giving Jadok the time he needs to kind of lick his wounds and get his shields back. And here, this is when when they switch to Nav, Sig should go up, right? So that's the only chance I feel like Jadok would have of catching Thumb and dealing some free hull damage, because he's behind in the hull damage game quite a lot. Man. This is funny. I think Thumb is trying to reveal his position, to kind of draw Jadok in. Firing a few shots,
it looks like Jadok is really not getting the message here.
Yeah.
It looks like he's at simulation limit, honestly.
Oh no.
Maybe he's trying one of the strategies we've seen in the past where you run your opponent out of fuel, potentially.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's gonna. I was getting worried he was gonna die to the boundary.
Oh god, I thought he got disconnected then. Yeah, this is. I mean, I would definitely go straight to the center.
Most definitely.
SCM back on. He's gonna come across Thumb any minute now.
Get those resources up and just start pinging is what I would be doing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Jadok, they are going to have to play perfect. Not miss a shot, be more terrifying they've been in this entire tournament in order to win this fight, because they've just put themselves in two unfortunate positions.
Thumb just telling him in global, I'm at the station.
I didn't see that.
That's funny. Yeah, he's like, at station. What are you waiting for? Come die. Oh, this is pretty good for Jadok. Ah, he's getting some free shots just then, but
Jadok
nice
shields
maneuvering.
down.
Yeah. Thumb's got his shield still.
Oh, there
there's
it
the
goes.
kill.
He was already really low, it seemed.
Oh, but yeah, there's still more rounds to go. That's 2 wins to the Buzzing Bums. If they can win this next one, they clinch the finals. They win the tournament. The Bobs have got to win this next one. They got to pull it back here. Got to pull out something drastic, something different, some risky plays or something. Oh, they just need to focus, stay tight, and focus. Thumb down, I think, is the play.
Yeah, focusing
Man, this is getting
down.
intense.
I mean, if there's a world where they could focus down and kill Thumb first, I think that they're gonna have a much easier time, because Thumb is just capitalizing on the fact that they're focusing Lizzie first every single time. And if they could continue to apply damage to him, then they'd have something going on. Now, that's easier said than done, obviously. Thumb's a very skilled pilot, and he's going to make it hard and annoying for you to focus on him for a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he'll probably drop chaffs, he'll probably kite you around. And the truth is that, if they can get over that and get past that and get Thumb in a bad position, maybe they could pull something off. But so far, Thumb and Lizzie are executing better and doing really well.
Yeah, I think I was going to say the same thing. I think the Bobs know that if they focus Thumb, he's just going to make it hell for them to actually apply enough damage to make it worth it. And Lizzie B's solid aim. She's in the Panther that can put out a lot of DPS. She's in the Saber, sorry, put out a lot of DPS with the Panthers. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's why they're not focusing Thumb. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a tough throw up. It's a tough throw up because, like I said earlier, the Talon has as much DPS with the 2 size 4s as the Gladius has with 3 size 3s, right? And so it's not no DPS. It still has quite a bit, about 150 I think ish less than the Saber, but the Saber is scary in the hands of a good aimer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Saber's putting out a total of 1160 DPS, 1164 DPS with the Panthers. Talon puts out 872, the 2 Rhinos. So a lot of DPS coming out for those Sabers. But yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. I just feel like the Sabers, they're just, they're a safe pick. They haven't really shined, but they're sort of a safe third-party pick. As long as they're free to deal a little bit of damage, they shine.
You know what? Maybe
in every other situation, I'm just not. Say again?
I was just going to say maybe more than that. They've been such juicy bait. It seems like almost every time in every single fight, no matter who's flying it, doesn't matter who's flying it, if people consider the worst pilot or the better pilot flying it, out of the 2, right? They are focusing the Saber first, no matter what, almost. And that's because it's a really juicy target.
It's those everybody loves pancakes. And we're underway here, Burks. This could well be the last match. If the Bobs lose, it's the win goes to Buzzing Bums, and it'll be a well-deserved win. But I'd love to see the Bobs come back here, take another round, stay in this thing. And they're playing it safe, hanging back, defensive this time. Oh, Lizzie B is leading the way again. It's that Saber.
Yeah, and I'm wondering who they're going to primary first here. Seems like they've got eyes on Bog, but they don't quite see the Talon yet.
No, I don't
again,
think
it's like
even pick it up.
I'd be playing if I were them, I'd be playing really safe, knowing that Thumb is an excellent aimer, excellent pilot, and clearly we're down but not out yet. I'd be waiting for Thumb to make a mistake, waiting for him to push a little too aggressively, separate himself from Lizzie maybe, and sort of just keep the position they're keeping right now. It's kind of the more boring one, but when you're 2-0 and you're about to lose the championship, well, you want to play everything to your advantage.
I think Jadok and Bog are just waiting for Buzz and Bums. They got the lead, they got that confidence. They're waiting for them to take the opening shot, to push the fight, take the fight to them, and they're just staying so tight so they can guarantee that they're both going to be dealing damage at the exact same time. And I think this is fine. This is fine for them. What do they have? There's two options. They either go in really hard or play very defensively like this and hope that Buzz and Bums make a mistake and get impatient.
And for my information and people who don't know yet, is there any sort of timer on these matches? Is there a certain point where they have to forfeit?
There isn't anything in the rule book about a timer this time, actually.
It looks like they are maybe focusing on Thumb first. Shields are down on him. They've got him actually in kind of a bad spot. Bog not doing bad. He's not red yet. Oh, I think he actually collided with someone maybe.
No, I don't know. Yeah, he's
no,
really
he's still
beat
in.
up.
He's still in. Oh, he collided. No, he didn't. It was a weird look.
Bog is beat up, but this is looking good. Jadok's supplying a lot of damage to Thumb. Thumb is extending now. Going to make it harder for Jadok. And he's coming back. Jadok is back on target. Lizzie B chasing down Bog.
I'd say doing the right thing
alive.
here. Huge advantage you have because his hole is already red. And Thumb coming
Bog
back
is
in
down.
and getting the kill there, yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. They had a pretty good start there. Looked like they were about to apply a lot of damage to Thumb and maybe turn this around, but it's going to be a tall for Jadok to pull this back now. And Thumb just applying damage. Beautiful rolls. Beautiful on target. Beautiful applied damage, and there it goes.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the Buzzing Bums.
Wow. Then that is it. Showdown champions, the Buzzing Bums, taking it from the Bobs in a 3-0 finals match out of a best of 5. Outstanding work, Buzzing Bums. Those guys are going to be so happy about that. The prize money and the prizes coming to them for first place. Second place to the Bobs, and third place to the Carolingas today. Wow. Anything you want to say, Burks, before we move on to the analysts?
No, just impressive run by Lizzie and Thumb. Like I said, in the first match, these guys came to win. They've been practicing. And honestly, I'm impressed they didn't lose a single match. And their hard work obviously paid off. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Let's see what the analysts have to say.
Well, a big thank you to both Detox and Burks for casting our matches today. We really appreciate you guys, man. That will probably be the last time that chat will be seeing them today. But guys, can we get some salutes or 07s in the chat for both? The awesome commentary for Detox and Burks. You guys can find them on Twitch, twitch.tv/Detox, twitch.tv/Burks. So make sure you guys go check them out. Avenger 1. I mean, it was close. People tried different strategies. People, everybody was really trying to find other, competitors off of positioning. Give us your thoughts, man.
I mean, I loved this fight. It went exactly how I figured, and this kind of fight, I think, shows just how the experience of some pilots really comes through here, right? Thumb's smart about it. He knows he's the big threat here. He knows he's going to get primaried, and he's kind of just pulling these guys along, creating those opportunities to get those extensions. And if you'll notice in round 3, that separation happened, and Jadok was super separated from Bog, and Bog was just kind of limping his way home. And by the time he swung around, it's just too late. So the proper use of the nav mode, proper use of extensions, even though they did some damage to to thumb here, it's just not enough, So the trick, like I've always been talking about before, is, know when to chase, but you got to know when to let go. It's one thing to over chase. A lot of inexperienced pilots will over chase their target. And we saw a little bit of over chasing here. And, you can use that against your opponent, like what happened here, to avoid those kind of 2v1 situations. I mean, it was a great match. It was really nice to see, from someone who's played in tournaments with Lizzie B. She's a great wingman. She's so fun to fly with, to hang out with, just a great person to be around, so I can tell you right now that those two had a blast today. I can almost guarantee you that, and for Jadok, and Bog, I'm sure they had a blast too. It was really nice seeing them get together. I was just happy for the whole thing, but it kind of went the way I expected, for sure. And what it really came down to was Lizzie, is she was staying close, she stayed objective, and she was making making the right tactical decisions on top of just, basic aim control and that kind of stuff. It all comes together, right? So really nice to see. Incredible piloting from both of them on both teams. Nothing but happiness for both, and they both come home with some extra cash and some fun. And I think being at the very beginning of Lizzie's journey in PvP and seeing her progress and how far she's gone now has been really exciting. And I guess she's kind of a Cinderella story for people who are kind of on the edge, like, oh, I'm not sure if I should get involved in PvP.
Yep.
I'm sure she's got lots of stories, but she tells me all the time, like, I love it. It's so much fun. I'm so glad I got into it. You got to get over that kind of curb. But when you do and you jump in, it's really worth it.
And I'm just going to say it here. Started all with CitizenCon 2953 with 2 years ago, where we actually, as Atmo Esports, took it to an in-person stage. Did it go perfect? Hell no, it didn't go perfect. But the fun of being able to hear that small crowd, ooh, wow, oh, like, it's just absolutely incredible. And then we did CitizenCon at, we did Enter Atmosphere at CitizenCon, which was an even more success, even though we still had a couple hiccups here and there, but dude, every time we do it, we only get better. And I'm so grateful to this team here at Atmo Esports, everybody behind the scenes, whether they're here or not, like, everybody puts in volunteer hours, put in so much work to get this done. But, congratulations to Buzz and Bums. You are our SOL-R Showdown presented by Thrustmaster. Okay, so they get to go home, like you mentioned, with a little bit extra cash Avenger 1, and then the Bobs, Bognagas and Jadek. Congratulations to you guys. But one thing I'll mention here is that I think the difference, man, is that, you mentioned it so many times, but I'll just say it one more time. But seeing Thumb in Your Bum, the difference over all the pilots in the tournament, I think that he was a big difference. But the discipline that Lizzie B had in order to change, because in that third round, they were all chasing Thumb in Your Bum because he's the threat. Yeah. But if he knows how to move around and maneuver, you're just going to have Lizzie B behind you, just smacking you the entire time. That didn't work out, unfortunately. And, they get to say they're champions for this tournament. So we do have an interview with Lizzie B and Thumb in Your Bum. I believe they're going to be coming on and chatting with us. Avenger 1, how would that match go if we had the Cartool talent combo? I was talking a little bit to Mike, but I was like, yo, y'all should have stayed with that combo, because the thing is, like, the way that they moved, the way that they used it against, like, Blade Detected, it was really, really good. And I'm very stunned that they swapped, after that match. I think that loadout would have probably taken them all the way to the grand finals, in my opinion, if they would have stayed. What are your thoughts on that one?
I think the combination of the Talon and the Cartu is a strong combination, because those two ships, like I said before, they benefit each other. They're both very similar flight styles, very similar types of dogfighting. Because in Master Modes, it's not so much about having different archetypes complement each other. It's more about having really strong archetypes in a small gang. So would they be better? Maybe, who's to say? I can tell you that what was happening in that round with the Hawk was an improper use of the Hawk, because the Hawk was tanking, trading, and fighting like a brawler instead of target picking.
Yeah.
So, in that situation, that was maybe a miscommunication of ship choice and class, but that comes down to pilot experience too, They probably would have done a little better because the strategy that they're employing would have been better suited for the Cartual Talon combination.
Challenge.
But
Yep.
but if I'm being honest, I think the Saber, sorry, the Talon, it was the Talon Hawk combination that they went with, would probably be a winning combination if employed correctly. There are downsides to the Cartual, which are pretty obvious. It's just, well, I guess we'll have to find out next tournament.
I know, right?
But they fought hard, and that's all that matters,
I know. Well, I mean, let's talk about that real quick. You said next tournament. This is a good segue into our
That's
sponsor.
right.
I'm just kidding. Not going to say sponsor, but we'll make a quick announcement. We're trying to get both Lizzie B and Tummy Your Bum into here, but before we kind of move forward, I just want to say that last year Avenger 1 came to Atmo Esports, to talk a little bit about doing a fundraiser, and that's how the the Avenger Squadron Flight for Kids charity was born. And we were actually able to go to sickest children hospitals. We actually got to deliver video games. We got to spend time with those kids. We actually have a lot of stuff on video. So this year we were trying to find a place where to fit that tournament. And AVS Flight for Kids is coming back. It probably will be sometime in October. We'll announce more once we have some more set in stone details for you guys. But Avenger 1, I want to, let's talk about your experience about, the tournament, what happened last year, and then you actually going to, sick kids children hospitals and being able to experience, that whole engagement firsthand.
Yeah, well, I think, if we all say it and we meme around it like we have the best community ever, and although sometimes we get lost on spectrum sometimes, I really do think we have the best community ever. I think a lot of us maybe be silent sometimes, but we really do. Going to the hospital, seeing the kids deploying the carts and doing the recording interviews and stuff, and seeing the effect it had on them, I knew it was going to be an impact on me, but I didn't think it would be as big of an impact. And to me, it's just, we all love this game. We all want to see it be successful, and us as creators and community members, like, we're just trying to do the best we can with what we got. And for me, like, I'm such a huge fan of this space. I'm not only a competitor, but I'm a fan. I like watching these fights. I'm really impressed with Thumbs flying today. I love seeing it, the experience. I love seeing how Lizzie's grown. These individuals who some of them I know personally. It's exciting to me. Like, I get fired up like this as much as some people get fired up about some sports and stuff. And when I look at the future of this game and where it can go, I really do see a vibrant, exciting community that's putting tournaments on for fun. People are tuning in. They're really getting to know the people. They're getting to know the individuals and the squadrons. And I want to see a healthy, happy community that really likes to coalesce around that kind of environment. And I think part of that is doing stuff like the Sick Kids charity, because, we want to do the best we can for the ones around us. So what better way to feel good about growing this place than to help those around us? I think it's just something that we should do. If you got the power to do it, then do it. But dude, it changed my life. It really did.
I'm glad you got to experience that, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you were there too. You know what it was like. It was incredible.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've, working for a nonprofit in my real job, it allows me to see that a lot of times. And I'm going to tell you, it hits every time. And, we'll have a little video, but guys, just make sure you guys are following us on social. So once we announce the tournament, we normally announce the fundraising tools as well. So I'm hoping that we can, hopefully by early June, we can launch it and see, and make some buzz and get some more creators and do another fun, 3v3. Because, by the way, it's funny because the go-kart that Tarada, Water Pratat, and Chatu Chaos won, it's actually in France right now. It's actually stuck in customs, but they're finally clearing it. So it's actually going to get to the hospital in France. And it has on there Avenger, AVS Flight for Kids charity tournament, which is absolutely incredible. So, just look out for that in our socials chat. Make sure you guys are staying tuned. And I see some people saying out there like, hey, do we have any other, non-competitive tournaments? We actually do. We actually have 4 major tournaments a year. We have a the Daymar Rally, which is the endurance race. We have System 7, which is a pretty much kind of like F1. It's a F1 style racing league. And now we have ship racing called Gravity Rush that signups are currently open. And then we have our Fight or Flight, which is our dogfighting tournament, that all these 4 tournaments, anybody can join, come be a part of the come be a part of the community, and jump in our Discord, !Discord and chat. You can jump in on there and you can find teammates. You can, join a tournament, whatever you want to do. We're here to help you guys, on that journey as a competitor. So I think our interview is ready. You ready to go, Avenger One?
I'm ready.
All right. Lizzie, thumb in your bum or thumb SC? What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Hello.
Oh, man. Our winners are here. How are y'all feeling right now? Tell me.
Oh, I'm psyched. I'm so shaky. It's unbelievable.
We're feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
over
that's 2 tournaments, B. That's 2.
Oh my god.
And shaky is good because that means you were competitive, you really wanted to win, and and it turned out in your favor. Honestly, couple questions here. Was there any team that really gave you guys any trouble throughout the tournament? And if so, which team was that? And which matchup was that overall?
they all pose like kind of their own different challenges, especially coming into it. Like, I know we didn't really get to fight them, but Tarada was a threat for us. Bog, of course, Noodle, Mike. Pretty much all the teams, we were worried about. That last fight that we had was definitely the toughest.
Yep.
Whatever strat they had, I was puckered. But yeah, they were all really good fights, really fun. It was cool to see like some different ships, a lot of mirror matchups, of course, meta's meta. But it was a fun tournament to watch, and I had fun, and I think Lizzie had fun, right?
I had a blast.
The only game you guys lost today was when you guys crashed into each other, right?
We didn't crash into each other. He crashed into my dead body.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
my
different,
bad.
all right? A little different.
Yeah, that's true. No, that makes sense. How about you, Lizzie? Any matchup that you felt that was just a tough one overall, or you felt pretty good throughout the tournament?
With Thumb being my partner, I felt pretty damn confident. But
You
the
should.
first matchup, my nerves definitely got like the best of me, and the way that Bog and Jadok just like jumped on us, I was like overwhelmed. So once getting through that first match, then I was kind of calmed down a bit and could focus a bit more. But definitely that first match was the roughest for me.
Oh wow, okay. Avenger One, if you have any questions, feel free, man.
I do. Yes. So for all the folks watching and all the people that are going to, be interested in PvP, Lizzie, from your perspective, you've kind of gone through this kind of phase where you were kind of not sure about it when I met you, and now you're very deep into PvP, I think. Can you express what that feels like to go from kind of getting your foot in the door to where you are now? And if you feel like that process was really open the game up for you, what was that like for you?
Well, I went from a turret princess to like, well, it was
Love that.
Atmel that like invited me to the fight or flight at SitCon, and then I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Because I don't think of things first like, oh, I have no PvP experience. I just jumped like head first, and then I was like, oh, I actually have to train and do stuff for this. And so my first thought was, okay, I need to find people who know how to do this.
Mhm.
And so that's what I did. I went looking for the people who knew how to do this, and that really got me in the door and got that PvP bug, like, and
Mhm.
I can't shake that. Like, PvP has just driven me to play this game more and more and more.
That's what I like to hear. I like that. And
That's-
Thumb, I consider you highly experienced. Can you tell people out there what they should do if they want to get into PvP some things that they're going to encounter from someone who is experienced, who's kind of gone through that process. If you could tell a new person coming in how to get into PvP and what they should expect, and how they should kind of frame their mind for it, what would you tell them?
I would tell them, find an org that you really vibe with. Don't join an org just because you view them as being the best. Join an org that you really get along with everybody. It's a friendly environment, and just get out there and train. And you do Jiu-Jitsu Avenger 1.
Yes,
and
sir.
You could practice jiu-jitsu till you're blue in the face by yourself or just with one other guy, but eventually you just need to get experience. You need to get tapped 10,000 times. And same with flight. You need to die 10,000 times before you start really understanding. And I think also the big part is train. This is going to sound cheesy, but train with intention. Like when you're going into these training sessions, record yourself. Try to take notes of oh man, I tried this thing and I died there. Why did that happen? What did they do? Be very intentional with what you're training for and who you're training with and all of that.
Yes, I really resonate with that. That was well said. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that's perfect.
This
That's
guy
right
a
on the
motivational speaker, bro?
Yeah,
Jesus.
man, it's perfect. If you
I
want
love
to get
it, I
fired
love
up
it.
and come PvP after that, man, I don't know what to tell you. But
Well,
it's so true.
first
Get in
thing-
there.
Yep. I mean, I want to get in there. I'm just way too busy in my life. But first of all, I need to say to you, Lizzie, that obviously we had some zero state dropout, and you came on, and I really appreciate you taking that step to swap out and come on last minute, and we really appreciate it very, very, very much. And Thumb, I mean, one other thing I have for you is that you won some SOL-R 2 Hosas, man. I know you probably got a nice
baby.
setups, but I want to ask, what's your plan? Are you planning on using them? You plan on maybe give it to a friend that is wanting to do PvP? What are your plans with the prizes?
I'm going to try them out. Right now I have
Okay.
VKBs and I love my VKBs, but if you ask any VKB user what the most annoying thing about VKBs are, is the springs. Always frickin' break.
Yep.
So I'm going to give the SOL-Rs a try. I'm going to give it a try.
Okay.
And I'm excited. They look cool. Everything looks really nice. There's so many buttons. I'm stoked.
All right. Well, I'm glad, man. Well, any last words? Anything you guys? The floor is yours. You are our grand final winners. You are the SOL-R Showdown winners here, presented by Thrustmaster. Any last words that you guys want to say to the community? We'll start off with you, Thumb in your bum, and then we'll give Lizzie B the last say here, if that's okay.
Get out there in PvP, I guess, is all I gotta say. And I know we didn't get a trophy. We got some cool prizes. We got a SOL-R. We got a little bit of cash. That's super exciting. But my boys, Floormat and Amogus, are really excited to get their trophy, Crucian. They're stoked.
Oh man, I have no comment about that, bro. So I got no comment, man. You have if I start telling the story about what's going on, we're gonna be here for a while. But I know I still owe them. And I'm still I beat myself about it, but nah. Those guys, they deserve it, man. They're they just need to get off of mouse and keyboard and let other people win a little bit. So.
Agree to that, dude. I agree.
Yeah, I know. All right, Lizzie B, anything you want to say to the community that's currently watching right now? Or that will watch this after, actually.
I just want to thank the orgs for helping me train for this, because honestly I wouldn't be anything without them. Walkers of Sigma helped me train, Vanguard helped me train. I even got some training with Shadow Moses, which was amazing. So all those guys help me out. And if you're not following Thumb_CS, because he is also a content creator, please go do that. Would really appreciate that. So
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I got to say. And thanks for throwing an amazing tournament. It was super, super fun to take part in.
Yeah, a little bit of
Super fun
delays,
tournament.
but I appreciate everybody, being patient and hanging in there with us. So guys, remember Lizzie B, make sure you guys give her a follow on Twitch, and then Tum_SC. make sure you guys show him some love as well. Thank you so much for both of you for coming on and talking with us. Congratulations once again. We'll be in touch because I definitely owe you prizes, and we'll make sure we get that done in the next 30 days because, I'm not the one shipping it out, so you guys will get it faster than probably than Floorman and Amogus. I'll tell you that. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much, and take it easy, and thank you for joining us on the broadcast.
Yeah,
Thanks
GG's,
for
guys.
having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, GG's.
Great stuff.
All righty. Well, Avenger One, time to wrap this baby up, man. Thank you so
Let's
much,
wrap
first
it
of
up,
all,
baby.
Avenger One. Thank you so much for coming on and being an analyst. As you can see, we are missing a lovely person that's not here. He's currently recovering. So, Papa Freedom, maybe you're watching, maybe you're not, man. But we missed you out here, brother. I hope you're recovering well. But yeah, Avenger One, man. Any last words you want to kick off to the community before I start doing shill mode for Thrustmaster to close this broadcast out? Anything you want to literally tell the community out there that's currently watching?
Stick stonks. Listen to your champions today, folks. Get out there, get some experience, find an org, get out there. Just don't make excuses anymore. Just try some PvP. It's so much fun. It opens the game up. You'll find yourself playing StarCitizen a whole lot more. CIG gets better feedback. We get a better community. We grow this space. Everybody wins. I know it's a tough world out there, but step outside your comfort zone and realize like other folks are taking the plunge into PvP, and it's just so much fun. It really is. Go buy yourself some sticks, maybe some soul sticks. Who knows? I'd love to try them too. They look great, so whatever the case may be, just what you put in is what you get out, right? So, and a big, huge thanks to Thrustmaster. One of my very first, I still have my Warthog stick in the corner there. I used to play squadrons with it. They were great. I'll tell you this, the Thrustmaster I had for over 7 years, I probably put 20,000 hours on that stick. I've never had to replace it or replace a spring. Super solid. And that's old school stuff. So if they can keep that quality for this stuff, we're in a good spot.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. And Avenger One, for the people out there that may not know where to find you or where they can, come out and maybe hang out and, do some flying and maybe, try out some PvP, where can they find you?
Yep. You can find me on Twitch at Avenger One and on YouTube at Avenger One. I have a foundations course playlist, which teaches you from absolute zero knowledge to at least getting the basics down, and then plenty of advanced courses as you go on through the YouTube playlist. But whether it's me or Jonathan Winters or Thumb or anybody else, find a creator you love, find a creator you resonate with, and start learning. And just get out there and have some fun. Get some PvP India, because you're going to catch that bug. And when you catch that bug, you'll come back and be like, he was right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much once again. Chat, I love you. Appreciate you guys. Okay. These tournaments are put on with so much energy, so much love, to be honest. So please, if, thank you for all the creators that came in today. Karolinger, Tarada, Herbadiza, Bognagus, Loken Plays, Water Patat, Salty Mike, Moist Noodle, Lizzie B, and Thumb_SC. Make sure if you see them online in the verse in that StarCitizen directory, make sure you check them out, please. And again, one more time to our incredible commentators today, Detox. And for the first time ever, we had Burks, commentating, which I think did a great job. I just needed, I just need these guys to give me that energy that I need. But I'm just kidding. They did a fantastic.
Boys!
I know. They did a fantastic job today. So please make sure you're following Detox and Burks on Twitch as well. And of course, Avenger One. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Okay. Go out there right now, Amazon.com. Get yourself some SOL-R 2 Hosas Space Sim Duo from Thrustmaster, because we appreciate them so much. So much for throwing this tournament and allowing us to do this for not only them, but also for the community. They have an incredible, Space Sim line of products that are coming out with the SOL-R line. So we really appreciate them. Shout outs to Julian and Tim from Thrustmaster for, allowing us to do this. And without further ado, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend. And we'll see you in the verse, all right? Not in an Idris, though, okay? You can put that thing away.
Probably in a player.
Put that thing. Dude, I've seen a video where somebody's blasting people with like 10 lasers. I'm like, yo, this is an overkill, man. You guys
People
are
are blasting.
you got people, yeah, they'll the Lew Idris T laser, I think it is. I'm like, that kit.
That's a torpedo, but we'll get there.
You guys, oh, okay. I mean, they're abusive, bro. That's abusive. No, Idris P is the laser. Is that the laser one?
That's the Idris K.
Man, the K. I
We'll
got
get there.
PTK. Whatever, man. I'm done. It's over, chat. All right. See you guys. Love you guys.
Some things are out of our control. Whatever you want to call it, it's an urge, a desire, an impulse. A call you can't resist that pushes you to learn, making every gesture a discovery, every movement a lesson. To finally attain freedom. Mastery is at your fingertips, taking you to new horizons. Uncharted territory that can be dangerous. Do you have the skills? Can you make the right decision? In the vastness of the universe, life hangs by a thread. But you'll never be alone. No one will let you down. You still have so much to discover and accomplish. You're not born a pilot, you become one. Try, learn, master. Space is yours.